Endnotes 8-501-9000. The reader may be pleased with a specimen of the original idiom, foi de soa juventatin nutricato di latte de eloquentia, bono grammatico, meglior rhetorico. Autorista bravo. Da como ed quanto era veloce leitor. Muito usava Tito Livio, Seneca, ed Tullio, et Tiberio Massimo, muito li dilatava lo magnificenti di Julio Cesare raccontare. Tutta la di se speculava negli intagli di marmo le quali Iaccio intorno Roma non era altri che esso, che sapesse leggere gli antici patafii. Tutte scritture antiche vulgarizzava. Ques fur di marmo justament interpretava. O cum spesso diceva, dov suono quelli buoni romani? Dov'in loro sama justicia? Polram trovari in tempo che quasi furiano. Right arrow curving left. Sir J. Hobhouse published, in his historical illustrations of the fourth canto of Childe Harold, Rienzi's joyful letter to the people of Rome, on the apparently favorable termination of this mission. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. Petrarch compares the jealousy of the Romans with the easy temper of the husbands of Avignon, Memoirs pour la vie de François Petrarch, Tom. I, page 330. Right arrow curving left. All this Rienzi, writing at a later period to the Archbishop of Prague, attributed to the criminal abandonment of his flock by the Supreme Pontiff. Seer Kunden, apud Papencourt, page 44. Quarterly Review, page 355. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. The fragments of the Lex Regia may be found in the inscriptions of Grutter, Tom. I. p. 242, and at the end of the Tacitus of Ernesti, with some learned notes of the editor, Tom. 2, right arrow curving left. I cannot overlook a stupendous and laughable blunder of Rienzi. The Lex Regia empowers Vespasian to enlarge the pomerium, a word familiar to every antiquary. It was not so to the tribune. He confounds it with pomerium, an orchard, translates Lo Giardino de Roma Sio in Italia, and is copied by the less excusable ignorance of the Latin translator, page 406, and the French historian, p. 33, even the learning of Muratori has slumbered over the passage. Right arrow curving left. Priori, Brutto, tamen similiar, Juvenis uterque, lunge ingenio quam cuja simulationem indurat, ut sub hoc obtenta liberator al populi Romani aperireader tempori sua. Al regibus. Hic tyrannis contemptus, opera, p. 536.9356 right arrow curving left. Ite ego, Deo semper auctor, ipsa die pristina, leg. Prima, tribunatus, quae cadem dignitas a tempori deflorati imperii, id per annos vo et ultra sub tyrannica occupation vacavit, ipsos omnes patentis indifferenter deum at justitiam audience, amea. Imo a de faci fugiendo vehemente spiritu dissipavi, et nullo effuso cruor trementis expuli, sine ictu remanent Romaine terra faci renovata. Libellus Tribuni ad Caesarem, page 34. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. In 1 ms. I read, L. 2c. 4 p. 409, Perfument quattro soli, in another, quattro florini, an important variety, since the florin was worth 10 Roman solidi, Muratori, Dissertatio XXVAI. The former reading would give us a population of 25,000, the latter of 250,000, families, and I much fear that the former is more consistent with the decay of Rome and her territory. Right arrow curving left. Johannes Hoxemius, page 498, apud Jean-Antoine du Cerceau, Histoire de Rienzi, page 194. The 15 tribunician laws may be found in the Roman historian, whom for brevity I shall name, Fortifica, L. 2c. 4. Right arrow curving left. Fortifica, L. 2c. 11. From the account of this shipwreck, we learn some circumstances of the trade and navigation of the age. The ship was built and freighted at Naples for the ports of Marseilles and Avignon. The sailors were of Naples and the Isle of Inaria, less skillful than those of Sicily and Genoa. The navigation from Marseilles was a coasting voyage to the mouth of the Tiber, where they took shelter in a storm, but, instead of finding the current, unfortunately ran on a shoal. The vessel was stranded, the mariners escaped. The cargo, which was pillaged, consisted of the revenue of Provence for the royal treasury, many bags of pepper and cinnamon, and bales of French cloth, to the value of 20,000 florins. A rich prize. Right arrow curving left. It was thus that Oliver Cromwell's old acquaintance, who remembered his vulgar and ungracious entrance into the House of Commons, were astonished at the ease and majesty of the Protector on his throne. See William Harris's An Historical and Critical Account of the Life of Cromwell, pp. 27, 34, from Clarendon, Warwick, Whitelock, Waller, etc. The consciousness of merit and power will sometimes elevate the manners to the station. Right arrow curving left. See the causes, circumstances, and effects of the death of Andrew, in Giannone, Tom. 3 L. Exii, pages 220, 229, and the Life of Petrarch, Memoirs pour la vie de François Petrarch, Tom. 2, pages 143, 148, 245, 250, 375, 379, notes, pages 21, 37. The Abbé de Sade wishes to extenuate her guilt. Right arrow curving left. The advocate who pleaded against Jane could add nothing to the logical force and brevity of his master's epistle. Johanna. Inordinata vita precedens, retentio potestatis in regno, neglecta vindicta, vir alter susceptus, edi excusatio subsequens, nisus viri tuae te probant fuis participum et consortum. Jane of Naples and Mary of Scotland have a singular conformity. Right arrow curving left. In his letter to the Archbishop of Prague, Rienzi thus describes the effect of his elevation on Italy and on the world: "Did I not restore real peace among the cities which were distracted by factions? Did I not cause all the citizens, exiled by party violence, with their wretched wives and children, to be readmitted? Had I not begun to extinguish the factious names, schismatica nomina, of Guelph and Ghibelline, for which countless thousands had perished body and soul, under the eyes of their pastors? By the reduction of the city of Rome and all Italy into one amicable, peaceful, holy, and united confederacy? The consecrated standards and banners having been by me collected and blended together, and, in witness to our holy association and perfect union, offered up in the presence of the ambassadors of all the cities of Italy, on the day of the Assumption of our Blessed Lady." p. 47. In the Libellus ad Caesarem, I received the homage and submission of all the sovereigns of Apulia, the barons and counts, and almost all the people of Italy. I was honored by solemn embassies and letters by the Emperor of Constantinople and the King of England. The Queen of Naples submitted herself and her kingdom to the protection of the tribune. The King of Hungary, by 2 solemn embassies, brought his cause against his queen and his nobles before my tribunal. And I venture to say further, that the fame of the tribune alarmed the Sultan of Babylon. When the Christian pilgrims to the sepulchre of our Lord related to the Christian and Jewish inhabitants of Jerusalem all the yet unheard of and wonderful circumstances of the Reformation in Rome, both Jews and Christians celebrated the event with unusual festivities. When the Sultan inquired the cause of these rejoicings, and received this intelligence about Rome, he ordered all the havens and cities on the coast to be fortified and put in a state of defense. p. 35, M. 1845 right arrow curving left. See the Epistola Hortatoria de Capicenda Republica, from Petrarch to Nicholas Rienzi, Opera, pp. 535, 540, and the fifth eclogue or pastoral, a perpetual and obscure allegory. Right arrow curving left. An illustrious female writer has drawn, with a single stroke, the character of Rienzi, Crescentius, and Arnold of Brescia. The fond restorers of Roman liberty, qu'ont pris les souvenirs pour les espérances. Corinne, Tom. Page 159. Could Tacitus have excelled this? Hallam, Volume 1, page 418. Right arrow curving left. In his Roman Questions, Plutarch, Opuscula Varia, Tom. Pages 505, 506, edit. Graecorum, Henricus Stephanus, states, on the most constitutional principles, the simple greatness of the tribunes, who were not properly magistrates, but a check on magistracy. It was their duty and interest mu omicron iota omicron sigma theta alpha iota sigma chi mu alpha tau iota, kappa alpha sigma tau omicron lambda kappa alpha delta iota alpha tau tau omicron pi iota tau upsilon gamma chi nu omicron upsilon sigma iota tau nu pi omicron lambda iota tau nu, kappa alpha tau pi tau epsilon sigma theta alpha iota delta epsilon, a saying of C. Curio, kappa alpha mu sigma epsilon mu nu epsilon nu alpha iota tau delta eta mu rho chi omicron upsilon psi epsilon iota, sigma delta mu lambda omicron nu kappa tau alpha pi epsilon iota nu omicron tau alpha iota tau sigma mu alpha tau iota, tau omicron sigma omicron tau mu lambda omicron nu alpha xi epsilon tau alpha iota tau delta upsilon nu mu epsilon iota, etc. Rienzi, and Petrarch himself, were incapable perhaps of reading a Greek philosopher, but they might have imbibed the same modest doctrines from their favorite Latins, Livy and Valerius Maximus. Right arrow curving left. I could not express in English the forcible though barbarous title of Zelator Italii, which Rienzi assumed. Right arrow curving left. Arabelle, Homo, L. 2c. 1, page 399. It is remarkable that the riso sarcastico of the Bracciano edition is wanting in the Roman MS from which Muratori has given the text. In his second reign, when he is painted almost as a monster, Rienzi Travia una ventresca tana triunfale, a modo de uno abate Ossiano, or Assanino, L. 3c. 18, page 523. Right arrow curving left. Strange as it may seem, this festival was not without a precedent. In the year 1327, two barons, a Colonna and an Ursini, the usual balance, were created knights by the Roman people. Their bath was of rose water, their beds were decked with royal magnificence. And they were served at St. Maria of Araceli in the capital by the 28 Buoni Uomini. They afterwards received from Robert, King of Naples, the sword of chivalry, Historiae Romani, L. IC. 2, page 259. Right arrow curving left. All parties believed in the leprosy and bath of Constantine, Petrarch, Epistolae Familiars 6-2. And Rienzi justified his own conduct by observing to the court of Avignon that a vase which had been used by a pagan could not be profaned by a pious Christian. Yet this crime is specified in the bull of excommunication, Hoxemius, Apud du Cerso, pages 189, 190. Right arrow curving left. This verbal summons of Pope Clement VI, which rests on the authority of the Roman historian and a Vatican MS, is disputed by the biographer of Petrarch, Tom. 2, notes pp. 70, 76, with arguments rather of decency than of weight. The court of Avignon might not choose to agitate this delicate question. Right arrow curving left. The summons of the two rival emperors, a monument of freedom and folly, is extant in Hoxemius, Cerso, pages 163, 166. Right arrow curving left. It is singular that the Roman historian should have overlooked this sevenfold coronation, which is sufficiently proved by internal evidence, and the testimony of Hoxemius. And even of Rienzi, Cerso, pp. 167, 170, 229. Right arrow curving left. It was on this occasion that he made the profane comparison between himself and our Lord. And the striking circumstance took place which he relates in his letter to the Archbishop of Prague. In the midst of all the wild and joyous exultation of the people, one of his most zealous supporters, a monk, who was in high repute for his sanctity, stood apart in a corner of the church and wept bitterly. A domestic chaplain of Rienzi's inquired the cause of his grief. Now, replied the man of God, is thy master cast down from heaven, never saw I man so proud. By the aid of the Holy Ghost he has driven the tyrants from the city without drawing a sword, the cities and the sovereigns of Italy have submitted to his power. Why is he so arrogant and ungrateful towards the Most High? Why does he seek earthly and transitory rewards for his labors, and in his wanton speech liken himself to the Creator? Tell thy master that he can only atone for this offense by tears of penitence. In the evening the chaplain communicated this solemn rebuke to the tribune. It appalled him for the time, but was soon forgotten in the tumult and hurry of business. 1845 Right arrow curving left. Poi se faceva stare denanti a se, mentre sedeva, li baroni tutti in piedi ridi co l'ovraccia picate, co li capucci tratti. Da como stavano perosi. Historii Romani, L. 2c. 20, page 439. He saw them, and we see them. Right arrow curving left. The original letter, in which Rienzi justifies his treatment of the Colonna, Hoxemius, apud du Cerso, pp. 222-229, displays, in genuine colors, the mixture of the knave and the madman. Right arrow curving left. Rienzi, in the above-mentioned letter, ascribes to St. Martin the Tribune, Boniface VIII the enemy of Colonna, himself, and the Roman people, the glory of the day, which Villani likewise, L. 12, c. 104, describes as a regular battle. The disorderly skirmish, the flight of the Romans, and the cowardice of Rienzi are painted in the simple and minute narrative of Fortifica, or the anonymous citizen, L. IC. 34, 37. Right arrow curving left. In describing the fall of the Colonna, I speak only of the family of Stephen the Elder, who is often confounded by the Père du Cerceau with his son. That family was extinguished, but the house has been perpetuated in the collateral branches, of which I have not a very accurate knowledge. Circumspice, says Petrarch, familii tui statum, columnientium domos, solito potiors habet columnas. Quid ad rem? Modo fundamentum stabile, solidumque permaniat. Right arrow curving left. The convent of St. Sylvester was founded, endowed, and protected by the Colonna cardinals, for the daughters of the family who embraced a monastic life, and who, in the year 1318, were 12 in number. The others were allowed to marry with their kinsmen in the 4th degree. And the dispensation was justified by the small number and close alliances of the noble families of Rome. Memoirs pour la vie de François Petrarch, tom. I, page 110, tom. 2, page 401. Right arrow curving left. Petrarch wrote a stiff and pedantic letter of consolation, Epistolae Familiars, L. 7, Epistola 13, pages 682, 683. The friend was lost in the patriot. Nulla toto orb principum familia carrier tamen respublica, carrier Roma, carrier Italia. Je rens graces aux de enetri par Romain. Right arrow curving left. This counsel and opposition is obscurely mentioned by Polystor, a contemporary writer, who has preserved some curious and original facts, rerum italicarum scriptors, tom. XXVC. 31, pages 798-804. Right arrow curving left. The briefs and bulls of Clement VI against Rienzi are translated by the Père du Cerceau, pp. 196, 232, from the Ecclesiastical Annals of Odericus Reinaldus, AD 1347, number 15, 17, 21, etc., who found them in the archives of the Vatican. Right arrow curving left. Matteo Villani describes the origin, character, and death of this Count of Minorbino, a man de natura inconstant e senza fide, whose grandfather, a crafty notary, was enriched and ennobled by the spoils of the Saracens of Nocera, L. 7c 102-103. See his imprisonment, and the efforts of Petrarch, tom. 2, pages 149-151. Right arrow curving left. The troubles of Rome, from the departure to the return of Rienzi, are related by Matteo Villani, L. 2c. 47, L. 3c. 33, 57, 78, and Thomas Fortifica, L. 3c. 1, 4. I have slightly passed over these secondary characters, who imitated the original tribune. Right arrow curving left. These visions, of which the friends and enemies of Rienzi seem alike ignorant, are surely magnified by the zeal of Polistor, a Dominican inquisitor, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. XXVC. 36, page 819. Had the tribune taught that Christ was succeeded by the Holy Ghost, that the tyranny of the Pope would be abolished, he might have been convicted of heresy and treason without offending the Roman people. 9357 right arrow curving left. The astonishment, the envy almost, of Petrarch is a proof, if not of the truth of this incredible fact, at least of his own veracity. The Abbé de Sade, Memoirs pour la vie de François Petrarch, tom. 3, page 242, quotes the 6th epistle of the 13th book of Petrarch, but it is of the Royal MS. Which he consulted, and not of the ordinary Basel edition, page 920. Right arrow curving left. Egidius or Giles Albornoz, a noble Spaniard, Archbishop of Toledo, and Cardinal Legate in Italy, AD 1353-1367, restored, by his arms and counsels, the temporal dominion of the popes. His life has been separately written by Sepulveda, but Dryden could not reasonably suppose that his name, or that of Wolsey, had reached the ears of the Mufti in Don Sebastian. Right arrow curving left. From Matteo Villani in Fortifica, the Père du Cerceau, pages 344, 394, has extracted the life and death of the Chevalier Montreal, the life of a robber, and the death of a hero. At the head of a free company, the first that desolated Italy, he became rich and formidable. He had money in all the banks, 60,000 ducats in Padua alone. Right arrow curving left. The exile, second government, and death of Rienzi are minutely related by the anonymous Roman who appears neither his friend nor his enemy, L. 3c. 12, 25. Petrarch, who loved the tribune, was indifferent to the fate of the senator. Right arrow curving left. The hopes and the disappointment of Petrarch are agreeably described in his own words by the French biographer, Memoirs pour la vie de François Petrarch, tom. 3, pages 375, 413. But the deep though secret wound was the coronation of Zenubi, the poet laureate, by Charles IV. Right arrow curving left. See, in his accurate and amusing biographer, the application of Petrarch and Rome to Benedict XII in the year 1334, Memoirs pour la vie de François Petrarch, tom. I, pp. 261, 265, to Clement VI in 1342, tom. 2, pages 45, 47, and to Urban V in 1366, tom. 3, pages 677, 691, his praise, pages 711, 715, and excuse, page 771, of the last of these pontiffs. His angry controversy on the respective merits of France and Italy may be found, Opera, pages 1068, 1085. Right arrow curving left. Squalida sed quoniam facies, neglectac cultu. Caesaris. Multisque malis lasata senectus. Ereput solitum effigium, vitas accipi nomen. Roma vocier. Carmina, L. 2, page 77. He spins this allegory beyond all measure or patience. The epistles to Urban V in prose are more simple and persuasive, Senilium, L. 7, pages 811, 827, L. 9, Epistolae, pages 844, 854. Right arrow curving left. I have not leisure to expatiate on the legends of St. Bridget or Saint Catherine, the last of which might furnish some amusing stories. Their effect on the mind of Gregory XI is attested by the last solemn words of the dying Pope, who admonished the assistants, ut caverent ab hominibus, civ viris, civ mulieribus. Sub specie religionis loquentibus visions sui capitis, quia per tales ipsi seductus, etc. Bellus, note ad vitae pauperum Avignonensium, Tom. I, page 1223. Right arrow curving left. This predatory expedition is related by Froissart, Chronique, Tom. I, p. 230, and in the Life of Du Guesclin, Collection Générale de Mémoires Historiques, Tom. 4 c. 16, pages 107-113. As early as the year 1361, the court of Avignon had been molested by similar freebooters, who afterwards passed the Alps. Memoirs pour la vie de François Petrarch, Tom. 3, pages 563-569. Right arrow curving left. Fleury alleges, from the Annals of Ordericus Reinaldus, the original treaty which was signed the 21st of December 1376 between Gregory XI and the Romans, Histoire ecclésiastique, Tom. XX, p. 275, right arrow curving left. The First Crown or Regnum, du Cange, Glossarium Latinitatis, Tom. V, page 702, on the episcopal mitre of the popes is ascribed to the gift of Constantine or Clovis. The second was added by Boniface VIII as the emblem, not only of a spiritual, but of a temporal, kingdom. The three states of the Church are represented by the Triple Crown which was introduced by John XXII or Benedict XII, Memoirs pour la vie de François Petrarch, Tom. I, pages 258-259. Right arrow curving left. Bellus, note ad vitae pauperum Avignonensium, Tom. I, pp. 1194-1195, produces the original evidence which attests the threats of the Roman ambassadors, and the resignation of the abbot of Mount Cassin, ultro se offerens. Respondet se civum Romanum esse, et illud vel quat ipsi velant. Right arrow curving left. The return of the popes from Avignon to Rome, and their reception by the people, are related in the original lives of Urban V. in Gregory XI, in Bellus, Vitae Pauperum Avignonensium, Tom. I, pages 363-486, and Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. 3 pars I, pp. 610-712. In the disputes of the schism, every circumstance was severely though partially scrutinized, more especially in the great inquest which decided the obedience of Castile, and to which Bellus, in his notes, so often and so largely appeals, from a MS. Volume in the Harley Library, page 1281, etc. Right arrow curving left. Can the death of a good man be esteemed a punishment by those who believe in the immortality of the soul? They betray the instability of their faith. Yet, as a mere philosopher, I cannot agree with the Greeks, nu omicron theta epsilon omicron phi iota lambda omicron sigma iota nu pi omicron theta nu sigma kappa epsilon iota nu omicron, Brunk, Nomisci Pote Greci, page 231. See in Herodotus, L. IC, 31, the moral and pleasing tale of the Argive youths. Right arrow curving left. In the first book of the Histoire du Concile de Pise, M. L'Enfant has abridged and compared the original narratives of the adherents of Urban and Clement, of the Italians and Germans, the French and Spaniards. The latter appear to be the most active and loquacious, and every fact and word in the original lives of Gregory XI and Clement VII are supported in the notes of their editor Bellus. Right arrow curving left. The ordinal numbers of the popes seems to decide the question against Clement VII and Benedict XIII, who are boldly stigmatized as antipopes by the Italians. While the French are content with authorities and reasons to plead the cause of doubt and toleration, Bellus in Prefatio. It is singular, or rather it is not singular, that saints, visions, and miracles should be common to both parties. Right arrow curving left. Bellus strenuously labors, notes, pp. 1271-1280, to justify the pure and pious motives of Charles V, King of France, he refused to hear the arguments of Urban, but were not the Urbanists equally deaf to the reasons of Clement, etc.? Right arrow curving left. An epistle, or declamation, in the name of Edward III, Belus, Vitae Pauperum Avignonensium, Tom. I, page 553, displays the zeal of the English nation against the Clementines. Nor was their zeal confined to words. The Bishop of Norwich led a crusade of 60,000 bigots beyond sea. Hume's History of England, Volume 3, pages 57, 58. Right arrow curving left. Besides the general historians, the diaries of Delphinus Gentilis, Peter Antonius, and Stephen in Feshera, in the great collection of Muratori, represent the state and misfortunes of Rome. Right arrow curving left. It is supposed by Giannone, Tom. 3, page 292, that he styled himself Rex Romi, a title unknown to the world since the expulsion of Tarquin. But a nearer inspection has justified the reading of Rex Rami, of Rama, an obscure kingdom annexed to the crown of Hungary. Right arrow curving left. The leading and decisive part which France assumed in the schism is stated by Peter Dupuis in a separate history, extracted from authentic records, and inserted in the 7th volume of the last and best edition of his friend Thuanus, Tom. 11, pages 110, 184. Right arrow curving left. Of this measure, John Gerson, a stout doctor, was the author or the champion. The proceedings of the University of Paris and the Gallican Church were often prompted by his advice, and are copiously displayed in his theological writings, of which Leclerc, Bibliothèque Choisy. Tom. X, pages 1, 78, has given a valuable extract. John Gerson acted an important part in the councils of Pisa and Constance. Right arrow curving left. Leonardus Brunus Aretinus, one of the revivers of classic learning in Italy, who, after serving many years as secretary in the Roman court, retired to the honorable office of Chancellor of the Republic of Florence. Fabricius, Bibliotheca Latina Medii et Infamiitatis, Tom. I, page 290. L'Enfant has given the version of this curious epistle, Histoire du Concile de Pise, Tom. I, pages 192, 195. Right arrow curving left. I cannot overlook this great national cause, which was vigorously maintained by the English ambassadors against those of France. The latter contended that Christendom was essentially distributed into the 4 great nations and votes of Italy, Germany, France, and Spain, and that the lesser kingdoms, such as England, Denmark, Portugal, etc., were comprehended under one or other of these great divisions. The English asserted that the British Islands, of which they were the head, should be considered as a 5th and coordinate nation with an equal vote. And every argument of truth or fable was introduced to exalt the dignity of their country. Including England, Scotland, Wales, the 4 kingdoms of Ireland, and the Orkneys, the British Islands are decorated with 8 royal crowns, and discriminated by 4 or 5 languages: English, Welsh, Cornish, Scotch, Irish, etc. The Greater Island, from north to south, measures 800 miles, or 40 days' journey, and England alone contains 32 counties and 52,000 parish churches, a bold account. Besides cathedrals, colleges, priories, and hospitals. They celebrate the mission of St. Joseph of Arimathea, the birth of Constantine, and the legatine powers of the 2 primates, without forgetting the testimony of Bartholomew de Glanville, AD 1360. Who reckons only 4 Christian kingdoms, 1. Of Rome, 2. Of Constantinople, 3. Of Ireland, which had been transferred to the English monarchs, and 4. Of Spain. Our countrymen prevailed in the council, but the victories of Henry V added much weight to their arguments. The adverse pleadings were found at Constance by Sir Robert Wingfield, ambassador of Henry VIII to the Emperor Maximilian I, and by him printed in 1517 at Louvain. From a Leipzig MS. They are more correctly published in the collection of Hermann von der Hart, Tom. V. But I have only seen L'Enfant's abstract of these acts, Histoire du Conseil de Constance, Tom. 2, pp. 447, 453, etc. Right arrow curving left. The histories of the three successive councils, Pisa, Constance, and Basel, have been written with a tolerable degree of candor, industry, and elegance, by a Protestant minister, M. L'Enfant, who retired from France to Berlin. They form 6 volumes in quarto, and as Basel is the worst, so Constance is the best part of the collection. Right arrow curving left. See the 27th dissertation of the Antiquities of Muratori, and the first instruction of the Science de Médailles of the Père Joubert and the Baron de la Bataille. The metallic history of Martin V and his successors has been composed by 2 monks, Molinet a Frenchman, and Filippo Bonanni an Italian. But I understand that the first part of the series is restored from more recent coins. Right arrow curving left. Besides the lives of Eugenius IV, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. 3 Pars I, page 869, and Tom. XXV, p. 256, the diaries of Paul Petroni and Stephen Infeschera are the best original evidence for the revolt of the Romans against Eugenius IV. The former, who lived at the time and on the spot, speaks the language of a citizen equally afraid of priestly and popular tyranny. Right arrow curving left. The coronation of Frederick III is described by L'Enfant, Histoire du Conseil de Bâle, Tom. 2, pages 276, 288, from Aeneas Sylvius, a spectator and actor in that splendid scene. Right arrow curving left. The oath of fidelity imposed on the emperor by the Pope is recorded and sanctified in the Clementines, L. 2 Tit. 9. And Aeneas Sylvius, who objects to this new demand, could not foresee that in a few years he should ascend the throne and imbibe the maxims of Boniface VIII. Right arrow curving left. Lo senator di Roma, vestito di brocarto con quella berretta, e con quel maniche, ed ornamenti di pelle, co quali va alla feste di testaccio e naguan. Might escape the eye of Aeneas Sylvius, but he is viewed with admiration and complacency by the Roman citizen, Diario della Città di Roma di Stefano Infeschera, p. 1133, right arrow curving left. C. In the Statutes of Rome, the senator and 3 judges, L. IC. 3, 14, the conservators, L. IC. 15, 17, L. 3 C. 4, the Caporioni, L. IC. 18, L. 3 C. 8, the Secret Council, L. 3 C. 2, the Common Council, L. 3 C. 3. The title of feuds, defiances, acts of violence, etc., is spread through many a chapter, c. 14, 40, of the second book. Right arrow curving left. Statuta almi urbis Romi, auctoritate SDN d. Gregorii Papae 13 Pont. Max a Senatu Populoque Romano Reformata, eti editu, Romi, 1580, in folio. The obsolete, repugnant statutes of antiquity were confounded in 5 books, and Lucas Paetus, a lawyer and antiquarian, was appointed to act as the modern tribonian. Yet I regret the old code, with the rugged crust of freedom and barbarism. Right arrow curving left. In my time, 1765, and in M. Grossley's, Observations sur l'Italie, Tom. 2, page 361, the senator of Rome was M. Bielk, a noble Swede, and a proselyte to the Catholic faith. The Pope's right to appoint the senator and the conservator is implied rather than affirmed in the statutes. Right arrow curving left. Besides the curious though concise narrative of Machiavel, Histoire Fiorentine, L. 6 Opere, Tom. I, pages 210, 211, edit. Londra, 1747, in quarto, the Porcarian conspiracy is related in the diary of Stephen Infeschera, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. 3 Pars 2, pp. 1134, 1135, and in a separate tract by Leo Baptista Alberti, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. XXV, pages 609, 614. It is amusing to compare the style and sentiments of the courtier and citizen. Facinus perfecto quo, nec periculo horribilius, nec audacia detestabilius, nec crudelitate tetrius, a quoquam perditissimo uspium excogitatum sit. Perdet la vita quel, homo de bene, e amator dello bene e liberta di Roma. Right arrow curving left. The disorders of Rome, which were much inflamed by the partiality of Sixtus IV, are exposed in the diaries of two spectators, Stephen in Feshera and an anonymous citizen. See the troubles of the year 1484, and the death of the protonotary Colonna, in Tom. 3 Pars 2, pages 1083, 1158. Right arrow curving left. Est tout la terra de l'Église troubli pour cette partialite, de colons et de ursins, cum nous dirions lus gremant, oun olan hauc cabalan. Id quan cne seroit ce different la terra de l'Église seroit la plus heureuse habitation pour les sujets que soit dans tout le monde, car ils n'y payent ni tales ni guerres autres choses. Et seroient toujours bien conduits, car toujours les papes sont sages et bien conseillés. Mais très souvent en advient de grands et cruels murders et pillories. Right arrow curving left. By the economy of Sixtus V, the revenue of the ecclesiastical state was raised to 2,5 millions of Roman crowns, Vita, Tom. 2, pages 291, 296. And so regular was the military establishment that in 1 month Clement VIII could invade the Duchy of Ferrara with 3,000 horse and 20,000 foot, Tom. 3, page 64. Since that time, AD 1597, the papal arms are happily rusted, but the revenue must have gained some nominal increase. 9358 right arrow curving left. More especially by Guicciardini and Machiavel. In the general history of the former, in the Florentine histories, the prince, and the political discourses of the latter. These, with their worthy successors, Fra Paolo Sarpi and Davila, were justly esteemed the first historians of modern languages, till, in the present age, Scotland arose to dispute the prize with Italy herself. Right arrow curving left. In the history of the Gothic siege, I have compared the barbarians with the subjects of Charles V, see here in chapter 31 an anticipation which, like that of the Tartar conquests, I indulged with the less scruple, as I could scarcely hope to reach the conclusion of my work. Right arrow curving left. The ambitious and feeble hostilities of the Carafa Pope, Paul IV, may be seen in Thuanus, L. 16, 18, and Giannone, Tom. 4, pages 149, 163. Those Catholic bigots, Philip II and the Duke of Alva, presumed to separate the Roman prince from the vicar of Christ. Yet the holy character, which would have sanctified his victory, was decently applied to protect his defeat. 9359 right arrow curving left. This gradual change of manners and expense is admirably explained by Dr. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, Volume 1, pages 495, 504, who proves, perhaps too severely, that the most salutary effects have flowed from the meanest and most selfish causes. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Hume, History of England, Volume 1, p. 389, too hastily concludes that, if the civil and ecclesiastical powers be united in the same person, it is of little moment whether he be styled prince or prelate, since the temporal character will always predominate. Right arrow curving left. A Protestant may disdain the unworthy preference of Saint Francis or St. Dominic, but he will not rashly condemn the zeal or judgment of Sixtus V, who placed the statues of the apostles St. Peter and St. Paul on the vacant columns of Trajan and Antonine. Right arrow curving left. A wandering Italian, Gregorio Leti, has given the Vita di Sisto V. Amstelletimo, 1721, 3 volumes. In 12, a copious and amusing work, but which does not command our absolute confidence. Yet the character of the man, and the principal facts, are supported by the annals of Spondanus and Muratori, AD 1585, 1590, and the contemporary history of the Great Thuanus, LLXXXII c. 1, 2, L. 84 c. 10, L. c. 8.9360 right arrow curving left. These privileged places, the quartieri or franchises, were adopted from the Roman nobles by the foreign ministers. Julius too had once abolished the abominandum et detestandum Francitiarum hujus modi nomen, and after Sixtus V they again revived. I cannot discern either the justice or magnanimity of Louis XIV who, in 1687, sent his ambassador, the Marquis de Lavardin, to Rome, with an armed force of 1,000 officers, guards, and domestics. To maintain this iniquitous claim, and insult Pope Innocent XI in the heart of his capital, Vita di Sisto v. Tom. 3, pages 260, 278, Muratori, Annali d'Italia, Tom. 15, pages 494, 496, and Voltaire, Siècle de Louis XIV, Tom. IC, 14, pages 58, 59. Right arrow curving left. This outrage produced a decree, which was inscribed on marble and placed in the Capitol. It is expressed in a style of manly simplicity and freedom, as, civ privatus, civ magistratum gerens de collocanda vivo pontifici statua mentionem facere ausit, legitimo spqr. Decreto in perpetuum infamis et publicorum munirem expers esto. MDXC mens Augusto, Vita di Sisto v. Tom. 3, page 469. I believe that this decree is still observed, and I know that every monarch who deserves a statue should himself impose the prohibition. Right arrow curving left. The histories of the Church, Italy, and Christendom have contributed to the chapter which I now conclude. In the original lives of the popes, we often discover the city and republic of Rome. And the events of the 14th and 15th centuries are preserved in the rude and domestic chronicles which I have carefully inspected, and shall recapitulate in the order of time. 1. Monaldeschi, Ludovici Boncamitis, Fragmenta Annalium Romanorum AD 1328, in the Rerum Italicarum Scriptores of Muratori, Tom. 12, page 525. N.B. The credit of this fragment is somewhat hurt by a singular interpolation, in which the author relates his own death at the age of 115 years. 2. Fragmenta Historiae Romani, vulgo Thomas Fortifici, in Romana Dialecto Vulgari, AD 1327, 1354, in Muratori, Antiquitates Italici Medii Evae, Tom. 3, pages 247, 548. The authentic groundwork of the history of Rienzi. 3, Delphini, Gentiles, Diarium Romanum, AD 1370, 1410, in the Rerum Italicarum Scriptores, Tom. 3 Pars 2, page 846. 4. Antonii, Petri, Diario Romano, AD 1404, 1417, Tom. Ziv, page 969. 5. Petroni, Pauli, Miscellanea Historica Romani, AD 1433, 1446, Tom. Ziv, page 1101. 6. Volaterani, Jacobi, Diarium Romanum, AD 1472, 1484, Tom. Exii, page 81. 7. Anonymi, Diarium Urbis Romi, AD 1481, 1492, Tom. 3 Pars 2, page 1069. 8. Infesceri, Stephanie, Diarium Urbis Romi, AD 1294, or 1378, 1494, Tom. 3 Pars 2, page 1109. 9. Historia Arcana civ de vita Alexandri 6 Papae seu excerpta ex Diario Johannes Burcardi, AD 1492, 1503, edita a Godefridi Guglielmi Leibnizio, Hanover, 1697, in quarto. The large and valuable journal of Burchard might be completed from the misas in different libraries of Italy and France. M. de Foncemain, in the Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, tom. 17, pp. 597, 606. Except the last, all these fragments and diaries are inserted in the collections of Muratori, my guide and master in the history of Italy. His country and the public are indebted to him for the following works on that subject. 1. Rerum Italicarum Scriptores, AD 500, 1500, quorum petissima pars nunc primum in lusum prodit, etc. 28 volumes in folio, Milan, 1723, 1738, 1751. A volume of chronological and alphabetical tables is still wanting as a key to this great work, which is yet in a disorderly and defective state. 2. Antiquitates Italici Medii Evae, 6 volumes. In folio, Milan, 1738, 1743, in LXXV Curious Dissertations on the Manners, Government, Religion, etc., of the Italians of the darker ages, with a large supplement of charters, chronicles, etc. 3. Dissertazioni sopra l'Antichità Italiane, 3 volumes in quarto, Milano, 1751, a free version by the author, which may be quoted with the same confidence as the Latin text of the Antiquities. 4. Annali d'Italia, 18 volumes in octavo, Milan, 1753, 1756, a dry, though accurate and useful, abridgment of the history of Italy, from the birth of Christ to the middle of the 18th century. 5. Del Antichità Estens ed Italiane, 2 volumes in folio, Medina, 1717, 1740. In the history of this illustrious race, the parent of our Brunswick kings, the critic is not seduced by the loyalty or gratitude of the subject. In all his works, Muratori approves himself a diligent and laborious writer, who aspires above the prejudices of a Catholic priest. He was born in the year 1672, and died in the year 1750, after passing near 60 years in the libraries of Milan and Medina. Vita del Proposto Ludovico Antonio Muratori. By his nephew and successor Giovanni Francesco Soli Muratori Venezia, 1756, in quarto. Right arrow curving left. It should be Pope Martin V. See Gibbon's own note, and Hobhouse, Historical Illustrations of the 4th Canto of Childe Harold, page 155, m. Right arrow curving left. I have already, this note and this note, on CHLXV, mentioned the age, character, and writings of Poggius. And particularly noticed the date of this elegant moral lecture on the varieties of fortune. Right arrow curving left. Concedimus in ipsis tarpii arsis ruinis, pone ingens porte cugestum, ut puto, templi, marmorium limen, plurimasque passum confractas columnas. Unde magna ex part prospectus urbis patit, p. 5, right arrow curving left. Aeneid 897, 369. This ancient picture, so artfully introduced, and so exquisitely finished, must have been highly interesting to an inhabitant of Rome. And our early studies allow us to sympathize in the feelings of a Roman. Right arrow curving left. Capitolium addio, immutatum ut vinii in senatorum sub celia successerint, stercorum ac pergamentorum receptaculum factum. Respice ad palatinum montem, vasta rudera, Citeros coles per lustra omnia vacua edificius, ruinis venis caplita conspices, Poggius, de varietate fortuni, page 21. Right arrow curving left. See Poggius, pages 8, 22, right arrow curving left. It has been proved only quite recently, by excavations in 1895, that the baths of Titus and Trajan were distinct. It was not a case of baths built by Titus and restored or improved by Trajan. The propylaea of the Thermae of Titus have been found on the north side of the Colosseum. The baths of Trajan were to the northeast, almost adjoining. See Rodolfo Lanciani, Ancient Rome in the Light of Recent Discoveries, p. 365, 6. On the Aventine there were other large baths, the Thermae Deciani. See Lanciani, Edom, p. 544, 6, b. Right arrow curving left. One was in the Via Nomentana. Est alter praeterea Gallieno principi dicatus, ut superscriptio indicat, Via Nomentana. Hobhouse, page 154. Poggio likewise mentions the building which Gibbon ambiguously says he might have overlooked. M. Right arrow curving left. Liber de mirabilibus Romi, ex registro Nicolae Cardinalis de Aragonia, in Bibliotheca Saint Isidori Armerio 4, number 69. This treatise, with some short but pertinent notes, has been published by Montfaucon, Diarium Italicum, pp. 283, 301, who thus delivers his own critical opinion, Scriptor Ziemi Circiter Seculi, ut ibidem notator. Antiquarii re imperatus et, ut abilo evo, nugis et anilibus fabellus refertus, said, quia monumenta, quae iis temporibus Romi superant pro modulo recenset. Non param in Lucas mutuabiter ca Romanis antiquitatibus indigandis operam novabit, p. 283, right arrow curving left. The Per Mabilon, Veterum Analectorum, Tom. 4, p. 502, has published an anonymous pilgrim of the 9th century, who, in his visit round the churches and holy places of Rome, touches on several buildings, especially porticos, which had disappeared before the 13th century. Right arrow curving left. On the Septizonium, see the Memoirs pour la vie de François Petrarch, Tom. I, page 325, Donatus, page 338, and Nardini, pages 117, 414. Right arrow curving left. The age of the pyramids is remote and unknown, since Diodorus Siculus, Tom. I.L. IC 44, p. 72, is unable to decide whether they were constructed 1,000 or 3,400 years before the 180th Olympiad. Sir John Marsham's contracted scale of the Egyptian dynasties would fix them about 2,000 years before Christ, Canon Chronicus, page 47. Right arrow curving left. See the speech of Glaucus in the Iliad, 6:146. This natural but melancholy image is peculiar to Homer. Right arrow curving left. The learning and criticism of M. de Vignoles, Histoire critique de la République de Lettres, Tom. 8, pages 74, 118, 9, pp. 172, 187, dates the fire of Rome from AD 64, July 19, and the subsequent persecution of the Christians from November 15 of the same year. Right arrow curving left. Quip in regions quatuordicim Roma dividitur, quarum quatuor integri mainbant, tres solo tenus dejecti, septem reliquis pauca testorum vestigia superant, lacera et semiusta. Among the old relics that were irreparably lost, Tacitus enumerates the temple of the moon of Servius Tullius, the fane and altar consecrated by Evander Praesendi Herculi, the temple of Jupiter Stator, a vow of Romulus, the palace of Numa, the temple of Vesta, cum panatibus populi Romani. He then deplores the opes tot victorius qui sedi et Graecarum artium decora, multa quae seniors meminerant, quae reparari nequibant, Annals 1540, 41. Right arrow curving left. AUC 507, Repentina subversio ipsius Romi prevenit triumphum Romanorum, diversi ignium aquarumque clades pene absumsir urbum nam Tiberis insolitis octus imbribus et ultra opinionum. Vel diuturnitate vel magnitudine redundans, omnia Romi edificia in plano passita delevit. Diversi qualitates locorum ad unam convenir pernicium, quoniam et quae segnier inundatio tenuit matefacta dissolvit, et quae cursus torrentis invenit impulsa digessit, Orosius. Historia adversus Paganos, L. For c. 11, page 244, edit. Haverkamp. Yet we may observe that it is the plan and study of the Christian apologist to magnify the calamities of the pagan world. Right arrow curving left. Vitimus flavum Tiberim, retortus. Littor Etrusco violenter undis. Ire dejectum monumenta regis. Templac vesti. Horatius, Carmina I2. If the palace of Numa and temple of Vesta were thrown down in Horace's time, what was consumed of those buildings by Nero's fire could hardly deserve the epithets of vetustissima or incorrupta. Right arrow curving left. Ad cor sendas inundations alveum Tiberis laxavit, ac repurgavit, completum olum ruderibus, et edificiorum prolapsionibus coarctatum, Suetonius in de vita Caesarum, Augustus, c. 30. Right arrow curving left. Tacitus, Annals I-79, reports the petitions of the different towns of Italy to the Senate against the measure, and we may applaud the progress of reason. On a similar occasion local interests would undoubtedly be consulted. But an English House of Commons would reject with contempt the arguments of superstition, that nature had assigned to the rivers their proper course, etc. Right arrow curving left. See the Époques de la nature of the eloquent and philosophic Buffon. His picture of Guyana in South America is that of a new and savage land, in which the waters are abandoned to themselves without being regulated by human industry, pages 212, 561, quarto edition. Right arrow curving left. In his Travels in Italy, Mr. Addison, his Works, Volume 2, page 98, Baskerville's edition, has observed this curious and unquestionable fact. Right arrow curving left. Yet, in modern times, the Tiber has sometimes damaged the city, and in the years 1530, 1557, 1598, the annals of Muratori record 3 mischievous and memorable inundations, tom. 14, pp. 268, 429, tom. 15, page 99, etc. 9361 right arrow curving left. I take this opportunity of declaring that in the course of 12 years I have forgotten, or renounced, the flight of Odin from Azov to Sweden. Which I never very seriously believed, see here in chapter 10. The Goths are apparently Germans, but all beyond Caesar and Tacitus is darkness or fable in the antiquities of Germany. Right arrow curving left. See here in chapter 31. Right arrow curving left. See here in chapter 36. Right arrow curving left. See here and following in chapter 29. Right arrow curving left. See here in chapter 43. Right arrow curving left. See here and following in chapter 28. Right arrow curving left. Eadem tempori pediat a focate principi templum, quod appellator pantheon, in quo facit ecclesiam sancti Mariae semper virginis, eti omnium martyrum. In qua ecclesiae princeps multa bona obtulit, Anastasius vel podius liber pontificalis in Bonifacio IV, in Muratori, rerum italicarum scriptors, tom. 3 pars I, page 135. According to the anonymous writer in Montfaucon, the Pantheon had been vowed by Agrippa to Cybele and Neptune, and was dedicated by Boniface IV on the calends of November to the Virgin. Quae est mater omnium sanctorum, pp. 297, 298. Right arrow curving left. The popes, under the dominion of the emperor and of the exarchs, according to Fiesza's just observation, did not possess the power of disposing of the buildings and monuments of the city according to their own will. Bunsen and Plattner, Volume 1, page 241. M. Right arrow curving left. Flaminius Vacca, Apud Montfaucon, pages 155, 156, his memoir is likewise printed, p. 21, at the end of the Roma Antica of Nardini, and several Romans, Doctrina Graves, were persuaded that the Goths buried their treasures at Rome, and bequeathed the secret marks Filius Nepotibusque. He relates some anecdotes to prove that, in his own time, these places were visited and rifled by the Transalpine pilgrims, the heirs of the Gothic conquerors. Right arrow curving left. Omnia quae errant in air ad ornatum civitatis deposuit, sed et ecclesiam b. Mariae ad martyrs quae de tegulus aeriis cuperta discoaperunt, Anastasius in liber pontificalis, Vitalianus, p. 141. The base and sacrilegious Greek had not even the poor pretense of plundering a heathen temple. The Pantheon was already a Catholic church. Right arrow curving left. For the spoils of Ravenna, Musiva atque Marmora, see the original grant of Pope Adrian I to Charlemagne, Codex Carolinus, Epistola LX Viate in Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. 3 Pars 2, page 223. Right arrow curving left. I shall quote the authentic testimony of the Saxon poet, AD 887, 899, De Rebus Gestis Caroli Magni, L.V. 437, 440, in the Historians of France, Tom. V. page 180. Ad quae marmorias prestabat Roma columnas. Quasdam precipuas pulchra Ravenna dedit. De tam longinqua poterit region vetustas. Ilias ornatum, Francia, Ferre tibi. And I shall add from the Chronicle of Sigebert, Historians of France, Tom. V. p. 378, extruxit etiam aquis grani basilicum plurimi pulchritidinis, ad cuja structuram a Roma et Ravenna columnas et marmora devahi facit. Right arrow curving left. I cannot refuse to transcribe a long passage of Petrarch, Opera Omnia, pp. 536, 537 in Epistola Hortatoria ad Nicolaum Laurentium. It is so strong and full to the point. Nec puter aut pietas continuit quo minus impii spoliata de templa, occupatas arses, opes publicas. Regiones urbis, atque honores magistratuum inter se divisos. Habient? Quam una in re, turbulenti ac seditiosi homines et totius reliqui vitae concilius et rationibus discords, in humani foederis stupenda societate convenerant. In pontes et moenia atque immeritos lapides deseverant. Denique post 6 vel senio collapsa palatia, quae quandam ingentes tenurunt viri, post diruptos arcus triumphals, unde majors horum forcidum currurent. De ipsius vetestatis ac proprii impietatis fragminibus vilum questum turpi mercimonio capter non puduit. Itac nunc, heu dolor. Heu celis indignum. De vestris marmorius columnis, de laminibus templorum, ad quae nuper ex orb toto concursus devitissimus fibat, de imaginibus sepulchrorum sub cabus patrum vestrorum venerabilis civis, sinus? Erat, ut reliquas Cilium, desidiosa Nepalis adornitor. Sic palatum ruini ipsi deficient. Yet King Robert was the friend of Petrarch. Right arrow curving left. Yet Charlemagne washed and swam at Aix-la-Chapelle with 100 of his courtiers, Eginhard, c. 22, pp. 108, 109, and Muratori describes, as late as the year 814, the public baths which were built at Spoleto in Italy, Annali d'Italia, Tom. 6, page 416. Right arrow curving left. See the Annals of Italy, AD 988. For this and the preceding fact, Muratori himself is indebted to the Benedictine history of Per Mabilon. Right arrow curving left. Vita di Sisto v. de Gregorio Leti, Tom. 3, page 50. Right arrow curving left. From the quotations in Bunsen's dissertation, it may be suspected that this slow but continual process of destruction was the most fatal. Ancient Rome was considered a quarry from which the church, the castle of the baron, or even the hovel of the peasant, might be repaired. M. Right arrow curving left. Porticus edis concordii. Quam cum primum ad urbum accessi vidi fer integram oper marmorio ad modum specioso, Romani post modum ad calcum edum totum et porticus partem disjectus columnas sunt demoliti, p. 12. The Temple of Concord was therefore not destroyed by a sedition in the 13th century, as I have read in a MS. Treatise del Governo Civil di Rome, lent me formerly at Rome, and ascribed, I believe falsely, to the celebrated Gravina. Poggius likewise affirms that the sepulchre of Caecilia Metella was burnt for lime, pages 19, 20. Right arrow curving left. Composed by Aeneas Sylvius, afterwards Pope Pius II, and published by Mabillon from a MS. Of the Queen of Sweden, Museum Italicum, Tom. I, page 97. Oblectat me, Roma, tua specter ruinas. Ex cujus lapsu gloria prisca patit. Sed tus hic populus muris defossa vetustis. Calces in obsequium marmora dura coquit. Impia tercentum si sic gens egerit annos. Nullum hinc indicium nobilitatis erit. Right arrow curving left. Vagabamur peritor in illa urb tam magna, quae, cum propter spatium vacua videretur, populum habet immensum, opera omnia, page 605, Epistolae Familiars 214. Right arrow curving left. These states of the population of Rome at different periods are derived from an ingenious treatise of the physician Giovanni Lancisi, Dissertatio de Nativis. Dic Adventidius Romani Celi Qualitatibus, p. 122. Right arrow curving left. All the facts that relate to the towers at Rome, and in other free cities of Italy, may be found in the laborious and entertaining compilation of Muratori, Antiquitates Italici Medii Evae. Dissertatio XXV, Tom. 2, pages 493, 496, of the Latin, Tom. I, page 446, of the Italian, work. Right arrow curving left. As for instance, Templum Iani nunc dissiter, Turis sentiae frangipanis. Edisane Jano impositi Turis latericii conspicua hodic vestigia supersunt, Montfaucon, Diarium Italicum, page 186. The anonymous writer, page 285, enumerates, Arcus Titi, Turis Carcellaria. Arcus Julii Caesaris Edi Senatorum, tes de Bratis, Arcus Antonini, Turis de Cosectus, etc. Right arrow curving left. Hadriani Molum, magna ex part Romano rum injuria, disturbavit. Quot cert funditus everticent, si eram manibus pervia, absumptus grandibus saxus, reliqua moles exticit, Poggius, de varietate fortuni, page 12. Right arrow curving left. Against the Emperor Henry IV, Muratori, Annali d'Italia, Tom. 9, page 147. Right arrow curving left. I must copy an important passage of Montfaucon, Turis ingens rotunda. Caecilii Metelli, sepulchrum erat, cujus muri tam solidi, ut spatium per quam minimum intus vacuum supersit. Eti tori di bove dissiter, abum capitibus muro inscriptus. Huic sequiri evo, tempori intestinorum bellorum, su urbecula adjuncta fuit, cujus moenia et tes etiamnum visunter. Ita ut sepulchrum metelli quasi arx epigili furit. Ferventibus in herb partibus, cum ursini at colomenses mutuis cladibus pernicium inferent civitati, in utrius partis ditionum sidret magni momenti erat, page 142. Right arrow curving left. This is inaccurately expressed. The sepulchre is still standing. See Hobhouse, page 204. Right arrow curving left. See the testimonies of Donatus, Nardini, and Montfaucon. In the Savelli Palace, the remains of the theatre of Marcellus are still great and conspicuous. Right arrow curving left. James, Cardinal of Asti. George, ad velum aureum, in his metrical life of Pope Celestin v. Muratori, rerum Italicarum scriptors, Tom. I pars 3, page 621, L. IC, 1, ver. 132, etc. Hoc dixis sat est, Romum carusi senatu. Mensibus exactus heu sex, belloque vocatum, vocatos. In Celis, in socios fraternac vulnera patres. Tormentus jacis viros imania saxa. Perfidus domus trabibus, facis ruinas. Ignibus, in sensus tes, obscurake fumo. Lumina vicino, quo sit spoliata supellex. Right arrow curving left. Muratori, Dissertazioni sopra le Antichità Italiane, Tom. I, pages 427, 431, finds that stone bullets of 200 or 300 pounds weight were not uncommon. And they are sometimes computed at 12 or 18 cantari of Genoa, each cantaro weighing 150 pounds. Right arrow curving left. The sixth law of the Visconti prohibits this common and mischievous practice, and strictly enjoins that the houses of banished citizens should be preserved pro communi utilitate, Gualvanius de la Flamma, in Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. 12, page 1041. Right arrow curving left. Petrarch thus addresses his friend, who, with shame and tears, had shown him the Moenia, lacere specimen miserable Romi, and declared his own intention of restoring them, Carmina Latina, L. 2, Epistola Paolo Annibalensi, 12, pages 97, 98. Necte parva mane servatus fama ruinis. Quanta quod integri fiut olim gloria Romi. Reliquii testanter et huc. Quas langier itis. Frangir non valuit, non vis aut ira cruenti. Hostes, ab egregis frangunter civibus, Hugh. Quod al nequivit, Hannibal. Perficit hic ares. Right arrow curving left. Bunsen has shown that the hostile attacks of the Emperor Henry IV, but more particularly that of Robert Guiscard, who burned down whole districts, inflicted the worst damage on the ancient city. Volume 1, page 247. M. Right arrow curving left. The fourth part of the Verona Illustrata of the Marquis Maffei professedly treats of amphitheaters, particularly those of Rome and Verona, of their dimensions, wooden galleries, etc. It is from magnitude that he derives the name of Colosseum, or Colosseum, since the same appellation was applied to the amphitheater of Capua, without the aid of a colossal statue. Since that of Nero was erected in the court, in atrio, of his palace, and not in the Colosseum, Pars 4, pages 15, 19, L. IC 4. Right arrow curving left. Joseph Maria Suarez, a learned bishop, and the author of a history of Praeneste, has composed a separate dissertation on the 7 or 8 probable causes of these holes, which has been since reprinted in the Roman Thesaurus of Albert Henri de Salinger. Montfaucon, Diarium Italicum, page 233, pronounces the rapine of the barbarians to be the unam Germanamque causum foraminum. 9362 right arrow curving left. Donatus, De Roma Antiqua, page 285. 9363 right arrow curving left. Quam Deus stabit Colosseus, stabit et Roma, quando cadet Colosseus, cadet Roma. Quando cadet Roma, cadet et mundus, beta in excerptus seu collectines, apud ducange, glossarium medii et infami latinitatis, Tom. 2, page 407, edit. Basil. This saying must be ascribed to the Anglo-Saxon pilgrims who visited Rome before the year 735, the era of Bede's death, for I do not believe that our venerable monk ever passed the sea. Right arrow curving left. I cannot recover, in Muratori's original Lives of the Popes, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. 3 Pars I, the passage that attests this hostile partition, which must be applied to the end of the 11th or the beginning of the 12th century. 9364 right arrow curving left. Although the structure of the Circus Agonalis be destroyed, it still retains its form and name, Agona, Nagona. Navona, and the interior space affords a sufficient level for the purpose of racing. But the Monte Testaccio, that strange pile of broken pottery, seems only adapted for the annual practice of hurling from top to bottom some wagon loads of live hogs for the diversion of the populace. Stat Iuta Almi Urbis Romi, p. 186, right arrow curving left. See the Stat Iuta Almi Urbis Romi, L. 3 c. 87, 89, pages 185, 186. I have already given an idea of this municipal code. The races of Nagona and Monte Testaccio are likewise mentioned in the diary of Peter Antonius from 1404 to 1417, Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. Ziv, page 1124. Right arrow curving left. The pallium, which Menage so foolishly derives from palmarium, is an easy extension of the idea and the words from the robe or cloak to the materials, and from thence to their application as a prize, Muratori, dissertatio XXXI. Right arrow curving left. For these expenses, the Jews of Rome paid each year 1,130 florins, of which the odd 30 represented the pieces of silver for which Judas had betrayed his master to their ancestors. There was a footrace of Jewish as well as of Christian youths, Stat Iuda Almi Urbis Romi, L. 3 c. 87, 89, pages 185, 186. Right arrow curving left. This extraordinary bull feast in the Colosseum is described, from tradition rather than memory, by Ludovico Buonconte Monaldesco, on the most ancient fragments of Roman annals, Muratori. Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. 12, pages 535, 536, and however fanciful they may seem, they are deeply marked with the colors of truth and nature. Right arrow curving left. Muratori has given a separate dissertation, the 29th, to the games of the Italians in the Middle Ages. Right arrow curving left. In a concise but instructive memoir, the Abbé Barthélemy, Memoirs de l'Académie de Inscriptions, Tom. Atenei, p. 585, has mentioned this agreement of the factions of the 14th century de Tiburtino Faciendo in the Colosseum, from an original act in the archives of Rome. Right arrow curving left. Colosseum, obi stultitium Romanorum majori ex part ad calcem deletum, says the indignant Poggius, p. 17. But his expression, too strong for the present age, must be very tenderly applied to the 15th century. Right arrow curving left. Of the olive tan monks. Montfaucon, p. 142, affirms this fact from the memorials of Flaminius Vacca, number 72. They still hoped, on some future occasion, to revive and vindicate their grant. Right arrow curving left. After measuring the Priscus Amphitheatri Gyrus, Montfaucon, page 142, only adds that it was entire under Paul III, Tessendo clamet. Muratori, Annali d'Italia, Tom. 14, p. 371, more freely reports the guilt of the Farnese Pope and the indignation of the Roman people. Against the nephews of Urban VIII I have no other evidence than the vulgar saying, quod non fecerunt barbari, facere barbarini, which was perhaps suggested by the resemblance of the words. Right arrow curving left. As an antiquarian and a priest, Montfaucon thus deprecates the ruin of the Colosseum, quod si non swapt marito atque pulchritudine dignum fuisit quod improbas arceret manus. Indigna residential utique in locum tot martyrum cruor sacrum tantipir si vitam esse. Right arrow curving left. Yet the statutes of Rome, L. 3 c. 81, p. 182, impose a fine of 500 aurei on whosoever shall demolish any ancient edifice, any ruini civitas deformiter, etiut antiqua edificia decorem urbis perpetuo representent. Right arrow curving left. In his first visit to Rome, AD 1337, see Memoirs pour la vie de François Petrarch, Tom. I, page 322, etc., Petrarch is struck mute miraculo rerum tantarum, in stuperis mola brutus. Presentia vero, mirum dictu nihil immanuit, vir major fuit Roma majoresque sunt reliquii quam rebar. Jam non orbum ab hac urb domitum, sed tam siro domitum, Myerer, Opera, page 605. Epistolae Familiars 214, Joanni Columni. Right arrow curving left. He accepts and praises the rare knowledge of John Colonna. Ca enim hodi magus ignari rerum Romanarum, quam Romani civs? Invitus dico, nusquam minus Roma cognoscitur quam Romi. Right arrow curving left. After the description of the capital, he adds, stat ua erant quote sunt mundi provincii, edi habebat coelibet tintinabulum ad colum. Eti erant ita per magicum artem dispositi, ut quando aliqua regio Romano imperio rebellis erat, statum imago ilias provincii vertibat se contra illum. Unde tintinabulum resonabat quat pendabat ad colum, tunc vates capitolii ca erant custode senatui, etc. He mentions an example of the Saxons and Suevi, who, after they had been subdued by Agrippa, again rebelled, tintinabulum sonuit. Sacerdos ca erat in speculo in hebdomada senatoribus nuntiavit, Agrippa marched back and reduced the Persians, anonymous in Montfaucon, pages 297, 298. Right arrow curving left. The same writer affirms that Virgil captus a Romanis invisibiliter exiit, evit Neapolium. A Roman magician, in the 11th century, is introduced by William of Malmesbury, De Gestis Regum Anglorum, L. 2, page 86, and in the time of Flaminius Vaca, No. 81, 103, it was the vulgar belief that the strangers, the Goths, invoked the demons for the discovery of hidden treasures. Right arrow curving left. Anonymous, page 289. Montfaucon, p. 191, justly observes that, if Alexander be represented, these statues cannot be the work of Phidias, Olympiad LXXXI, or Praxiteles, Olympiad CIV, who lived before that conqueror, Pliny the Elder. Naturalis Historiae XXXIV 19. Right arrow curving left. William of Malmesbury, L. 2, pp. 86, 87, relates a marvelous discovery, AD 1046, of Pallas the son of Evander, who had been slain by Turnus, the perpetual light in his sepulchre, a Latin epitaph, the corpse, yet entire. Of a young giant, the enormous wound in his breast, pectus perforat ingens, etc. If this fable rests on the slightest foundation, we may pity the bodies, as well as the statues, that were exposed to the air in a barbarous age. Right arrow curving left. Pro porticum Minervae, statua est recubantis, cujus caput integra effigie tante magnitudinis, ut signa omnia exidat. Quidem ad plantandas arbors scrobes faciens det exit. Ad hoc vicendum cum plures in dies magus concurrent, strepitum aduentium fastidium pertisis, horti patronus congesta humo texit, Poggius, de varietate fortuni, page 12. Right arrow curving left. See the Memorials of Flaminius Vaca, number 57, pages 11, 12, at the end of the Roma Antica of Nardini, 1704, in quarto. Right arrow curving left. In the year 1709, the inhabitants of Rome, without including 8 or 10,000 Jews, amounted to 138,568 souls. Labat, Voyages en Espagne et en Italy, tom. 3, pages 217, 218. In 1740 they had increased to 146,080, and in 1765, I left them, without the Jews, 161,899. I am ignorant whether they have since continued in a progressive state. Right arrow curving left. The Père Montfaucon distributes his own observations into 20 days, he should have styled them weeks, or months, of his visits to the different parts of the city, Diarium Italicum, c. 8, 20, pages 104, 301. That learned Benedictine reviews the topographers of ancient Rome. The first efforts of Blondus, Fulvius, Martianus, and Faunus, the superior labors of Pyrrhus Ligorius, had his learning been equal to his labors. The writings of Onufrius Panvinius, Ca omnes obscuravit, and the recent but imperfect books of Donatus and Nardini. Yet Montfaucon still sighs for a more complete plan and description of the old city, which must be attained by the 3 following methods. The measurement of the space and intervals of the ruins. The study of inscriptions, and the places where they were found. The investigation of all the acts, charters, diaries of the Middle Ages, which name any spot or building of Rome. The laborious work, such as Montfaucon desired, must be promoted by princely or public munificence. But the great modern plan of Nully, A.D. 1748, would furnish a solid and accurate basis for the ancient topography of Rome. Right arrow curving left. It is the city of Merab that the Arabs say was the residence of Belkis, queen of Saba, who desired to see Solomon. A dam, by which the waters collected in its neighborhood were kept back, having been swept away, the sudden inundation destroyed this city, of which, nevertheless, vestiges remain. It bordered on a country called Adramaut, where a particular aromatic plant grows. It is for this reason that we read, in the history of the Roman expedition, that they were arrived within 3 days' journey of the spice country. G. Compare Conrad Maltebrun, Geographie Universelle, English translation, Volume 2, page 215. The period of this flood has been copiously discussed by Reiske, De Arabum Epoca Vedistissima, Ruptura Cataracti Marabensis. Ad Carolus Theodorus Johansson, Historia Yemeni, page 282. Bonn, 1828, and see this note of Gibbon. M. Right arrow curving left. 2. According to Strabo. The detailed account of Strabo makes the invaders fail before Marswabi. This cannot be the same place as Mariaba. Euchard observes that Aelius Gallus would not have failed for want of water before Mariaba. C.M. Guizot's previous note. Either, therefore, they were different places, or Strabo is mistaken. Friedrich Euchard, Geographie der Griechen und Römer, Volume 1, page 181. Strabo, indeed, mentions Mariaba distinct from Marswabi. Gibbon has followed Pliny the Elder in reckoning Mariaba among the conquests of Gallus. There can be little doubt that he is wrong, as Gallus did not approach the capital of Sabia. Compare the note of the Oxford editor of Strabo. M. Right arrow curving left. Agricola fortified the line from Dumbarton to Edinburgh, consequently within Scotland. The Emperor Hadrian, during his residence in Britain about the year 121, caused a rampart of earth to be raised between Newcastle and Carlisle. Antoninus Pius, having gained new victories over the Caledonians, by the ability of his general, Lollius Urbicus, caused a new rampart of earth to be constructed between Edinburgh and Dumbarton. Lastly, Septimius Severus caused a wall of stone to be built parallel to the rampart of Hadrian, and on the same locality. See John Warburton's Valum Romanum, or the History and Antiquities of the Roman Wall. London, 1751, quarto. W. See likewise a good note on the Roman Wall in John Lingard's History of England, Volume 1, page 40, quarto edition. M. Right arrow curving left. The turn of Gibbon's sentence is Augustine's, plus Hadrianum regem hominum, quam regem deorum timuus videator. M. Right arrow curving left. The journeys of Hadrian are traced in a note on Soluet's translation of Hegewisch, Essai sur l'époque de histoire romaine la plus heureuse pour genre Hamine, Paris, 1834, page 123. M. Right arrow curving left. On the uncertainty of all these estimates, and the difficulty of fixing the relative value of brass and silver, compare Barthold George Niebuhr, Volume 1, page 473, etc., English trans, page 452. According to Niebuhr, the relative disproportion in value between the two metals arose, in a great degree, from the abundance of brass or copper. M. Compare also Adolphe Duro de la Malle, Économie politique de Roma, especially LLC, 9. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. See also Dion Cassius XLC, 18. M. Right arrow curving left. I am not aware of the existence, at present, of such a work. But the profound observations of the late William von Humboldt, in the introduction to his posthumously published Essay on the Language of the Island of Java, Über die Kawi-Sprache, Berlin, 1836, may cause regret that this task was not completed by that accomplished and universal scholar. M. Right arrow curving left. See also Josephus, De Bello Judaico 362. M. Right arrow curving left. These details are not altogether accurate. Although, in the latter days of the Republic, and under the first emperors, the young Roman nobles obtained the command of a squadron or a cohort with greater facility than in the former times. They never obtained it without passing through a tolerably long military service. Usually they served first in the Praetorian cohort, which was entrusted with the guard of the general. They were received into the companionship, contubernium, of some superior officer, and were there formed for duty. Thus Julius Caesar, though sprung from a great family, served first as contubernalis under the praetor, Marcus Thermus, and later under Servilius the Isaurian. Suetonius, De Vita Caesarum, Julius Caesar, 2, 5. Plutarch in Parallel Lives, page 516, edit. Froben. The example of Horace, which Gibbon adduces to prove that young knights were made tribunes immediately on entering the service, proves nothing. In the first place, Horace was not a knight. He was the son of a freedman of Venusia, in Apulia, who exercised the humble office of coactor exauctionum, collector of payments at auctions, Satires I 645, or 86. Moreover, when the poet was made tribune, Brutus, whose army was nearly entirely composed of Orientals, gave this title to all the Romans of consideration who joined him. The emperors were still less difficult in their choice. The number of tribunes was augmented, the title and honors were conferred on persons whom they wished to attack to the court. Augustus conferred on the sons of senators, sometimes the tribunate, sometimes the command of a squadron. Claudius gave to the knights who entered into the service, first the command of a cohort of auxiliaries, later that of a squadron, and at length, for the first time, the tribunate. Suetonius in De Vita Caesarum, Claudius, with the notes of Ernesti. The abuses that arose caused by the Edict of Hadrian, which fixed the age at which that honor could be attained. Aelius Spartianus in Hadrian, etc. This edict was subsequently obeyed. For the Emperor Valerian, in a letter addressed to Mulvius Gallicanus, Praetorian prefect, excuses himself for having violated it in favor of the young Probus, afterwards emperor, on whom he had conferred the tribunate at an earlier age on account of his rare talents. Vopiscus in Historia Augusta, Probus 4. W. and G. Agricola, though already invested with the title of tribune, was contubernalis in Britain with Suetonius Paulinus. Tacitus, Agricola v. M. Right arrow curving left. Or Liburnian, according to Niebuhr. Volume 1, page 172. M. Right arrow curving left. Add Niebuhr, Volume 1, and Karl Ottfried Müller, Die Etrusker, which contains much that is known, and much that is conjectured, about this remarkable people. Also Giuseppe Macaulay, Storia degli Antici Popoli Italiani, Florence, 1832. M. Right arrow curving left. The Hyphasis is one of the 5 rivers which join the Indus or the Sind, after having traversed the province of the Pendjab, a name which in Persian, signifies 5 rivers. G. The 5 rivers were the Hydaspes, now the Chelum, Beni, or Bidusta, Sanskrit, Vitasha, arrow swift. The Asazines, the Chenab, Sanskrit, Chandrabhaga, moon gift. Hydraotes, the Ravi, or Irayati, Sanskrit, Iravathi. Hyphasis, the Baya, Sanskrit, Vepasa, featherless. The Satadru, Sanskrit, the 100-streamed, the Sutulge, known first to the Greeks in the time of Ptolemy. James Rennell, William Vincent, Commerce and Navigation of the Ancients in the Indian Ocean Book 2. Christian Lasson, Commentatio Geographica Historica de Pentapotamia Indica, Horace Wilson's A Dictionary in Sanskrit and English, and the valuable memoir of Lieutenant Burns, Journal of the Royal Geographical Society of London, Volume 3, page 2, with the travels of that very able writer. Compare Gibbon's own note. M. Substituted for G. Right arrow curving left. M. Benjamin Constant, in his very learned and eloquent work, de la religion considérée dans sa source, ses formes et son développement, with the 2 additional volumes, du polythéisme romain. Has considered the whole history of polytheism in a tone of philosophy, which, without subscribing to all his opinions, we may be permitted to admire. The boasted tolerance of polytheism did not rest upon the respect due from society to the freedom of individual opinion. The polytheistic nations, tolerant as they were towards each other, as separate states, were not the less ignorant of the eternal principle, the only basis of enlightened toleration. That everyone has a right to worship God in the manner which seems to him the best. Citizens, on the contrary, were bound to conform to the religion of the state. They had not the liberty to adopt a foreign religion, though that religion might be legally recognized in their own city for the strangers who were its votaries. De la religion v. 184. Du polythéisme romain 2308. At this time the growing religious indifference, and the general administration of the empire by Romans, who, being strangers, would do no more than protect, not enlist themselves in the cause of the local superstitions, had introduced great laxity. But intolerance was clearly the theory both of the Greek and Roman law. The subject is more fully considered in another place. Right arrow curving left. There is a curious coincidence between Gibbon's expressions and those of the newly recovered De Republica of Cicero, though the argument is rather the converse, lib. IC. 36. Civ haec ad utilitatem vitae constitut sint a principibus rerum publicarum, ut rex putaritor unis esse in scylla, canutu, ut 8 homerus, totem Olympum converterit. Idem iti rex edipatos haberitor omnium. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon here blends into 2 events, distant 166 years from each other. It was in the year of Rome 535 that the Senate, having ordered the destruction of the temples of Isis and Serapis, no workman would lend his hand. And the consul, Lucius Aemilius Paulus, himself, Valerius Maximus, L3, seized the axe, to give the first blow. Gibbon attributes this circumstance to the second demolition, which took place in the year 701, and which he considers as the first. Right arrow curving left. C. In the pictures from the walls of Pompeii, the representation of an Isiac temple and worship. Vestiges of Egyptian worship have been traced in Gaul, and, I am informed, recently in Britain in excavations at York. Right arrow curving left. Democratic states, observes Danina, del Rivoluzione d'Italia, L. 2c. 1, are most jealous of communicating the privileges of citizenship. Monarchies or oligarchies willingly multiply the numbers of their free subjects. The most remarkable accessions to the strength of Rome, by the aggregation of conquered and foreign nations, took place under the regal and patrician, we may add, the imperial government. Right arrow curving left. On the number of citizens in Athens, compare August Beck, Public Economy of Athens, English translation, page 45, ed. Seek. Henry Fines Clinton, Essay in Fasti Hellenici, Volume 1 381. Right arrow curving left. All these questions are placed in an entirely new point of view by Barthold Niebuhr, Römische Geschichte, Volume 1, page 464. He rejects the census of Servius Tullius as unhistoric, Volume 3, p. 78, ed. Seek, and he establishes the principle that the census comprehended all the Confederate cities which had the right of isopolity. Right arrow curving left. Compare Danina, del Rivoluzione d'Italia, L. 2c. 6, page 100, quarto edition. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Hallam contests this assertion as regards Britain. Nor did the Romans ever establish their language, I know not whether they wished to do so, in this island, as we perceive by that stubborn British tongue which has survived 2 conquests. In his note, Mr. Henry Hallam examines the passage from Tacitus, Agricola XXI, to which Gibbon refers. It merely asserts the progress of Latin studies among the higher orders. View of the state of Europe during the Middle Ages 3–314. Probably it was a kind of court language and that of public affairs, and prevailed in the Roman colonies. M. Right arrow curving left. Causes seem to have been pleaded, even in the Senate, in both languages. Valerius Maximus, L. 2c. 2, n. 2. Dion, L. Lvii c. 15. M. Right arrow curving left. Above 100,000 prisoners were taken in the Jewish War. G. History of the Jews 371. According to a tradition preserved by St. Jerome, after the insurrection in the time of Hadrian, they were sold as cheap as horses. Ibid. 124. Compare William Blair on Roman slavery, page 19. M. Enduro de la Malle, Économie politique de Rome, L. IC. 15. But I cannot think that this writer has made out his case as to the common price of an agricultural slave being from 2,000 to 2,500 francs, £80 to £100. He has overlooked the passages which show the ordinary prices, e.g. Horace, Satires 2:745, and argued from extraordinary and exceptional cases. M. 1845 Right arrow curving left. The remarkable speech of Cassius shows the proud yet apprehensive feelings of the Roman aristocracy on this subject. M. Right arrow curving left. The present population of Europe is estimated at 227,700,000. Maltebrun, Geography, trans. edit. 1832, see details in the different volumes. Another authority, Almanach de Gotha, quoted in a recent English publication, gives the following details. Country. Population. France. 32,897,521. Germany, including Hungary. Prussian and Austrian Poland. 56,136,213. Italy. 20,548,616. Great Britain and Ireland. 24,062,947. Spain. 13,953,959. Portugal. 3,144,000. Russia, including Poland. 44,220. 600. Krakow. 128,480. Turkey, including Pashalik of Tskisar. 9,545,300. Greece. 637,700. Ionian Islands. 208,100. Sweden and Norway. 3,914,963. Denmark. 2012. 998. Belgium. 3,533,538. Holland. 2,444,550. Switzerland. 1,985,000. Total. 219,374,485. Since the publication of my first annotated edition of Gibbon, the subject of the population of the Roman Empire has been investigated by two writers of great industry and learning. Mons. Duro de la Malle, in his Économie politique de Rome, Liv. 2c. 1–8, and M. Karl Zumpt, in a dissertation printed in the Transactions of the Berlin Academy, 1840. M. Duro de la Malle confines his inquiry almost entirely to the city of Rome, and Roman Italy. Zumpt examines at greater length the axiom, which he supposes to have been assumed by Gibbon as unquestionable, that Italy and the Roman world was never so populous as in the time of the Antonines. Though this probably was Gibbon's opinion, he has not stated it so peremptorily as asserted by M. Zumpt. It had before been expressly laid down by Hume, and his statement was controverted by Wallace and by Malthus. Gibbon says, here in Chapter 2, that there is no reason to believe the country, of Italy, less populous in the age of the Antonines than in that of Romulus. And Zumpt acknowledges that we have no satisfactory knowledge of the state of Italy at that early age. Zumpt, in my opinion with some reason, takes the period just before the First Punic War as that in which Roman Italy, all south of the Rubicon, was most populous. From that time, the numbers began to diminish, at first from the enormous waste of life out of the free population in the foreign, and afterwards in the civil, wars. From the cultivation of the soil by slaves. Towards the close of the Republic, from the repugnance to marriage, which resisted alike the dread of legal punishment and the offer of legal immunity and privilege. And from the depravity of manners, which interfered with the procreation, the birth, and the rearing of children. The arguments and the authorities of Zumpt are equally conclusive as to the decline of population in Greece. Still the details, which he himself adduces as to the prosperity and populousness of Asia Minor, and the whole of the Roman East, with the advancement of the European provinces, especially Gaul, Spain, and Britain, in civilization, and therefore in populousness, for I have no confidence in the vast numbers sometimes assigned to the barbarous inhabitants of these countries, may, I think, fairly compensate for any deduction to be made from Gibbon's general estimate on account of Greece and Italy. Gibbon himself acknowledges his own estimate to be vague and conjectural, and I may venture to recommend the dissertation of Zumpt as deserving respectful consideration. M. 1845 Right arrow curving left. Without doubt no reliance can be placed on this passage of Josephus. The historian makes Agrippa give advice to the Jews as to the power of the Romans. And the speech is full of declamation which can furnish no conclusions to history. While enumerating the nations subject to the Romans, he speaks of the Gauls as submitting to 1,200 soldiers, which is false, as there were 8 legions in Gaul, Tacitus 4:5. While there are nearly 1,200 cities. G. Josephus, infra, places these 8 legions on the Rhine, as Tacitus does. M. Right arrow curving left. A courier is mentioned in Robert Walpole's Travels in Various Countries of the East 2335, who was to travel from Aleppo to Constantinople, more than 700 miles, in 8 days. An unusually short journey. M. Right arrow curving left. Pliny the Elder says Puteoli, which seems to have been the usual landing place from the east. See the Voyages of St. Paul, Acts 28 verse 13, and of Josephus, Vita, c. 3. M. Right arrow curving left. Strabo only says that the grape does not ripen, mu pi epsilon lambda omicron rho alpha delta iota omega tau epsilon lambda epsilon omicron phi omicron rho epsilon. Attempts had been made in the time of Augustus to naturalize the vine in the north of Gaul. But the cold was too great. Diodorus Siculus, edit. Rhodoman, page 304. W. Diodorus, lib. v. 26, gives a curious picture of the Italian traders bartering, with the savages of Gaul, a cask of wine for a slave. M. It appears from the newly discovered treatise of Cicero, De Re Publica, that there was a law of the Republic prohibiting the culture of the vine and olive beyond the Alps, in order to keep up the value of those in Italy. Nos justissimi homines, que transalpinas gentis oleum eti vitam serir non sinimus, quo pluris sint nostra olivita nostrec vinii, lib 3:9. The restrictive law of Domitian was veiled under the decent pretext of encouraging the cultivation of grain. Suetonius, De Vita Caesarum, Domitian, 7. It was repealed by Probus. Vopiscus, Historia Augusta, Probus, 18. M. Right arrow curving left. This is proved by a passage of Pliny the Elder, where he speaks of a certain kind of grape, Vitis picata, Vinum picatum, which grows naturally in the district of Vienne, and had recently been transplanted into the country of the Arverni, Auvergne, of the Helvii, the Vivarais, the Sequani, Burgundy and Franche-Comté. Pliny the Elder wrote AD 77. Naturalis Historiae 14:1. W. Right arrow curving left. Vespasian first gave a salary to professors. He assigned to each professor of rhetoric, Greek and Roman, centina sestertia. Suetonius in de Vita Caesarum, Vespasian, 18. Hadrian and the Antonines, though still liberal, were less profuse. G. From W. Suetonius wrote Annua Centina, L. 807, 5, 10. M. Right arrow curving left. Dion says 25, or 3, LV 23. The United Triumvirs had but 43. Appian, De Bello Civili 4-3. The testimony of Orosius is of little value when more certain may be had. W. But all the legions, doubtless, submitted to Augustus after the Battle of Actium. M. Right arrow curving left. It is also in the editions of Tacitus by Ryck, Annals, pp. 420, 421, and Ernesti, Excursus, ad lib. 4-6, but this fragment contains so many inconsistencies, both in matter and form, that its authenticity may be doubted. W. Right arrow curving left. The Emperor Caligula made the attempt. He restored the comitia to the people, but, in a short time, took them away again. Suetonius in de Vita Caesarum, Caio, c. 16. Dion Cassius Lax 9, 20. Nevertheless, at the time of Dion, they preserved still the form of the comitia. Dion Cassius Lvi 20. W. Right arrow curving left. The good princes were not those who alone obtained the honors of an apotheosis. It was conferred on many tyrants. See an excellent treatise of Scepflin, De Consecration Imperatorum Romanorum, in his Commentations Historicae et Critici. Bale, 1741, page 184. W. Right arrow curving left. In a very ingenious essay, Gibbon has ventured to call in question the preeminent virtue of Brutus. Miscellaneous Works 495. M. Right arrow curving left. This panegyric on the soldiery is rather too liberal. Claudius was obliged to purchase their consent to his coronation, the presents which he made, and those which the Praetorians received on other occasions, considerably embarrassed the finances. Moreover, this formidable guard favored, in general, the cruelties of the tyrants. The distant revolts were more frequent than Gibbon thinks. Already, under Tiberius, the legions of Germany would have seditiously constrained Germanicus to assume the imperial purple. On the revolt of Claudius Civilis, under Vespasian, the legions of Gaul murdered their general, and offered their assistance to the Gauls who were in insurrection. Julius Sabinus made himself be proclaimed emperor, etc. The wars, the merit, and the severe discipline of Trajan, Hadrian, and the two Antonines, established, for some time, a greater degree of subordination. W. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon attributes to Antoninus Pius a merit which he either did not possess, or was not in a situation to display. He was adopted only on the condition that he would adopt in his turn Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus. His two sons died children, and one of them, Marcus Galerius, alone, appears to have survived, for a few years, his father's coronation. Gibbon is also mistaken when he says, note 42, that, without the help of medals and inscriptions, we should be ignorant that Antoninus had two sons. Capitolinus says expressly, c. 1, Filii mares duo, dui femini, we only owe their names to the medals. Antoine Pagi, Critica Historico-Chronologica in Annals Ecclesiasticos Eminent et Reverend Caesaris Cardinalis Baronii I 33, edit. Paris. W. Right arrow curving left. See one of the newly discovered passages of Dion Cassius. Marcus wrote to the Senate, who urged the execution of the partisans of Cassius, in these words, I entreat and beseech you to preserve my reign unstained by senatorial blood. None of your order must perish either by your desire or mine. Angelomi, Fragmenta Vaticana 2, page 224. M. Right arrow curving left. It was Tiberius, not Augustus, who first took in this sense the words crimen laeci majestatis. Bocchii, Divus Trajanus, Civ de legibus Trajani Imperatoris Commentarius 27. W. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon praises Dion for the moderation with which he speaks of Perennis. He follows, nevertheless, in his own narrative, Herodian and Lampridius. Dion speaks of Perennis not only with moderation, but with admiration. He represents him as a great man, virtuous in his life, and blameless in his death. Perhaps he may be suspected of partiality. But it is singular that Gibbon, having adopted from Herodian and Lampridius their judgment on this minister, follows Dion's improbable account of his death. What likelihood, in fact, that 1,500 men should have traversed Gaul and Italy, and have arrived at Rome without any understanding with the Praetorians? Or without detection or opposition from Perennis, the Praetorian prefect? Gibbon, foreseeing, perhaps, this difficulty, has added that the military deputation inflamed the divisions of the guards. But Dion says expressly that they did not reach Rome, but that the emperor went out to meet them. He even reproaches him for not having opposed them with the guards, who were superior in number. Herodian relates that Commodus, having learned from a soldier the ambitious designs of Perennis and his son, caused them to be attacked and massacred by night. G. From W. Dion's narrative is remarkably circumstantial, and his authority higher than either of the other writers. He hints that Cleander, a new favorite, had already undermined the influence of Perennis. M. Right arrow curving left. M. Guizot denies that Lampridius means Cleander as prefect Apugion. The Libertinus seems to me to mean him. M. Right arrow curving left. It seems to me there is none. The passage of Herodian is clear, and designates the city cohorts. Compare Dion, page 797. W. Right arrow curving left. The naturalists of our days have been more fortunate. London probably now contains more specimens of this animal than have been seen in Europe since the fall of the Roman Empire, unless in the pleasure gardens of the Emperor Frederick II, in Sicily, which possessed several. Frederick's collections of wild beasts were exhibited, for the popular amusement, in many parts of Italy. Friedrich von Römer, Geschichte der Hohenstaufen und ihrer Zeit v. 3, page 571. Gibbon, moreover, is mistaken, as a giraffe was presented to Lorenzo de' Medici, either by the Sultan of Egypt, or the King of Tunis. Contemporary authorities are quoted in the old work, Conrad Gessner, Historiae Animalium, de Quadrupedibus, page 162. M. Right arrow curving left. Not on both these hills, neither Donatus nor Nardini justify this position, Whitaker's Review, page 13. At the northern extremity of this hill, the Viminal, are some considerable remains of a walled enclosure which bears all the appearance of a Roman camp, and therefore is generally thought to correspond with the Castra Praetoria. John Kramer's Ancient Italy I 890. M. Right arrow curving left. A new fragment of Dion shows some shrewdness in the character of Julian. When the Senate voted him a golden statue, he preferred one of brass, as more lasting. He had always observed, he said, that the statues of former emperors were soon destroyed. Those of brass alone remained. The indignant historian adds that he was wrong. The virtue of sovereigns alone preserves their images. The brazen statue of Julian was broken to pieces at his death. My, Fragmenta Vaticana, page 226. M. Right arrow curving left. The contradiction, as M. Guizot observed, is irreconcilable. He quotes both passages. In one Julianus is represented as a miser, in the other as a voluptuary. In the one he refuses to eat till the body of Pertinax has been buried. In the other he gluts himself with every luxury almost in the sight of his headless remains. M. Right arrow curving left. Carnuntum, opposite to the mouth of the Morava, its position is doubtful, either Petronell or Highemberg. A little intermediate village seems to indicate by its name, Altenburg, the site of an old town. Danville, Géographie ancienne. Siberia, now Sarver. G. Compare this note. M. Right arrow curving left. These elephants were kept for processions, perhaps for the games. See Herodian, L. 2, page 81. M. Right arrow curving left. Quae ad speculum dicunt fieri in quo pueri prelegatis oculis, incantato vertis, respicer dicunter. Tunc puer vidis disider et adventum severi et Juliani disessionum. This seems to have been a practice somewhat similar to that of which our recent Egyptian travelers relate such extraordinary circumstances. See also Apuleius, Oratio de Magia. M. Right arrow curving left. Lord Byron wrote, no doubt, from a reminiscence of that passage. It is possible to be a very great man, and to be still very inferior to Julius Caesar, the most complete character. So Lord Bacon thought, of all antiquity. Nature seems incapable of such extraordinary combinations as composed his versatile capacity, which was the wonder even of the Romans themselves. The first general, the only triumphant politician. Inferior to none in point of eloquence. Comparable to any in the attainments of wisdom, in an age made up of the greatest commanders, statesmen, orators, and philosophers, that ever appeared in the world. An author who composed a perfect specimen of military annals in his traveling carriage. At one time in a controversy with Cato, at another writing a treatise on punning, and collecting a set of good sayings. Fighting and making love at the same moment, and willing to abandon both his empire and his mistress for a sight of the fountains of the Nile. Such did Julius Caesar appear to his contemporaries, and to those of the subsequent ages who were the most inclined to deplore and execrate his fatal genius. Note 47 to Canto 4 of Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. M. Right arrow curving left. There is no contradiction between the relation of Dion and that of Spartianus and the modern Greeks. Dion does not say that Severus destroyed Byzantium, but that he deprived it of its franchises and privileges, stripped the inhabitants of their property, razed the fortifications, and subjected the city to the jurisdiction of Perin thus. Therefore, when Spartion, Suedas, Cedrinus, say that Severus and his son Antoninus restored to Byzantium its rights and franchises, ordered temples to be built, etc. This is easily reconciled with the relation of Dion. Perhaps the latter mentioned it in some of the fragments of his history which have been lost. As to Herodian, his expressions are evidently exaggerated, and he has been guilty of so many inaccuracies in the history of Severus that we have a right to suppose one in this passage. G. From W. Wenck and M. Guizot have omitted to cite Zosimus, who mentions a particular portico built by Severus, and called, apparently, by his name. Zosimus, Historia Nova 2c, XXX, pages 151, 153, edit. Hain. M. Right arrow curving left. The historical authority of Macpherson's Ossian has not increased since Gibbon wrote. We may, indeed, consider it exploded. Mr. Whitaker, in a letter to Gibbon, Miscellaneous Works, Volume 2, page 100, attempts, not very successfully, to weaken this objection of the historian. M. Right arrow curving left. M. Guizot is indignant at this cold observation of Gibbon on the noble character of Thracia, but he admits that his virtue was useless to the public, and unseasonable amidst the vices of his age. M. Right arrow curving left. After these massacres, Caracalla also deprived the Alexandrians of their spectacles and public feasts. He divided the city into two parts by a wall, with towers at intervals, to prevent the peaceful communications of the citizens. Thus was treated the unhappy Alexandria, says Dion, by the savage beast of Ausonia. This, in fact, was the epithet which the oracle had applied to him. It is said, indeed, that he was much pleased with the name and often boasted of it. Dion LXXV, page 1307. G. Right arrow curving left. Valois and Raymar have explained in a very simple and probable manner this passage of Dion, which Gibbon seems to me not to have understood. Omicron alpha tau tau omicron alpha tau rho alpha tau omega tau alpha iota theta lambda alpha tau sigma tau rho alpha tau epsilon tau omicron mu nu tau delta omicron rho upsilon phi omicron rho iota kappa tau epsilon tau alpha gamma upsilon nu omicron iota chi iota lambda alpha delta iota alpha kappa sigma iota alpha delta pi epsilon nu tau kappa omicron nu tau alpha tau omicron nu delta pi epsilon nu tau alpha kappa iota sigma ka lambda iota lambda alpha mu beta nu epsilon iota nu. He ordered that the soldiers should receive, as the reward of their services, the Praetorians 1,250 drams, the other 5,000 drams. Valois thinks that the numbers have been transposed, and that Caracalla added 5,000 drams to the donations made to the Praetorians, 1,250 to those of the legionaries. The Praetorians, in fact, always received more than the others. The error of Gibbon arose from his considering that this referred to the annual pay of the soldiers. While it relates to the sum they received as a reward for their services on their discharge, theta lambda alpha tau sigma tau rho alpha tau epsilon means recompense for service. Augustus had settled that the Praetorians, after 16 campaigns, should receive 5,000 drams, the legionaries received only 3,000 after 20 years. Caracalla added 5,000 drams to the donative of the Praetorians, 1,250 to that of the legionaries. Gibbon appears to have been mistaken both in confounding this donative on discharge with the annual pay, and in not paying attention to the remark of Valois on the transposition of the numbers in the text. G. Right arrow curving left. The name of Elagabalus has been disfigured in various ways. Herodian calls him epsilon lambda alpha iota alpha gamma beta alpha lambda omicron, Lampridius, and the more modern writers make him Heliogabalus. Dion calls him Elagabalus. But Elagabalus was the true name, as it appears on the medals. Joseph Echel, Doctrina Nemorum Veterum, Tom. 7, page 250. As to its etymology, that which Gibbon adduces is given by Bochet, Shannon 2.5. But Salmasius, on better grounds, note in Lampridius in Elagabalus, derives the name of Elagabalus from the idol of that god. Represented by Herodian and the medals in the form of a mountain, Jibal in Hebrew, or great stone cut to a point, with marks which represent the sun. As it was not permitted at Hierapolis, in Syria, to make statues of the sun and moon, because, it was said, they are themselves sufficiently visible. The sun was represented at Emesa in the form of a great stone, which, as it appeared, had fallen from heaven. Spanheim, Caesar's, Notes, page 46. G. The name of Elagabalus, in Nummies Rarius Legitor. Johann Rask, Lexicon Universi Rei Numerii. Rask quotes 2. M. Right arrow curving left. This opinion of Valsecchi has been triumphantly contested by Echel, who has shown the impossibility of reconciling it with the medals of Elagabalus, and has given the most satisfactory explanation of the 5 tribunates of that emperor. He ascended the throne and received the tribunician power the 16th of May, in the year of Rome 971. And on the January 1st of the next year, 972, he began a new tribunate, according to the custom established by preceding emperors. During the years 972, 974, he enjoyed the tribunate and commenced his 5th in the year 975, during which he was killed on the March 10th. Echel, Doctrina Nemorum Veterum 8430 etc., G. Right arrow curving left. See the interesting account of the site and ruins of Veii in Sir William Gell's Topography of Rome and its vicinity v2, page 303. M. Right arrow curving left. If Justus Lipsius has exaggerated the revenue of the Roman Empire, Gibbon, on the other hand, has underrated it. He fixes it at 15 or 20 millions of our money. But if we take only, on a moderate calculation, the taxes in the provinces which he has already cited, they will amount, considering the augmentations made by Augustus, to nearly that sum. There remain, also, the provinces of Italy, of Rhaetia, of Naricum, Pannonia, and Greece, etc., etc. Let us pay attention, besides, to the prodigious expenditure of some emperors, Suetonius, De Vita Caesarum, Vespasian, 16, we shall see that such a revenue could not be sufficient. The authors of the Universal History, Part 12, assign 40 million sterling as the sum to about which the public revenue might amount. G. From W. Right arrow curving left. The customs, portoria, existed in the times of the ancient kings of Rome. They were suppressed in Italy, AUC 694, by the praetor, Caecilius Metellus Nepos. Augustus only re-established them. See previous note. W. Right arrow curving left. In the Pandects, L. 39, T. 14, de Publican. Compare Cicero, Indiana ver Rem, C. 72, 74. W. Right arrow curving left. Dion neither mentions this proposition nor the capitation. He only says that the emperor imposed a tax upon landed property, and sent everywhere men employed to make a survey, without fixing how much, and for how much each was to pay. The senators then preferred giving their assent to the tax on legacies and inheritances. W. Right arrow curving left. If we may believe Syncellus and Zonaras, it was Maximin himself who ordered her death. G. Right arrow curving left. Eckel has more recently treated these chronological questions with a perspicuity which gives great probability to his conclusions. Setting aside all the historians, whose contradictions are irreconcilable, he has only consulted the medals, and has arranged the events before us in the following order. Maximin, AUC 990. After having conquered the Germans, re-enters Pannonia, establishes his winter quarters at Sirmium, and prepares himself to make war against the people of the north. In the year 991, in the calends of January, commences his fourth tribunate. The Gordians are chosen emperors in Africa, probably at the beginning of the month of March. The Senate confirms this election with joy, and declares Maximin the enemy of Rome. 5 days after he had heard of this revolt, Maximin sets out from Sirmium on his march to Italy. These events took place about the beginning of April. A little after, the Gordians are slain in Africa by Capellianus, procurator of Mauritania. The Senate, in its alarm, names as emperors Balbus and Maximus Pupienus, and entrusts the latter with the war against Maximin. Maximin is stopped on his road near Aquileia, by the want of provisions, and by the melting of the snows. He begins the siege of Aquileia at the end of April. Pupienus assembles his army at Ravenna. Maximin and his son are assassinated by the soldiers enraged at the resistance of Aquileia, and this was probably in the middle of May. Pupienus returns to Rome, and assumes the government with Balbinus. They are assassinated towards the end of July. Gordian the Younger ascends the throne. Eckel, Doctrina Nemorum Veterum 7295. G. Right arrow curving left. This conjecture of Gibbon is without foundation. Many passages in the work of Quintus Curtius clearly place him at an earlier period. Thus, in speaking of the Parthians, he says, Hinc in Parthicum preventum est, tunc ignobilum gentem, nunc capit omniumque post Euphratem et Tigrum amni citi rubro mari terminanter. The Parthian Empire had this extent only in the first age of the Vulgar Era. To that age, therefore, must be assigned the date of Quintus Curtius. Although the critics, says M. Guillaume de Saint Croix, have multiplied conjectures on this subject, most of them have ended by adopting the opinion which places Quintus Curtius under the reign of Claudius. See Justus Lipsius, Ad Annals Tacitus 220. Michel Letellier, Prefatio in Curtius. Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs I, page 251. Dubos, Reflections sur la Poésie, Party 2. Girolamo Tiraboschi, Storia della Letteratura Italiana 2149. Examen critique des anciens historiens d'Alexandre Legrand, 2nd edition, pages 104, 849, 850. G. This interminable question seems as much perplexed as ever. The first argument of M. Guizot is a strong one, except that Parthian is often used by later writers for Persian. Kunzius, in his preface to an edition published at Helmstadt, 1802, maintains the opinion of Bagnolo, which assigns Quintus Curtius to the time of Constantine the Great. Schmeider, in his edition, Göttingen 1803, sums up in this sentence, Itatum Curtii ignorari pallam est, m, right arrow curving left. Now Kirkesia. Placed in the angle formed by the juncture of the Chaboras, or Al-Kabur, with the Euphrates. This situation appeared so advantageous to Diocletian that he raised fortifications to make it the bulwark of the empire on the side of Mesopotamia. Danville, Géographie ancienne 2196. G. It is the Carchemish of the Old Testament, 2 Chronicles 35 verse 20. Jeremiah 46 verse 2. M. Right arrow curving left. Now Basra. It was once the metropolis of a province named Arabia, and the chief city of Auranitis, of which the name is preserved in Belaid Horon, the limits of which meet the desert. Danville, Géographie ancienne 2188. According to Victor, in Caesar, Philip was a native of Trachonitis, another province of Arabia. G. Right arrow curving left. Wenck endeavors to reconcile these discrepancies. He supposes that Gordian was led away, and died a natural death in prison. This is directly contrary to the statement of Capitolinus and of Zosimus, whom he adduces in support of his theory. He is more successful in his precedents of usurpers deifying the victims of their ambition. Sit divus, da modo non sit vivus. M. Right arrow curving left. There are three leading theories concerning the age of Zoroaster. That which assigns him to an age of great and almost indefinite antiquity, it is that of Moyle, adopted by Gibbon. Volney, Recherches sur l'histoire 22. Johann Rode, also, Die Heilige Sage und das Gesamt Religion System, in a very ingenious and ably developed theory, throws the Bactrian prophet far back into antiquity. Fouquer, Memoirs de l'Académie XXVII 253, Thomas Christian Teixen, in Communications Göttingen Society 2112, Heeren, Ideen über die Politik I 459, and recently Holti. Identify the Gushtasp of the Persian mythological history with Cyaxares I, the king of the Medes, and consider the religion to be Median in its origin. M. Guizot considers this opinion most probable, note in Locke. Hyde, Prideaux, Abraham Anquetil du Perron, Johann Friedrich Klucker, Johann Gottfried Herder, Goerres, Mythengeschichte, von Hammer, Wiener Jahrbucher der Literatur, Vol. 9, Malcolm, I 528, Joseph Daniel Gignaut, Religions de l'Antiquité 2nd part, Vol. 3, Klaproth, Tableaux historiques de l'Ac. p. 21, make Gushtasp Darius Histasps, and Zoroaster his contemporary. The silence of Herodotus appears the great objection to this theory. Some writers, as M. Fouquer, resting, as M. Guizot observes, on the doubtful authority of Pliny the Elder, make more than one Zoroaster, and so attempt to reconcile the conflicting theories. M. Right arrow curving left. Zend signifies life, living. The word means either the collection of the canonical books of the followers of Zoroaster, or the language itself in which they are written. They are the books that contain the word of life, whether the language was originally called Zend, or whether it was so called from the contents of the books. Avesta means word, oracle, revelation. This term is not the title of a particular work, but of the collection of the books of Zoroaster, as the revelation of Ormuzd. This collection is sometimes called Zendavesta, sometimes briefly Zend. The Zend was the ancient language of Media, as is proved by its affinity with the dialects of Armenia and Georgia. It was already a dead language under the Arsacides in the country which was the scene of the events recorded in the Zendavesta. Some critics, among others Richardson and Sir William Jones, have called in question the antiquity of these books. The former pretended that Zend had never been a written or spoken language, but had been invented in the later times by the Magi, for the purposes of their art. But Klucker, in the dissertations which he added to those of Enquedel and the Abbé Fouquer, has proved that the Zend was a living and spoken language. G. Sir William Jones appears to have abandoned his doubts, on discovering the affinity between the Zend and the Sanskrit. Since the time of Klucker, this question has been investigated by many learned scholars. Sir William Jones, Leiden, Asiatic Researches X 283, and Mr. William Erskine, Transactions of the Literary Society of Bombay 2299, consider it a derivative from the Sanskrit. The antiquity of the Zendavesta has likewise been asserted by Rask, the great Danish linguist, who, according to Malcolm, brought back from the East fresh transcripts and additions to those published by Enquedel. According to Rask, the Zend and Sanskrit are sister dialects, the one the parent of the Persian, the other of the Indian family of languages. G. N. M. But the subject is more satisfactorily illustrated in Franz Bopp's comparative grammar of the Sanskrit, Zend, Greek, Latin, Lithuanian, Gothic, and German languages, Berlin, 1833, 5. According to Bopp, the Zend is, in some respects, of more remarkable structure than the Sanskrit. Parts of the Zendavesta have been published in the original, by M. Bourneuf, at Paris, and M. Alshausen, in Hamburg. M. The Pelvi was the language of the countries bordering on Assyria, and probably of Assyria itself. Pelvi signifies valor, heroism. The Pelvi, therefore, was the language of the ancient heroes and kings of Persia, the valiant. Mr. Erskine prefers the derivation from Pela, a border. M. It contains a number of Aramaic roots. Enquedel considered it formed from the Zend. Klucker does not adopt this opinion. The Pelvi, he says, is much more flowing, and less overcharged with vowels, than the Zend. The books of Zoroaster, first written in Zend, were afterwards translated into Pelvi and Parsi. The Pelvi had fallen into disuse under the dynasty of the Sassanids, but the learned still wrote it. The Parsi, the dialect of Pars or Faristan, was then the prevailing dialect. Klucker, Anong Zoom Zendavesta, 2 Part 1, page 158, part 231. G. Mr. Erskine, Bombay Transactions, considers the existing Zendavesta to have been compiled in the time of Ardashir Babgan. M. Right arrow curving left. It is to be regretted that Gibbon followed the post-Mohammedan satyr of Hyde. M. Right arrow curving left. The Pyria, or fire temples of the Zoroastrians, observes Klucker, Persica, p. 16, were only to be found in Media or Azerbaijan, provinces into which Herodotus did not penetrate. M. Right arrow curving left. Zoroaster exacted much less ceremonial observance, than at a later period, the priests of his doctrines. This is the progress of all religions. The worship, simple in its origin, is gradually overloaded with minute superstitions. The maxim of the Zendavesta, on the relative merit of sowing the earth and of prayers, quoted below by Gibbon, proves that Zoroaster did not attach too much importance to these observances. Thus it is not from the Zendavesta that Gibbon derives the proof of his allegation, but from the Satyr, a much later work. G. Right arrow curving left. Hume's comparison is rather between theism and polytheism. In India, in Greece, and in modern Europe, philosophic religion has looked down with contemptuous toleration on the superstitions of the vulgar. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Gibbon's note here. M. Right arrow curving left. See Guizot's note here. According to the Persian authorities, Ardashir extended his conquests to the Euphrates. Malcolm I 71. M. Right arrow curving left. Modern geologists have rejected this theory of the depression of the Baltic as inconsistent with recent observation. The considerable changes which have taken place on its shores, Mr. Charles Lyell, from actual observation, now decidedly attributes to the regular and uniform elevation of the land. Lyell's Principles of Geology, B. 2c. 17. M. Right arrow curving left. The Danube is constantly frozen over. At Pest the bridge is usually taken up, and the traffic and communication between the two banks carried on over the ice. The Rhine is likewise in many parts passable at least 2 years out of 5. Winter campaigns are so unusual, in modern warfare, that I recollect but one instance of an army crossing either river on the ice. In the 30 Years' War, 1635, Jan van Werth, an imperialist partisan, crossed the Rhine from Heidelberg on the ice with 5,000 men, and surprised Spears. Pichegru's memorable campaign, 1794-5, when the freezing of the Meuse and Val opened Holland to his conquests, and his cavalry and artillery attacked the ships frozen in, on the Zuider Zee, was in a winter of unprecedented severity. 1845 Right arrow curving left. The passage of Caesar, Parvis Renonum tegumentis utunter, is obscure, observes Le Den, Geschichte de Tuchen Volks, and insufficient to prove the reindeer to have existed in Germany. It is supported, however, by a fragment of Sallust. Germani intectum renonibus corpus tegunt. It has been suggested to me that Caesar, as old Gessner supposed, meant the reindeer in the following description. Est bas servi figura cujus a media fronte inter oras unum cornu existit, excelsius magis directum, divaricatum, chu, hisque nobis nota sunt cornibus. Abijus summo, sicit palme, rami quam late defunduntur. De bello Gallico 626. 1845 Right arrow curving left. The Gothini, who must not be confounded with the Gothi, a Suevian tribe. In the time of Caesar many other tribes of Gaulish origin dwelt along the course of the Danube, who could not long resist the attacks of the Suevi. The Helvetians, who dwelt on the borders of the Black Forest, between the Main and the Danube, had been expelled long before the time of Caesar. He mentions also the Volci Tectisagi, who came from Languedoc and settled round the Black Forest. The Boii, who had penetrated into that forest, and also have left traces of their name in Bohemia, were subdued in the 1st century by the Marcomanni. The Boii settled in Noricum, were mingled afterwards with the Lombards, and received the name of Boio-Arii, Bavaria, or Boiovarii, Var, in some German dialects, appearing to mean remains. Descendants. Compare Maltebrun, Geographie Universelle, Volume 1, page 410, edit. 1832, M. Right arrow curving left. The obscure subject of the runic characters has exercised the industry and ingenuity of the modern scholars of the North. There are 3 distinct theories. 1, maintained by Schlosser, Allgemeine Nordische Geschichte, page 481, etc., who considers their 16 letters to be a corruption of the Roman alphabet, post-Christian in their date, and Schlosser would attribute their introduction into the North to the Alemanni. The second, that of Friedrich Schlegel, Geschichte der alten und neuen Literatur, Vorlesungen, gehalten zu Wien im Fahr 1812. Supposes that these characters were left on the coasts of the Mediterranean and northern seas by the Phoenicians, preserved by the priestly castes, and employed for purposes of magic. Their common origin from the Phoenician would account for their similarity to the Roman letters. The last, to which we incline, claims much higher and more venerable antiquity for the runic, and supposes them to have been the original characters of the Indo-Teutonic tribes, brought from the east, and preserved among the different races of that stock. See Über Deutsche Runen, von Wilhelm Karl Grimm, 1821. A memoir by Dr. Gustav Thomad Legis, Fundgruben de Alten Nordens. Foreign Quarterly Review, Volume 9, page 438. M. Right arrow curving left. It is a wise observation of Malthus, that these nations were not populous in proportion to the land they occupied, but to the food they produced. They were prolific from their pure morals and constitutions, but their institutions were not calculated to produce food for those whom they brought into being. M. 1845 Right arrow curving left. The Sway ones and the Sit ones are the ancient inhabitants of Scandinavia, their name may be traced in that of Sweden. They did not belong to the race of the Suevi, but that of the non-Suevi or Cimbri, whom the Suevi, in very remote times, drove back part to the west, part to the north. They were afterwards mingled with Suevian tribes, among others the Goths, who have traces of their name and power in the Isle of Gothland. G. Right arrow curving left. The ancient Germans had shapeless idols, and, when they began to build more settled habitations, they raised also temples, such as that to the goddess Tephana, who presided over divination. See Audiobook, History of the Ancient Germans, page 296. G. Right arrow curving left. The Markmannen, the Marchmen or Borderers. There seems little doubt that this was an appellation, rather than a proper name, of a part of the great Suevian or Teutonic race. M. Right arrow curving left. This number, though too positively stated, is probably not far wrong, as an average estimate. On the subject of Athenian population, see Saint Croix, Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions XLVAI. Beck, Public Economy of Athens I-47, English translation. Fines Clinton, Fasti Hellenici, Volume 1, page 381. The latter author estimates the citizens of Sparta at 33,000. M. Right arrow curving left. A curious letter may be consulted on this subject from the Swede, Ear, councillor in the Chancery of Uppsala, printed at Uppsala by Edmund, in 1772, and translated into German by M. Schlosser. Göttingen, printed for Dietericht, 1779. G. Gibbon, at a later period of his work, recanted his opinion of the truth of this expedition of Odin. The Asiatic origin of the Goths is almost certain from the affinity of their language to the Sanskrit and Persian. But their northern migration must have taken place long before the period of history. The transformation of the deity Odin into a warrior chieftain, and the whole legend of his establishment in Scandinavia, is probably a theory of the northern writers. When all mythology was reduced to hero worship. M. Right arrow curving left. It was not in Scandinavia that the Goths were divided into Ostrogoths and Visigoths. That division took place after their eruption into Dacia in the 3rd century. Those who came from Mecklenburg and Pomerania were called Visigoths, those who came from the south of Prussia, and the northwest of Poland, called themselves Ostrogoths. Audiobook, History of the Ancient Germans, page 202. Gatterer, Abrister Universal History 431. G. Right arrow curving left. They formed the great Sclavonian nation. G. Right arrow curving left. Leden has observed that Jornans mentions 2 passages over the Danube. This relates to the second eruption into Mysia. Geschichte de Tuchen Vokes 2, page 448. M. Right arrow curving left. Now Philippopolis or Philippa, its situation among the hills caused it to be also called Trimontium. Danville, Géographie ancienne I-295. G. Right arrow curving left. M. Eckhel, keeper of the Cabinet of Metals, and professor of antiquities at Vienna, lately deceased, has supplied this want by his excellent work, Doctrina Nemorum Veterum, Conscripta a Josefo Eckhel. 8 volume. In quarto, Vindobona, 1797. G. Captain William Henry Smith has likewise printed, privately, a valuable descriptive catalogue of a series of large brass medals of this period. Bedford, 1834. M. 1845 Right arrow curving left. Piteous is Pichinda, according to D'Anville, 2115. Rather Succound. M. Dioscurias is Iscuria. G. Right arrow curving left. Jacob Philipp Vollmerayer, Geschichte de Kaisertums von Trapsent, p. 6, etc., assigns a very ancient date to the first, Pelasgic, foundation of Trapezus, Trebizond. M. Right arrow curving left. According to a new fragment of Dixippus, published by Mai, he had 2,000 men. He took up a strong position in a mountainous and woods district, and kept up a harassing warfare. He expresses a hope of being speedily joined by the imperial fleet. Dixippus in Corpus Scriptorum Historiae Byzantini a Niebuhr, pages 26, 28. Right arrow curving left. St. Paul's Cathedral is 500 feet. James Dalloway, Comparative Remarks on Architecture. Right arrow curving left. Christian Gottlob Heyne, in his note on Zosimus, contests this opinion of Gibbon, and observes that the testimony of Ammianus is in fact by no means clear or decisive. Gallienus and Valerian reigned together. Zosimus, in a second passage, L. 332, distinctly places this event before the capture of Valerian. Right arrow curving left. Malcolm appears to write from Persian authorities, I-76. Right arrow curving left. Compare a dissertation of Johann Manso on the 30 tyrants at the end of his Leben Constantius de Grossen, Breslau, 1817. Right arrow curving left. The hostility between the Jewish and Grecian part of the population, afterwards between the two former and the Christian, were unfailing causes of tumult, sedition, and massacre. In no place were the religious disputes, after the establishment of Christianity, more frequent or more sanguinary. See Philo, Delegation. History of Jews 2-171, 3-111, 198. Gibbon, right arrow curving left. The expression is curious, terram matrem diosc inferos precariter, seds impias uti Gallieno darent. Right arrow curving left. But compare Gibbon's note here. Right arrow curving left. The medals which bear the name of Lollianus are considered forgeries, except one in the museum of the Prince of Waldeck. There are many extant bearing the name of Laelianus, which appears to have been that of the competitor of Posthumus. Eckhel, Doctrina Nemorum Veterum, Tom. 7 449. G. Right arrow curving left. Tadmor, or Palmyra, was probably at a very early period the connecting link between the commerce of Tyre and Babylon. Heeren, Ideen über die Politik, Volume 1 Part 2, page 125. Tadmor was probably built by Solomon as a commercial station. History of the Jews, Volume 1, page 271. Right arrow curving left. Klaproth's theory on the origin of such traditions is at least recommended by its ingenuity. The males of a tribe having gone out on a marauding expedition, and having been cut off to a man, the females may have endeavored, for a time, to maintain their independence in their camp village. Till their children grew up. Travels in the Caucasus and Georgia, CHXXX, English translation. Right arrow curving left. Leden, Volume 2501, supposes that these delta omicron gamma omega nu alpha iota have been erroneously identified with the Ligii of Tacitus. Perhaps one fertile source of mistakes has been that the Romans have turned appellations into national names. Maltebrun observes of the Ligii, that their name appears Sclavonian, and signifies, inhabitants of plains. They are probably the leeches of the Middle Ages, and the ancestors of the Poles. We find among the Arii the worship of the two twin gods known in the Sclavian mythology. Maltebrun, Volume 1, page 278, edit. 1831, m. But compare Paul Joseph Schafarik, Slawisch Alterthumerei, p. 406, they were of German or Celtish descent, occupying the Wendeish, or Slavian, district, Louis. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. Cornelius de Pau is well known to have been the author of this work, as of the Recherches philosophiques sur les Américains before quoted. The Judgment of M. Jean-Pierre Abel Remusat on this writer is in a very different, I fear a juster tone. Quando lu de rechercher, de examiner, de étudier, en se born, comme si te écrivain, à juger à prononcer, à decider, sans connaître ni l'histoire, ni les langues, sans recourir à ux sources. Sans même se doubter de leur existence, on put en imposer pendant quelques temps à de lecteurs prévenus ou peu instruits. Mais le mépris qu'en manque guère de succéder à cet engouement fait bientôt justice de ces assertions hasardeuses, idéales retombant dans l'oubli d'autant plus promptement. Quels ont été posés avec plus de confiance au lieu de témérité. Recherches sur les langues tartares, page 231, right arrow curving left. The manner in which his life was saved by the chief pontiff from a conspiracy of his nobles is as remarkable as his saying. By the advice of the pontiff, all the nobles absented themselves from court. The king wandered through his palace alone. He saw no one, all was silence around. He became alarmed and distressed. At last the chief pontiff appeared, and bowed his head in apparent misery, but spoke not a word. The king entreated him to declare what had happened. The virtuous man boldly related all that had passed, and conjured Bahram, in the name of his glorious ancestors, to change his conduct and save himself from destruction. The king was much moved, professed himself most penitent, and said he was resolved his future life should prove his sincerity. The overjoyed high priest, delighted at this success, made a signal, at which all the nobles and attendants were in an instant, as if by magic, in their usual places. The monarch now perceived that only one opinion prevailed on his past conduct. He repeated therefore to his nobles all he had said to the chief pontiff, and his future reign was unstained by cruelty or oppression. Malcolm's History of Persia I-79. Right arrow curving left. Niebuhr, in the new edition of the Byzantine Historians, Volume 10, has boldly assigned the Philopatris to the 10th century, and to the reign of Nicephorus Phocas. An opinion so decisively pronounced by Niebuhr and favorably received by Carl Benedict Hayes, the learned editor of Leo Diaconus, commands respectful consideration. But the whole tone of the work appears to me altogether inconsistent with any period in which philosophy did not stand, as it were, on some ground of equality with Christianity. The doctrine of the Trinity is sarcastically introduced rather as the strange doctrine of a new religion, than the established tenet of a faith universally prevalent. The argument, adopted from Solinus, concerning the formula of the procession of the Holy Ghost, is utterly worthless, as it is a mere quotation in the words of the Gospel of St. John 15:26. The only argument of any value is the historic one, from the allusion to the recent violation of many virgins in the island of Crete. But neither is the language of Niebuhr quite accurate, nor his reference to the acroses of Theodosius satisfactory. When, then, could this occurrence take place? Why not in the devastation of the island by the Gothic pirates, during the reign of Claudius? Historiae Augusti in Claudius, page 814, edit. Van Lugduni Batavorum, 1661. Right arrow curving left. Calixa. Eden Atlas. Right arrow curving left. Eckhel concurs in this view, 8, page 15, right arrow curving left. According to Aurelius Victor and other authorities, Thrace belonged to the division of Galerius. See Tillemont 436. But the laws of Diocletian are in general dated in Illyria or Thrace. Right arrow curving left. The Menapians were settled between the Scheldt and the Meuse in the northern part of Brabant. Danville, Géographie Ancienne I-93. G. Right arrow curving left. Compare, on the epoch of the final extirpation of the rites of paganism from the Isle of Philae, Elephantine, which subsisted till the Edict of Theodosius, in the 6th century. A dissertation of M. Jean-Antoine Latran, on certain Greek inscriptions. The dissertation contains some very interesting observations on the conduct and policy of Diocletian in Egypt. Matériaux pour l'histoire du christianisme en Égypte, en Nubie et en Abyssinie, Paris, 1832. Right arrow curving left. Os patulum signifies merely a large and widely opening mouth. Ovid, Metamorphoses 15:5-13, says, speaking of the monster who attacked Hippolytus, Patulo partem maris evamit or. Probably a wide mouth was a common defect among the Armenian women. G. Right arrow curving left. C. Saint Martin, Memoirs sur l'Arménie I 304. M. Right arrow curving left. The Chinese annals mention, under the 9th year of Yanhai, which corresponds with the year 166 JC, an embassy which arrived from Tothsin, and was sent by a prince called Anthun, who can be no other than Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, who then ruled over the Romans. Saint Martin, Memoirs sur l'Arménie 230. See also Klaproth, Tableaux historiques de l'Asie, page 69. The embassy came by J. Weinan, Tonkiu. M. Right arrow curving left. The Cyanic of the Armenian writers. Saint Martin, Memoirs sur l'Arménie I 142. M. Right arrow curving left. There are here several errors. Gibbon has confounded the streams, and the towns which they pass. The Aboras, or rather the Chaboras, the Araxes of Xenophon, has its source above Racine or Ricina, Theodosiopolis, about 27 leagues from the Tigris. It receives the waters of the Mygdonius or Seacaras, about 33 leagues below Nisibis, at a town now called Al-Naraim. It does not pass under the walls of Singera. It is the Seacaras that washes the walls of that town. The latter river has its source near Nisibis, at 5 leagues from the Tigris. See D'Anville, Euphrates et le Tigre 46, 49, 50, and the map. To the east of the Tigris is another less considerable river, named also the Chaboras, which D'Anville calls the Centrites, Kabur, Nicephorus. Without quoting the authorities on which he gives those names. Gibbon did not mean to speak of this river, which does not pass by Singera, and does not fall into the Euphrates. See Johann Michaelis, Supplementa ad Lexica Hebraica, 3rd part, pages 664, 665, g. Right arrow curving left. In the time of the Republic, says Dietrich Hegwisch, when the consuls, the praetors, and the other magistrates appeared in public to perform the functions of their office, their dignity was announced both by the symbols which use had consecrated, and the brilliant cortege by which they were accompanied. But this dignity belonged to the office, not to the individual. This pomp belonged to the magistrate, not to the man. The consul, followed, in the comitia, by all the senate, the praetors, the quaestors, the aediles, the lictors, the apparitors, and the heralds, on re-entering his house, was served only by freedmen and by his slaves. The first emperors went no further. Tiberius had, for his personal attendants, only a moderate number of slaves, and a few freedmen. Tacitus, Annals 4:7. But in proportion as the republican forms disappeared, one after another, the inclination of the emperors to environ themselves with personal pomp displayed itself more and more. The magnificence and the ceremonial of the East were entirely introduced by Diocletian, and were consecrated by Constantine to the imperial use. Thenceforth the palace, the court, the table, all the personal attendants, distinguished the emperor from his subjects, still more than his superior dignity. The organization which Diocletian gave to his new court attached less honor and distinction to rank than to services performed towards the members of the imperial family. Hegwisch, Essai historique sur les finances romaines. Few historians have characterized, in a more philosophic manner, the influence of a new institution. G. It is singular that the son of a slave reduced the haughty aristocracy of Rome to the offices of servitude. M. Right arrow curving left. Constantine, Oratio ad Sanctorum, c. 401, more than insinuated that derangement of mind, connected with the conflagration of the palace at Nicomedia by lightning, was the cause of his abdication. But Heineken, in a very sensible note on this passage in Eusebius, while he admits that his long illness might produce a temporary depression of spirits, triumphantly appeals to the philosophical conduct of Diocletian in his retreat, and the influence which he still retained on public affairs. M. Right arrow curving left. This attack upon Lactantius is unfounded. Lactantius was so far from having been an obscure rhetorician, that he had taught rhetoric publicly, and with the greatest success, first in Africa, and afterwards in Nicomedia. His reputation obtained him the esteem of Constantine, who invited him to his court, and entrusted to him the education of his son Crispus. The facts which he relates took place during his own time. He cannot be accused of dishonesty or imposture. Satis me vixis arbitraber et officium hominis imples si labor meus aliquos homines, ab erroribus liberatos, ad iter coalesced direxerit. De op officio Dei, cap. 20. The eloquence of Lactantius has caused him to be called the Christian Cicero. Anonymous gentleman. G. Yet no unprejudiced person can read this coarse and particular private conversation of the two emperors, without assenting to the justice of Gibbon's severe sentence. But the authorship of the treatise is by no means certain. The fame of Lactantius for eloquence, as well as for truth, would suffer no loss if it should be adjudged to some more obscure rhetorician. Manso, in his Leben Constantius de Grossen, concurs on this point with Gibbon. Bailage 4. Right arrow curving left. Zosimus is not the only writer who tells this story. The younger Victor confirms it. Ad frustrandos insequentes, publica gementa, qua iter ageret, interficiens. Aurelius Victor, de Caesaribus, says the same thing. G. As also the anonymous Valesianus. Manso, Leben Constantius de Grossen, page 18, observes that the story has been exaggerated. He took this precaution during the first stage of his journey, right arrow curving left. Manso justly observes that two totally different narratives might be formed, almost upon equal authority. Bailage 4. Right arrow curving left. Compare Manso, Bailage 4, page 302. Gibbon's account is at least as probable as that of his critic. Right arrow curving left. Yet some pagan authors relate and confirm them. Aurelius Victor, speaking of Maximin, says, Cumque specia ficii, dolis compositus, Constantinum genrum tenteretta serb, jur tamen interiret. Aurelius Victor, de Caesaribus I, page 623. Eutropius also says, Ind ad Gallias perfectus est, Maximianus, dolo composito tamquam a filio esset expulsus, ut Constantino genero jungerter. Moliens tamen Constantinum, reperta occasion, interficer, poenas dedit justissimo exitu. Eutropius X, page 661, anonymous gentleman, G. These writers hardly confirm more than Gibbon admits. He denies the repeated clemency of Constantine, and the reiterated treasons of Maximian. Compare Manso, page 302, right arrow curving left. The dissertation of Messrs. Henry Kramer and John Wickham has clearly shown that the little Saint Bernard must claim the honor of Hannibal's passage. A tract by Mr. Henry Long, London, 1831, has added some sensible corrections re Hannibal's march to the Alps. Right arrow curving left. Manso, Bailage 6, examines the question, and adduces two manifest allusions to the bridge, from the life of Constantine by Praxagoras, and from Libanius. Is it not very probable that such a bridge was thrown over the river to facilitate the advance, and to secure the retreat, of the army of Maxentius? In case of defeat, orders were given for destroying it, in order to check the pursuit. It broke down accidentally, or in the confusion was destroyed, as has not unfrequently been the case, before the proper time. Right arrow curving left. This may refer to the son or sons of Maxentius. Right arrow curving left. Other medals are extant, the legends of which commemorate the success of Constantine over the Sarmatians and other barbarous nations, Sarmatia Divicta. Victoria Gothica. Debellatori gentium barbarorum. Exuperator omnium gentium. Saint Martin, Note on Le Beau, I 148. Right arrow curving left. It is diametrically opposed to its spirit and to its letter. See, among other passages, Deuteronomy 5 verses 18 and 19, God, loveth the stranger in giving him food and raiment. Love ye, therefore, the stranger, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Compare Leviticus 23 verse 25. Juvenal is a satirist, whose strong expressions can hardly be received as historic evidence. And he wrote after the horrible cruelties of the Romans, which, during and after the war, might give some cause for the complete isolation of the Jew from the rest of the world. The Jew was a bigot, but his religion was not the only source of his bigotry. After how many centuries of mutual wrong and hatred, which had still further estranged the Jew from mankind, did Maimonides write? Right arrow curving left. The Herodians were probably more of a political party than a religious sect, though Gibbon is most likely right as to their occasional conformity. See History of the Jews 2108. Right arrow curving left. The edicts of Julius Caesar, and of some of the cities in Asia Minor, Krebs, Decretal pro Judaiis, in favor of the nation in general, or of the Asiatic Jews, speak a different language. Right arrow curving left. This was during the government of Pontius Pilate. History of the Jews 2156. Probably in part to avoid this collision, the Roman governor, in general, resided at Caesarea. Right arrow curving left. Among a rude and barbarous people, religious impressions are easily made, and are as soon effaced. The ignorance which multiplies imaginary wonders would weaken or destroy the effect of real miracle. At the period of the Jewish history, referred to in the passage from Numbers, their fears predominated over their faith, the fears of an unwarlike people, just rescued from debasing slavery, and commanded to attack a fierce, a well-armed, a gigantic, and a far more numerous race, the inhabitants of Canaan. As to the frequent apostasy of the Jews, their religion was beyond their state of civilization. Nor is it uncommon for a people to cling with passionate attachment to that of which, at first, they could not appreciate the value. Patriotism and national pride will contend, even to death, for political rights which have been forced upon a reluctant people. The Christian may at least retort, with justice, that the great sign of his religion, the resurrection of Jesus, was most ardently believed and most resolutely asserted by the eyewitnesses of the fact. Right arrow curving left. The opinion of Leclerc is generally admitted, but Niender has suggested some good reasons for supposing that this term only applied to poverty of condition. The obscure history of their tenets and divisions is clearly and rationally traced in his History of the Church, Volume 1 Part 2, page 612, etc., German edition, Right arrow curving left. Justin Martyr makes an important distinction, which Gibbon has neglected to notice. There were some who were not content with observing the Mosaic law themselves, but enforced the same observance, as necessary to salvation, upon the heathen converts, and refused all social intercourse with them if they did not conform to the law. Justin Martyr himself freely admits those who kept the law themselves to Christian communion, though he acknowledges that some, not the Church, thought otherwise. Of the other party, he himself thought less favorably, mu omicron iota kappa alpha tau omicron kappa tau omicron delta epsilon chi mu alpha iota. The former by some are considered the Nazarenes, the latter the Ebionites. G.N.M. Right arrow curving left. Few writers have suspected Tacitus of partiality towards the Jews. The whole later history of the Jews illustrates as well their strong feelings of humanity to their brethren, as their hostility to the rest of mankind. The character and the position of Josephus with the Roman authorities must be kept in mind during the perusal of his history. Perhaps he has not exaggerated the ferocity and fanaticism of the Jews at that time. But insurrectionary warfare is not the best school for the humaner virtues, and much must be allowed for the grinding tyranny of the later Roman governors. See History of the Jews 2254. Right arrow curving left. Dr. Burnett apologized for the levity with which he had conducted some of his arguments, by the excuse that he wrote in a learned language for scholars alone, not for the vulgar. Whatever may be thought of his success in tracing an Eastern allegory in the first chapters of Genesis, his other works prove him to have been a man of great genius, and of sincere piety. M. Right arrow curving left. The assertion of Hegesippus is not so positive. It is sufficient to read the whole passage in Eusebius to see that the former part is modified by the latter. Hegesippus adds that up to this period the Church had remained pure and immaculate as a virgin. Those who labored to corrupt the doctrines of the gospel worked as yet in obscurity. G. Right arrow curving left. The Histoire critique du Gnosticisme of M. Jacques Matter is at once the fairest and most complete account of these sections. M. Right arrow curving left. Bishop Pearson has attempted very happily to explain this singularity. The first Christians were acquainted with a number of sayings of Jesus Christ, which are not related in our Gospels, and indeed have never been written. Why might not St. Ignatius, who had lived with the apostles or their disciples, repeat in other words that which St. Luke has related, particularly at a time when, being in prison, he could not have the Gospels at hand? John Pearson, Vindicii Epistolarum S. Ignatii, pages 2, 9, page 396, in Tom. 2, Patres Apostoli, edit. Coteller. G. Right arrow curving left. The exaggerated and declamatory opinions of Tertullian ought not to be taken as the general sentiment of the early Christians. Gibbon has too often allowed himself to consider the peculiar notions of certain fathers of the Church as inherent in Christianity. This is not accurate. G. Right arrow curving left. All this scrupulous nicety is at variance with the decision of St. Paul about meat offered to idols, 1 Corinthians 10:21, 32. M. Right arrow curving left. The soldier did not tear off his crown to throw it down with contempt, he did not even throw it away, he held it in his hand, while others wore it on their heads. Solus libero capite, ornamento in manu ocioso. G. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian does not expressly name the two emperors, Severus and Caracalla, he speaks only of two emperors, and of a long peace which the Church had enjoyed. It is generally agreed that Tertullian became a Montanist about the year 200, his work, De Corona Militis, appears to have been written at the earliest. About the year 202 before the persecution of Severus, it may be maintained, then, that it is subsequent to the Montanism of the author. See Mosheim, Disquisitio de Apologeticus Tertullianus, page 53. Bibliothèque Raisonnée, Amsterdam, Tom. X Part 2, page 292. William Cave's Historia Literaria, pages 92-93. G. The state of Tertullian's opinions at the particular period is almost an idle question. The fiery African is not at any time to be considered a fair representative of Christianity. M. Right arrow curving left. The hypothesis of Warburton concerning this remarkable fact, which, as far as the law of Moses, is unquestionable, made few disciples. And it is difficult to suppose that it could be intended by the author himself for more than a display of intellectual strength. Modern writers have accounted in various ways for the silence of the Hebrew legislator on the immortality of the soul. According to Michaelis, Moses wrote as an historian and as a lawgiver. He regulated the ecclesiastical discipline, rather than the religious belief of his people. And the sanctions of the law being temporal, he had no occasion, and as a civil legislator could not with propriety, threaten punishments in another world. See Michaelis, Laws of Moses, Art. 272, Volume 4, page 209, English translation, and Syntagma Commentationum, page 80, quoted by Guizot. M. Guizot adds, the ingenious conjecture of a philosophic theologian, which approximates to an opinion long entertained by the editor. That writer believes that, in the state of civilization at the time of the legislator, this doctrine, become popular among the Jews, would necessarily have given birth to a multitude of idolatrous superstitions which he wished to prevent. His primary object was to establish a firm theocracy, to make his people the conservators of the doctrine of the divine unity, the basis upon which Christianity was hereafter to rest. He carefully excluded everything which could obscure or weaken that doctrine. Other nations had strangely abused their notions on the immortality of the soul. Moses wished to prevent this abuse, hence he forbade the Jews from consulting necromancers, those who evoke the spirits of the dead. Deuteronomy 18 verse 11. Those who reflect on the state of the pagans and the Jews, and on the facility with which idolatry crept in on every side, will not be astonished that Moses has not developed a doctrine of which the influence might be more pernicious than useful to his people. Oratio festa de vitae immortalis spe firmata per resurrectionem Christi, etc., Dr. Philip Albert Stapfer, pages 12, 13, 20, Burney, 1787. Moses, as well from the intimations scattered in his writings, the passage relating to the translation of Enoch, Genesis 5 verse 24. The prohibition of necromancy, Michaelis believes him to be the author of the Book of Job, though this opinion is in general rejected. Other learned writers consider this book to be coeval with and known to Moses, as from his long residence in Egypt, and his acquaintance with Egyptian wisdom, could not be ignorant of the doctrine of the immortality of the soul. But this doctrine, if popularly known among the Jews, must have been purely Egyptian, and, as so, intimately connected with the whole religious system of that country. It was no doubt molded up with the tenet of the transmigration of the soul, perhaps with notions analogous to the emanation system of India, in which the human soul was an efflux from, or indeed a part of, the deity. The Mosaic religion drew a wide and impassable interval between the Creator and created human beings. In this it differed from the Egyptian and all the Eastern religions. As then the immortality of the soul was thus inseparably blended with those foreign religions which were altogether to be effaced from the minds of the people, and by no means necessary for the establishment of the theocracy, Moses maintained silence on this point, and a purer notion of it was left to be developed at a more favorable period in the history of man. Right arrow curving left. Some modern theologians explain it without discovering either allegory or deception. They say that Jesus Christ, after having proclaimed the ruin of Jerusalem and of the temple, speaks of his second coming, and the signs which were to precede it. But those who believe that the moment was near deceive themselves as to the sense of two words, an error which still subsists in our versions of the Gospel according to St. Matthew 2400 hours 29, 34. In verse 29, we read, "Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened," etc. The Greek word epsilon theta omega signifies all at once, suddenly, not immediately. So that it signifies only the sudden appearance of the signs which Jesus Christ announces, not the shortness of the interval which was to separate them from the days of tribulation, of which he was speaking. The verse 34 is this: "Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all these things shall be fulfilled." Jesus, speaking to his disciples, uses these words, alpha tau eta gamma epsilon nu epsilon, which the translators have rendered by this generation, but which means the race, the filiation of my disciples. That is, he speaks of a class of men, not of a generation. The true sense then, according to these learned men, is, "In truth I tell you that this race of men, of which you are the commencement, shall not pass away till this shall take place." That is to say, the succession of Christians shall not cease till his coming. See Commentary of M. Paulus on the New Testament, edit. 1802, Tom. 3, pages 445, 446. G. Others, as Johann George Rosenmuller and Christian Quinault, in Locke, confine this passage to a highly figurative description of the ruins of the Jewish city and polity. Right arrow curving left. In fact it is purely Jewish. See Mosheim, De Rebus Christianorum Ante Constantinum 2:8. John Lightfoot's Works, 8vo edition, Volume 3, page 37. Berthold, Christologia Judaeorum, ch. 38. Right arrow curving left. Most of the more learned modern English Protestants, Dr. Hales, Mr. Faber, Dr. Russell, as well as the continental writers, adopt the larger chronology. There is little doubt that the narrower system was framed by the Jews of Tiberias. It was clearly neither that of St. Paul, nor of Josephus, nor of the Samaritan text. It is greatly to be regretted that the chronology of the earlier scriptures should ever have been made a religious question. Right arrow curving left. The millennium is described in what once stood as the 41st article of the English Church, see Jeremy Collier, Ecclesiastical History of Great Britain. For articles of Edward VI, as A Fable of Jewish Dotage. The whole of these gross and earthly images may be traced in the works which treat on the Jewish traditions, in Lightfoot, Johann Christian Schutgen, and Johann Andreas Eisenmenger. Das Entdeckjudentum, t. 2809, and briefly in Berthold I. c. 38, 39. Right arrow curving left. The exclusion of the Apocalypse is not improbably assigned to its obvious unfitness to be read in churches. It is to be feared that a history of the interpretation of the Apocalypse would not give a very favorable view either of the wisdom or the charity of the successive ages of Christianity. Johann Jacob Wettstein's interpretation, differently modified, is adopted by most continental scholars. Right arrow curving left. Lactantius had a notion of a great Asiatic empire, which was previously to rise on the ruins of the Roman, quat Romanum nomen, horrid animus dicere, said Dicam. Quia futurum est, tolitur de terra, et imperium in Asiam reverteter. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon should have noticed the distinct and remarkable passage from Chrysostom, quoted by Middleton, Works, Volume 1, p. 105, in which he affirms the long discontinuance of miracles as a notorious fact. Right arrow curving left. This passage of Irenaeus contains no allusion to the gift of tongues. It is merely an apology for a rude and unpolished Greek style, which could not be expected from one who passed his life in a remote and barbarous province, and was continually obliged to speak the Celtic language. Right arrow curving left. Except in the life of Pachomius, an Egyptian monk of the 4th century, C. Jordan, Remarks on Ecclesiastical History I, page 368, edit. 1805, and the latter, not earlier, Lives of Xavier, there is no claim laid to the gift of tongues since the time of Irenaeus, and of this claim, Xavier's own letters are profoundly silent. See John Douglas's Criterion, page 76. Edit. 1807, Right arrow curving left. But by Protestants neither of the most enlightened ages nor most reasoning minds. Right arrow curving left. It is difficult to answer Middleton's objection to this statement of Irenaeus. It is very strange that from the time of the Apostles there is not a single instance of this miracle to be found in the 3 first centuries. Except a single case, slightly intimated in Eusebius, from the works of Papias, which he seems to rank among the other fabulous stories delivered by that weak man. Middleton, Works, Volume 1, page 59. Bishop Douglas, Criterion, page 389, would consider Irenaeus to speak of what had been performed formerly, not in his own time. Right arrow curving left. A candid skeptic might discern some impropriety in the bishop being called upon to perform a miracle on demand. Right arrow curving left. Yet many Protestant divines will now without reluctance confine miracles to the time of the Apostles, or at least to the 1st century. Right arrow curving left. All this appears to proceed on the principle that any distinct line can be drawn in an unphilosophic age between wonders and miracles, or between what piety. From their unexpected and extraordinary nature, the marvelous concurrence of secondary causes to some remarkable end, may consider providential interpositions, and miracles strictly so called, in which the laws of nature are suspended or violated. It is impossible to assign, on one side, limits to human credulity, on the other, to the influence of the imagination on the bodily frame. But some of the miracles recorded in the Gospels are such palpable impossibilities, according to the known laws and operations of nature, that if recorded on sufficient evidence, and the evidence we believe to be that of eyewitnesses, we cannot reject them, without either asserting, with Hume, that no evidence can prove a miracle, or that the author of nature has no power of suspending its ordinary laws. But which of the post-apostolic miracles will bear this test? Right arrow curving left. Tertullian says positively no Christian, nemo illic Christianus. For the rest, the limitation which he himself subjoins, and which Gibbon quotes in the foregoing note, diminishes the force of this assertion, and appears to prove that at least he knew none such. G. Is not the sense of Tertullian rather, if guilty of any other offense, he has thereby ceased to be a Christian? Right arrow curving left. But these were Gnostic or Manichaean opinions. Boseberg distinctly describes Augustine's bias to his recent escape from Manichaeism, and adds that he afterwards changed his views. Right arrow curving left. There is nothing which ought to astonish us in the refusal of the primitive Christians to take part in public affairs. It was the natural consequence of the contrariety of their principles to the customs, laws, and active life of the pagan world. As Christians, they could not enter into the Senate, which, according to Gibbon himself, always assembled in a temple or consecrated place, and where each senator, before he took his seat, made a libation of a few drops of wine, and burnt incense on the altar. As Christians, they could not assist at festivals and banquets, which always terminated with libations, etc. Finally, as the innumerable deities and rites of polytheism were closely interwoven with every circumstance of public and private life, the Christians could not participate in them without incurring, according to their principles, the guilt of impiety. It was then much less by an effect of their doctrine than by the consequence of their situation that they stood aloof from public business. Whenever this situation offered no impediment, they showed as much activity as the pagans. Proind, says Justin Martyr, Apologeticus, c. 17, nos solum Deum adoramus, edi vobis in rebus aliis laeti in servimus. G. This latter passage, Guizot quotes in Latin. If he had consulted the original, he would have found it to be altogether irrelevant, it merely relates to the payment of taxes. Tertullian does not suggest to the soldiers the expedient of deserting. He says that they ought to be constantly on their guard to do nothing during their service contrary to the law of God, and to resolve to suffer martyrdom rather than submit to a base compliance, or openly to renounce the service. De Corona Militis 2, page 127. He does not positively decide that the military service is not permitted to Christians. He ends, indeed, by saying, Puta denique licera militia musqui ad causam coroni. G. Guizot is, I think, again unfortunate in his defense of Tertullian. That father says that many Christian soldiers had deserted, aut deserendum statum sit, ut a multis actum. The latter sentence, puta, etc., etc., is a concession for the sake of argument. What follows is more to the purpose. Many other passages of Tertullian prove that the army was full of Christians, Hesterni summus edi vestra omnia implevimus, urbs, insulas, castella, municipia, conciliabula, castra ipsa. Apologeticus, c. 37. Navigimus edi nos vibiscum et militimus. c. 42. Origen, in truth, appears to have maintained a more rigid opinion, contra Celsum, L. 8. But he has often renounced this exaggerated severity, perhaps necessary to produce great results, and he speaks of the profession of arms as an honorable one. L. 4c. 218. G. On these points Christian opinion, it should seem, was much divided. Tertullian, when he wrote the De Corona Militis, was evidently inclining to more ascetic opinions, and Origen was of the same class. See Niender, Volume 1 Part 2, page 305, edit. 1828, M. Right arrow curving left. The first ministers established in the church were the deacons, appointed at Jerusalem, 7 in number. They were charged with the distribution of the alms. Even females had a share in this employment. After the deacons came the elders or priests, Pyro epsilon sigma beta tau epsilon rho omicron iota, charged with the maintenance of order and decorum in the community, and to act everywhere in its name. The bishops were afterwards charged to watch over the faith and the instruction of the disciples. The apostles themselves appointed several bishops. Tertullian, Adversus Mariam, c. v. Clement of Alexandria, and many fathers of the 2nd and 3rd century, do not permit us to doubt this fact. The equality of rank between these different functionaries did not prevent their functions being, even in their origin, distinct. They became subsequently still more so. See Planck, Geschichte der christlichen kirchlichen Gesellschaftsverfassung, Volume 1, page 24. G. On this extremely obscure subject, which has been so much perplexed by passion and interest, it is impossible to justify any opinion without entering into long and controversial details. It must be admitted, in opposition to Planck, that in the New Testament, the words pyro epsilon sigma beta upsilon tau epsilon rho omicron and epsilon pi iota sigma kappa pi omicron are sometimes indiscriminately used. Acts 20 verse 17, compare with Titus 1 verses 5 and 7. Philippians 1 verse 1. But it is as clear that as soon as we can discern the form of church government, at the period closely bordering upon, if not within, the apostolic age, it appears with a bishop at the head of each community, holding some superiority over the presbyters. Whether he was, as Gibbon from Mosheim supposes, merely an elective head of the College of Presbyters, for this we have, in fact, no valid authority. Or whether his distinct functions were established on apostolic authority, is still contested. The universal submission to this episcopacy, in every part of the Christian world, appears to me strongly to favor the latter view. M. Right arrow curving left. This expression was employed by the earlier Christian writers in the sense used by St. Peter, 1 Peter 2 verse 9. It was the sanctity and virtue, not the power of the priesthood, in which all Christians were to be equally distinguished. M. Right arrow curving left. It is quite clear that, strictly speaking, the Church of Rome was not founded by either of these apostles. St. Paul's epistle to the Romans proves undeniably the flourishing state of the Church before his visit to the city. And many Roman Catholic writers have given up the impracticable task of reconciling with chronology any visit of St. Peter to Rome before the end of the reign of Claudius, or the beginning of that of Nero. M. Right arrow curving left. It is exact in Syro-Chaldaic, the language in which it was spoken by Jesus Christ. St. Matthew 16 verse 17. Peter was called Cephas, and Cepha signifies base, foundation, rock. G. Right arrow curving left. This is not the general judgment on Mosheim's learned dissertation. There is no trace in the latter part of the New Testament of this community of goods, and many distinct proofs of the contrary. All exhortations to almsgiving would have been unmeaning if property had been in common. M. Right arrow curving left. Papanarii, rather victuallers. M. Right arrow curving left. Strong reasons appear to confirm this testimony. Papias, contemporary of the Apostle St. John, says positively that Matthew had written the discourses of Jesus Christ in Hebrew, and that each interpreted them as he could. This Hebrew was the Syro-Chaldaic dialect, then in use at Jerusalem. Origen, Irenaeus, Eusebius, Jerome, Epiphanius, confirm this statement. Jesus Christ preached himself in Syro-Chaldaic, as is proved by many words which he used, and which the evangelists have taken the pains to translate. St. Paul, addressing the Jews, used the same language, Acts 21:40, 22:2, 26:14. The opinions of some critics prove nothing against such undeniable testimonies. Moreover, their principal objection is that St. Matthew quotes the Old Testament according to the Greek version of the LXX, which is inaccurate. 4 of 10 quotations found in his Gospel, 7 are evidently taken from the Hebrew text, the 3 others offer little that differ. Moreover, the latter are not literal quotations. St. Jerome says positively, that, according to a copy which he had seen in the library of Caesarea, the quotations were made in Hebrew, in De Viris Illustribus. More modern critics, among others Michaelis, do not entertain a doubt on the subject. The Greek version appears to have been made in the time of the Apostles, as St. Jerome and St. Augustus affirm, perhaps by one of them. G. Among modern critics, Dr. Hugg has asserted the Greek original of St. Matthew, but the general opinion of the most learned biblical writers supports the view of M. Guizot. M. Right arrow curving left. This question has, it is well known, been most elaborately discussed since the time of Gibbon. The preface to the translation of Friedrich Schleiermacher's version of St. Luke contains a very able summary of the various theories. M. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon forgot the conclusion of this story, that Gregory left only 17 heathens in his diocese. The antithesis is suspicious, and both numbers may have been chosen to magnify the spiritual fame of the wonder-worker. M. Right arrow curving left. The statements of Chrysostom with regard to the population of Antioch, whatever may be their accuracy, are perfectly consistent. In one passage he reckons the population at 200,000. In a second the Christians at 100,000. In a third he states that the Christians formed more than half the population. Gibbon has neglected to notice the first passage, and has drawn his estimate of the population of Antioch from other sources. The 3,000 maintained by alms were widows and virgins alone. M. Right arrow curving left. Mons. Saint Martin has shown that Armenia was the first nation that embraced Christianity. Memoirs sur l'Arménie, Volume 1, page 306, and Notes to Lebeau. Gibbon, indeed, had expressed his intention of withdrawing the words, of Armenia, from the text of future editions. Vindication, Works 4-5-77. He was bitterly taunted by Richard Porson for neglecting or declining to fulfill his promise. Preface to Letters to Travis. M. Right arrow curving left. Origen states in reply that he knows of none who had altered the Gospels except the Marcionites, the Valentinians, and perhaps some followers of Lucanus. M. Right arrow curving left. According to some learned theologians, a misunderstanding of the text in the Gospel has given rise to this mistake, which has employed and wearied so many laborious commentators. Though Origen had already taken the pains to pre-inform them. The expression sigma kappa tau omicron gamma nu epsilon tau omicron does not mean, they assert, an eclipse, but any kind of obscurity occasioned in the atmosphere, whether by clouds or any other cause. As this obscuration of the sun rarely took place in Palestine, where in the middle of April the sky was usually clear, it assumed, in the eyes of the Jews and Christians, an importance conformable to the received notion, that the sun concealed at midday was a sinister presage. See Amos 8 verses 9 and 10. The word sigma kappa tau omicron is often taken in this sense by contemporary writers. The Apocalypse says, sigma kappa tau sigma theta eta delta lambda iota omicron, the sun was concealed, when speaking of an obscuration caused by smoke and dust, Revelation 9 verse 2. Moreover, the Hebrew word ophel, which in the LXX answers to the Greek sigma kappa tau omicron, signifies any darkness. And the evangelists, who have modeled the sense of their expressions by those of the LXX, must have taken it in the same latitude. This darkening of the sky usually precedes earthquakes, Matthew 27 verse 51. The heathen authors furnish us a number of examples, of which a miraculous explanation was given at the time. See Ovid 2 v. 33, L. 15 v. 785. Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae, L. 2c. 30. Wettstein has collected all these examples in his edition of the New Testament. We need not, then, be astonished at the silence of the pagan authors concerning a phenomenon which did not extend beyond Jerusalem, and which might have nothing contrary to the laws of nature. Although the Christians and the Jews may have regarded it as a sinister presage. See Michaelis, Notes on New Testament, v. I, page 290. Paulus, Commentary on New Testament 3, page 760. G. Right arrow curving left. Some commentators, among them Ray Marr, in his notes on Dion Cassius, think that the hatred of the Romans against the Jews has led the historian to exaggerate the cruelties committed by the latter. Dion Cassius LXVAI, page 1146. G. Right arrow curving left. The false Josephus is a romancer of very modern date, though some of these legends are probably more ancient. It may be worth considering whether many of the stories in the Talmud are not history in a figurative disguise, adopted from prudence. The Jews might dare to say many things of Rome, under the significant appellation of Edom, which they feared to utter publicly. Later and more ignorant ages took literally, and perhaps embellished, what was intelligible among the generation to which it was addressed. History of the Jews 3:131. The false Josephus has the inauguration of the emperor, with the 7 electors and apparently the pope assisting at the coronation. Pref. Page XXVI. M. Right arrow curving left. The greater part of the Augustan history is dedicated to Diocletian. This may account for the silence of its authors concerning Christianity. The notices that occur are almost all in the lives composed under the reign of Constantine. It may fairly be concluded, from the language which he puts into the mouth of Maecenas, that Dion was an enemy to all innovations in religion. See Gibbon's note here. In fact, when the silence of pagan historians is noticed, it should be remembered how meager and mutilated are all the extant histories of the period. M. Right arrow curving left. The modern editor of Eusebius, Heineken, has adopted, and ably supported, a notion which had before suggested itself to the editor, that this passage is not altogether a forgery, but interpolated with many additional clauses. Heineken has endeavored to disengage the original text from the foreign and more recent matter. M. Right arrow curving left. The perusal of this passage of Tacitus alone is sufficient, as I have already said, to show that the Christian sect was not so obscure as not already to have been repressed, repressa, and that it did not pass for innocent in the eyes of the Romans. G. Right arrow curving left. Yet the humane Pliny put 2 female attendants, probably deaconesses, to the torture, in order to ascertain the real nature of these suspicious meetings, necessarium crediti. Ex duibus ancilis, quae ministri disbanter quid asset veri et per tormenta quirera. M. Right arrow curving left. Professor Tobias Gottfried Hegelmayer has proved the authenticity of the Edict of Antoninus, in his Commentatio Historico-Theologica in Edictum Imperatoris Antonini, Tübingen, 1777. In quarto. G. Niender doubts its authenticity, Volume 1, page 152. In my opinion, the internal evidence is decisive against it. M. Right arrow curving left. Pliny's test was the worship of the gods, offerings to the statue of the emperor, and blaspheming Christ, praeterea maledicerent Christo. M. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon altogether forgets that Trajan fully approved of the course pursued by Pliny the Younger. That course was to order all who persevered in their faith to be led to execution, perseverance duci jussi. M. Right arrow curving left. The Acts of Ignatius are generally received as authentic, as are 7 of his letters. Eusebius and Saint Jerome mention them. There are 2 editions. In one, the letters are longer, and many passages appear to have been interpolated. The other edition is that which contains the real letters of Saint Ignatius. Such at least is the opinion of the wisest and most enlightened critics. See Lardner, The Credibility of the Gospel History. Gottfried Less, Über die Religion, ihr Geschichte, Wall und Bestätigung v1, page 529. James Usher, Dissertatio de Ignatiae Epistolae. Pearson, Vindicii Epistolarum S. Ignatiae. It should be remarked that it was under the reign of Trajan that the Bishop Ignatius was carried from Antioch to Rome, to be exposed to the lions in the amphitheatre, the year of J.C. 107, according to some, of 116, according to others. G. Right arrow curving left. The words that follow should be quoted. God not permitting that all this class of men should be exterminated. Which appears to indicate that Origen thought the number put to death inconsiderable only when compared to the numbers who had survived. Besides this, he is speaking of the state of the religion under Caracalla, Elagabalus, Alexander Severus, and Philip, who had not persecuted the Christians. It was during the reign of the latter that Origen wrote his books against Celsus. G. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon ought to have said, was falsely accused of robbery, for so it is in the Greek text. This Christian, named Nemesian, falsely accused of robbery before the centurion, was acquitted of a crime altogether foreign to his character, lambda omicron tau rho iota omega tau tau eta nu. But he was led before the governor as guilty of being a Christian, and the governor inflicted upon him a double torture. Eusebius, L. 6c. 41. It must be added that Saint Dionysius only makes particular mention of the principal martyrs. This is very doubtful. And that he says, in general, that the fury of the pagans against the Christians gave to Alexandria the appearance of a city taken by storm. This refers to plunder and ill usage, not to actual slaughter. Finally, it should be observed that Origen wrote before the persecution of the Emperor Decius. G. Right arrow curving left. De Tillemont, as an honest writer, explains the difficulties which he felt about the text of Pontius, and concludes by distinctly stating that without doubt there is some mistake. And that Pontius must have meant only Africa Minor or Carthage. For Street Cyprian, in his 58th, 69th, letter addressed to Pupienus, speaks expressly of many bishops as colleagues, que proscripti sunt, vel apprehensi in carcere et cat enisferunt. Aut que in exilium relegati, illustri itinere ad dominum perfecti sunt, aut que quibustum locis animadversi, coalescens coronas de domini clarification sumpserent. G. Right arrow curving left. Guizot denies that the letters of Cyprian, to which he refers, bear out the statement in the text. I cannot scruple to admit the accuracy of Gibbon's quotation. To take only the fifth letter, we find this passage, Dolio enim quando audio quastum improbe et insolenter discurra, et ad ineptias vel ad discordias vicare. Christi membra et jam Christum confessa per concubitus illicitos inquinari, nec a diaconus aut presbyteris regi passi, sed idea gira ut per pocorum pravos et malos mores. Multorum et bonorum confessorum gloria honesta maculator. Gibbon's misrepresentation lies in the ambiguous expression, too often. Were the epistles arranged in a different manner in the edition consulted by M. Guizot? Right arrow curving left. The 15th chapter of the 10th book of the Ecclesiastical History of Eusebius treats principally of the martyrdom of Saint Polycarp, and mentions some other martyrs. A single example of weakness is related. It is that of a Phrygian named Quintus, who, appalled at the sight of the wild beasts and the tortures, renounced his faith. This example proves little against the mass of Christians, and this chapter of Eusebius furnished much stronger evidence of their courage than of their timidity. G. This Quintus had, however, rashly and of his own accord appeared before the tribunal, and the Church of Smyrna condemned his indiscreet ardor, coupled as it was with weakness in the hour of trial. Right arrow curving left. The examples drawn by the historian from Justin Martyr and Cyprian relate altogether to particular cases, and prove nothing as to the general practice adopted towards the accused. It is evident, on the contrary, from the same apology of Saint Justin, that they hardly ever obtained delay. A man named Lucius, himself a Christian, present at an unjust sentence passed against a Christian by the judge Urbicus, asked him why he thus punished a man who was neither adulterer nor robber, nor guilty of any other crime but that of avowing himself a Christian. Urbicus answered only in these words, "Thou also hast the appearance of being a Christian." "Yes, without doubt," replied Lucius. The judge ordered that he should be put to death on the instant. A third, who came up, was condemned to be beaten with rods. Here, then, are 3 examples where no delay was granted. Surely these acts of a single passionate and irritated judge prove the general practice as little as those quoted by Gibbon. There exist a multitude of others, such as those of Ptolemy, Marcellus, etc. Justin expressly charges the judges with ordering the accused to be executed without hearing the cause. The words of St. Cyprian are as particular, and simply say that he had appointed a day by which the Christians must have renounced their faith. Those who had not done it by that time were condemned. This confirms the statement in the text. Right arrow curving left. If this be the case, Dion Cassius must have known the Christians. They must have been the subject of his particular attention, since the author supposes that he wished his master to profit by these counsels of persecution. How are we to reconcile this necessary consequence with what Gibbon has said of the ignorance of Dion Cassius, even of the name of the Christians, in this note? Gibbon speaks of Dion's silence, not of his ignorance. The supposition in this note is supported by no proof. It is probable that Dion Cassius has often designated the Christians by the name of Jews. See Dion Cassius, LXVII c. 14, LXVII 1. On this point I should adopt the view of Gibbon rather than that of Guizot. Right arrow curving left. Lardner has detailed, with his usual impartiality, all that has come down to us relating to the persecution of Aurelian, and concludes by saying, upon more carefully examining the words of Eusebius, and observing the accounts of other authors, learned men have generally, and, as I think, very judiciously, determined that Aurelian not only intended, but did actually persecute, but his persecution was short, he having died soon after the publication of his edicts. Ancient Jewish and Heathen Testimonies, c. XXXVI. Basnage positively pronounces the same opinion, non intentatum modo, sed executum quoque brevissimo tempori mandatum, nobis in fixum est in Aeneasis. Basnage, Annals 275, number 2 and compare page I, Annals 272, numbers 4, 12, 27. Right arrow curving left. On the era of martyrs, see the very curious dissertations of Mons Latron on some recently discovered inscriptions in Egypt and Nubis, page 102, etc. Right arrow curving left. On the extraordinary progress of the Mithraic rites in the West, see de Gigniod's translation of Kreutzer, Volume 1, page 365, and Note 9, Tom. I Part 2, page 738, etc. Right arrow curving left. Guizot here justly observes that it was the necessity of sacrificing to the gods which induced Marcellus to act in this manner. Right arrow curving left. Lactantius, who was subsequently chosen by Constantine to educate Crispus, might easily have learned these details from Constantine himself. Already of sufficient age to interest himself in the affairs of the government, and in a position to obtain the best information. This assumes the doubtful point of the authorship of the treatise. Right arrow curving left. This disregard consisted in the Christians fasting and praying instead of participating in the banquets and sacrifices which she celebrated with the pagans. Dapibus sacrificabat poen quadidi, ac vicarius sui opulus exhibabat. Christiani abstinebant, et illa cum gentibus epulant, jejuniis high et orationibus insistibant. Hinc concepit odium adversus eos. Lactantius, de mortibus persecutorum, c. 11. Right arrow curving left. As the history of these times affords us no example of any attempts made by the Christians against their persecutors, we have no reason, not the slightest probability, to attribute to them the fire in the palace. And the authority of Constantine and Lactantius remains to explain it. M. de Tillemont has shown how they can be reconciled. Histoire des Empereurs, vie de Diocletian, 19. G. Had it been done by a Christian, it would probably have been a fanatic, who would have avowed and gloried in it. Tillemont's supposition that the fire was first caused by lightning, and fed and increased by the malice of Galerius, seems singularly improbable. M. Right arrow curving left. Universum Populum. Lactantius, Institutions Divini v. 11. G. Right arrow curving left. M. Guizot suggests the powerful eunuchs of the palace, Dorotheus, Gorgonius, and Andrew, admitted by Gibbon himself to have been put to death, right arrow curving left. M. Guizot directly contradicts this statement of Gibbon, and appeals to Eusebius. Maxentius, who assumed the power in Italy, pretended at first to be a Christian, kappa alpha theta upsilon pi epsilon kappa rho nu alpha tau omicron, to gain the favor of the Roman people. He ordered his ministers to cease to persecute the Christians, affecting a hypocritical piety, in order to appear more mild than his predecessors. But his actions soon proved that he was very different from what they had at first hoped. The actions of Maxentius were those of a lascivious and cruel tyrant, but not those of a persecutor. The Christians, like the rest of his subjects, suffered from his vices. But they were not oppressed as a sect. Christian females were exposed to his lusts, as well as to the brutal violence of his colleague Maximian, but they were not selected as Christians. M. Right arrow curving left. The words of Optatus are, perfectus, Roma, causam dixit, justus est reverti Carthaginum. Perhaps, in pleading his cause, he exculpated himself, since he received an order to return to Carthage. G. Right arrow curving left. We are ignorant whether Agli and Boniface were Christians at the time of their unlawful connection. See Tillemont, Memoirs ecclésiastiques, Note on the Persecution of Domitian, Tom. V. Note 82. M. de Tillemont proves also that the history is doubtful. G. Sir David Dalrymple, Lord Highley's, calls the story of Agli and Boniface as of equal authority with our popular histories of Whittington and Hickathrift. Disquisitions concerning the Antiquities of the Christian Church 264. M. Right arrow curving left. But Gibbon has answered this by his just observation that it is not in the language of edicts and manifestos that we should search, for the secret motives of princes. M. Right arrow curving left. It is easy to reconcile them. It is sufficient to quote the entire text of Lactantius, Nam cum clement iam specie tenus profiteriter, oxidi servos de vituit, debilitari jussit. Itac confessoribus effodiabanter oculi, amputabanter manus, neris vel auriculi dissecabanter. Haec almolians Constantini literis deteriter. Dissimulavit ergo, et tamen, si cas insiderit, mari occult mergebater. This detail of torments inflicted on the Christians easily reconciles Lactantius and Eusebius. Those who died in consequence of their tortures, those who were plunged into the sea, might well pass for martyrs. The mutilation of the words of Lactantius has alone given rise to the apparent contradiction. G. Eusebius, ch. 6, relates the public martyrdom of the aged bishop of Emesa, with two others, who were thrown to the wild beasts, the beheading of Peter, bishop of Alexandria, with several others. And the death of Lucian, presbyter of Antioch, who was carried to Numidia, and put to death in prison. The contradiction is direct and undeniable, for although Eusebius may have misplaced the former martyrdoms, it may be doubted whether the authority of Maximin extended to Nicomedia till after the death of Galerius. The last edict of toleration issued by Maximin, and published by Eusebius himself, Historia Ecclesiastica 9:9, confirms the statement of Lactantius. M. Right arrow curving left. Historical criticism does not consist in rejecting indiscriminately all the facts which do not agree with a particular system, as Gibbon does in this chapter, in which, except at the last extremity, he will not consent to believe a martyrdom. Authorities are to be weighed, not excluded from examination. Now, the pagan historians justify in many places the details which have been transmitted to us by the historians of the Church concerning the tortures endured by the Christians. Celsus reproaches the Christians with holding their assemblies in secret, on account of the fear inspired by their sufferings, for when you are arrested, he says, you are dragged to punishment. And, before you are put to death, you have to suffer all kinds of tortures. Origen, Contra Celsum, L. 1, 2, 6, 8, Passim. Libanius, the panegyrist of Julian, says, while speaking of the Christians, those who followed a corrupt religion were in continual apprehensions. They feared lest Julian should invent tortures still more refined than those to which they had been exposed before, as mutilation, burning alive, etc. For the emperors had inflicted upon them all these barbarities. Libanius, Oratio Parentalis, in Julian apud Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, No. 9, No. 58, page 283. G. Right arrow curving left. M. Guizot states that the acts of Tarachus and his companion contain nothing that appears dictated by violent feelings, sentiment outré. Nothing can be more painful than the constant attempt of Gibbon, throughout this discussion, to find some flaw in the virtue and heroism of the martyrs. Some extenuation for the cruelty of the persecutors. But truth must not be sacrificed even to well-grounded moral indignation. Though the language of these martyrs is in great part that of calm defiance, of noble firmness, yet there are many expressions which betray resentment and contempt. Children of Satan, worshippers of devils, is their common appellation of the heathen. One of them calls the judge nu alpha iota delta sigma tau alpha tau epsilon. Another theta eta rho omega nu omega alpha iota delta sigma tau alpha tau epsilon tau rho alpha nu epsilon. One curses, and declares that he will curse the emperors, beta rho sigma alpha, kappa alpha beta rho sigma omega lambda omicron iota mu omicron nu tau alpha kappa alpha alpha mu omicron pi tau alpha, as pestilential and bloodthirsty tyrants, whom God will soon visit in his wrath. On the other hand, though at first they speak the milder language of persuasion, the cold barbarity of the judges and officers might surely have called forth one sentence of abhorrence from Gibbon. On the first unsatisfactory answer, break his jaw, is the order of the judge. They direct and witness the most excruciating tortures. The people, as M. Guizot observes, were so much revolted by the cruelty of Maximus, that when the martyrs appeared in the amphitheatre, fear seized on all hearts. And general murmurs against the unjust judge rank through the assembly. It is singular, at least, that Gibbon should have quoted, as probably authentic, acts so much embellished with miracle as these of Tarachus are, particularly towards the end. M. Right arrow curving left. Scarcely were the authorities informed of this, than the president of the province, a man, says Eusebius, harsh and cruel, banished the confessors, some to Cyprus, others to different parts of Palestine, and ordered them to be tormented by being set to the most painful labors. 4 of them, whom he required to abjure their faith, and refused, were burnt alive. Eusebius, De Martyribus Palestini, c. 13. G. 2 of these were bishops. A 5th, Silvanus, bishop of Gaza, was the last martyr. Another, named John, was blinded, but used to officiate and recite from memory long passages of the sacred writings. M. Right arrow curving left. Those who will take the trouble to consult the text will see that if the word pi omicron mu epsilon nu alpha nu tau alpha could be taken for the expectation of punishment, the passage could have no sense and become absurd. G. The many, pi lambda epsilon omicron upsilon, he speaks of as suffering together in one day, theta rho omicron omega kappa alpha tau mu iota alpha nu mu epsilon rho alpha nu. The fact seems to be that religious persecution always raged in Egypt with greater violence than elsewhere. M. Right arrow curving left. The practical illustration of the possibility of Leander's feat by Lord Byron and other English swimmers is too well known to need particular reference. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Walpole's Memoirs relating to European and Asiatic Turkey, Volume 1, page 101. Dr. Edward Daniel Clarke adopted Mr. Walpole's interpretation of pi lambda tau upsilon lambda lambda sigma pi omicron nu tau omicron, the salt Hellespont. But the old interpretation is more graphic and Homeric. Clarke's Travels in Europe, Asia and Africa 270. M. Right arrow curving left. On this column, says M. Von Hammer, Constantine, with singular shamelessness, placed his own statue with the attributes of Apollo and Christ. He substituted the nails of the Passion for the rays of the sun. Such is the direct testimony of the author of the Antiquitates Constantinopolitani, Apud Banduri. Constantine was replaced by the great and religious Julian by Theodosius. AD 1412, the keystone was loosened by an earthquake. The statue fell in the reign of Alexius Comnenus, and was replaced by the cross. The Palladium was said to be buried under the pillar. Von Hammer, Constantinopolis und der Bosporos I 162. M. Right arrow curving left. See this note for Dr. Clarke's rejection of Thevenot's authority. Von Hammer, however, repeats the story of Thevenot without questioning its authenticity. M. Right arrow curving left. Yet, for his age, the description of the statues of Hecuba and of Homer are by no means without merit. See Anthologia Palatina, edit. Jacobs, I 37. M. Right arrow curving left. At Rome the poorer citizens who received these gratuities were inscribed in a register, they had only a personal right. Constantine attached the right to the houses in his new capital, to engage the lower classes of the people to build their houses with expedition. Codex Theodosianus, L. 14, G. Right arrow curving left. This right, the jus italicum, which by most writers is referred without foundation to the personal condition of the citizens, properly related to the city as a whole, and contained two parts. First, the Roman or Quiritarian property in the soil, commercium, and its capability of mancipation, usurpation, and vindication. Moreover, as an inseparable consequence of this, exemption from land tax. Then, secondly, a free constitution in the Italian form, with duumvirs, quinquennals, and aediles, and especially with jurisdiction. Savigny, Geschichte der Römischen Rechts im Mittelalter, b. I, page 51. M. Right arrow curving left. Constantine, que remplaca le grand patriciat par un noblesse titre, et que changeait avec d'autres institutions la nature de la société latine. Est le véritable fondateur de la royauté moderne, dont ce chuel conserva de Romaine. Chateaubriand, Études historiques préface, I 151. Manso, Leben Constantius de Grossen, page 153, etc., has given a lucid view of the dignities and duties of the officers in the imperial court. M. Right arrow curving left. It does not appear that the establishment of the indite ion is to be attributed to Constantine. It existed before he had been created Augustus at Rome, and the remission granted by him to the city of Autun is the proof. He would not have ventured while only Caesar, and under the necessity of courting popular favor, to establish such an odious impost. Aurelius Victor and Lactantius agree in designating Diocletian as the author of this despotic institution. Aurelius Victor, De Caesaribus, c. 39. Lactantius, De Mortibus Persecutorum, c. 7. G. Right arrow curving left. The decurions were charged with assessing, according to the census of property prepared by the tabularii, the payment due from each proprietor. This odious office was authoritatively imposed on the richest citizens of each town. They had no salary, and all their compensation was to be exempt from certain corporal punishments, in case they should have incurred them. The decurionate was the ruin of all the rich. Hence they tried every way of avoiding this dangerous honor, they concealed themselves, they entered into military service, but their efforts were unavailing. They were seized, they were compelled to become decurions, and the dread inspired by this title was termed impiety. The decurions were mutually responsible. They were obliged to undertake for pieces of ground abandoned by their owners on account of the pressure of the taxes, and, finally, to make up all deficiencies. Savigny, Geschichte der Römischen Rechts I-25. M. Right arrow curving left. C. Likewise, a dissertation of M. Latran, Considerations générales sur l'évaluation des monnaies grecques et romaines, Paris, 1817. M. Right arrow curving left. On no subject has so much valuable information been collected since the time of Gibbon as the statistics of the different countries of Europe, but much is still wanting as to our own. M. Right arrow curving left. In this passage of Eumenius, Savigny supposes the original number to have been 32,000, 7,000 being discharged, there remained 25,000 liable to the tribute. CMEM. Quoted above. M. Right arrow curving left. This custom is of still earlier date, the Romans had borrowed it from Greece. Who is not acquainted with the famous oration of Demosthenes for the golden crown, which his citizens wished to bestow, and Aeschines to deprive him of? Right arrow curving left. This conjecture is very doubtful. The obscurity of the law quoted from the Theodosian Code scarcely allows any inference, and there is extant but one medal which can be attributed to a Helena, wife of Crispus. See Echel, Doctrina Nemorum Veterum, Tom. 8, pages 102 and 145. Right arrow curving left. Hannibalianus is always designated in these authors by the title of king. There still exist medals struck to his honor, on which the same title is found, FL Hannibaliano Regi. See Echel, Doctrina Nemorum Veterum, Tom. 8, page 104. Armenium nationesque circum socias habebat, says Aurelius Victor, page 225. The writer means the Lesser Armenia. Though it is not possible to question a fact supported by such respectable authorities, Gibbon considers it inexplicable and incredible. It is a strange abuse of the privilege of doubting to refuse all belief in a fact of such little importance in itself, and attested thus formally by contemporary authors and public monuments. Saint Martin, Note to Lebeau, I 341. M. Right arrow curving left. I have already noticed the confusion which must necessarily arise in history when names purely geographical, as this of Sarmatia, are taken for historical names belonging to a single nation. We perceive it here. It has forced Gibbon to suppose, without any reason but the necessity of extricating himself from his perplexity, that the Sarmatians had taken a king from among the Vandals. A supposition entirely contrary to the usages of barbarians. Dacia, at this period, was occupied, not by Sarmatians, who have never formed a distinct race, but by Vandals, whom the ancients have often confounded under the general term Sarmatians. See Gatterers Versuch einer allgemeinen Weltgeschichte, page 464. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon has confounded the inhabitants of the city of Cherson, the ancient Chersonesus, with the people of the Chersonesus Taurica. If he had read with more attention the chapter of Constantius Porphyrogenitus from which this narrative is derived, he would have seen that the author clearly distinguishes the Republic of Cherson from the rest of the Tauric peninsula, then possessed by the kings of the Cimmerian Bosphorus, and that the city of Cherson alone furnished succors to the Romans. The English historian is also mistaken in saying that the Stephanephoros of the Chersonites was a perpetual magistrate, since it is easy to discover from the great number of Stephanephoroi mentioned by Constantine Porphyrogenitus that they were annual magistrates, like almost all those which governed the Grecian republics. Saint Martin, Note to Lebeau, I 326. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare, on this very obscure but remarkable war, Manso, Laban Constantius de Grosson, page 195. M. Right arrow curving left. The authority of Philostorgius is so suspicious as not to be sufficient to establish this fact, which Gibbon has inserted in his history as certain, while in the note he appears to doubt it. G. Right arrow curving left. The author of the Xenotultarique states that the lady herself affirmed her belief of this from the extraordinary liveliness of the infant, and its lying on the right side. Those who are sage on such subjects must determine what right she had to be positive from these symptoms. Malcolm, History of Persia, I-83. M. Right arrow curving left. Constantine had endeavored to allay the fury of the persecutions, which, at the instigation of the Magi and the Jews, Sapor had commenced against the Christians. Eusebius, De Vita Constantini. History of the Church, Theodoret I-25. Sozomen 2c 8, 15. M. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon has endeavored, in his history, to make use of the information furnished by Moses of Choronea, the only Armenian historian then translated into Latin. Gibbon has not perceived all the chronological difficulties which occur in the narrative of that writer. He has not thought of all the critical discussions which his text ought to undergo before it can be combined with the relations of the Western writers. From want of this attention, Gibbon has made the facts which he has drawn from this source more erroneous than they are in the original. This judgment applies to all which the English historian has derived from the Armenian author. I have made the history of Moses a subject of particular attention. And it is with confidence that I offer the results, which I insert here, and which will appear in the course of my notes. In order to form a judgment of the difference which exists between me and Gibbon, I will content myself with remarking that throughout he has committed an anachronism of 30 years. From whence it follows that he assigns to the reign of Constantius many events which took place during that of Constantine. He could not therefore discern the true connection which exists between the Roman history and that of Armenia, or form a correct notion of the reasons which induced Constantine, at the close of his life, to make war upon the Persians, or of the motives which detained Constantius so long in the East. He does not even mention them. St. Martin, Note on Le Beau, I, page 406. I have inserted M. St. Martin's observations, but I must add that the chronology which he proposes is not generally received by Armenian scholars, nor, I believe, by Professor Newman. M. Right arrow curving left. The Persian historians, or romancers, do not mention the Battle of Singera, but make the captive Shapur escape, defeat, and take prisoner the Roman emperor. The Roman captives were forced to repair all the ravages they had committed, even to replanting the smallest trees. Malcolm I-85. M. Right arrow curving left. The Itinerary of Antoninus, page 357, edit. Wesseling, places Mons Seleucus 24 miles from Vapinicum, Gap, and 26 from Lucus, Luluc, on the road to Dea Vocantiarum. The situation answers to Mont Salian, a little place on the right of the small river Bech, which falls into the Durance. Roman antiquities have been found in this place. St. Martin, Note to Le Beau, 247. M. Right arrow curving left. Gallus and Julian were not sons of the same mother. Their father, Julius Constantius, had had Gallus by his first wife, named Galla. Julian was the son of Basilina, whom he had espoused in a second marriage. Tillemont, Histoire des Empereurs. Vie de Constantine, Art. 3, G. Right arrow curving left. It is doubtful whether the obelisk transported by Constantius to Rome now exists. Even from the text of Ammianus, it is uncertain whether the interpretation of Hermapion refers to the older obelisk, obelisco incisus est veteri quem vitimus in circo, raised, as he himself states, in the Circus Maximus, long before, by Augustus, or to the one brought by Constantius. The obelisk in the square before the church of St. John Lateran is ascribed, not to Ramesses the Great, but to Thoutmose II. Champollion, I Lettres A. M. de Blocas, page 32. M. Right arrow curving left. In my Memoirs historiques et géographiques sur l'Arménie, L. I, pp. 166, 173, I conceive that I have proved this city, still called by the Armenians Durkranajerd, the city of Tigranes, to be the same with the famous Tigranocerta, of which the situation was unknown. St. Martin I 432. On the siege of Amida, see St. Martin's Notes, 2290. Faustus of Byzantium, nearly a contemporary, Armenian, states that the Persians, on becoming masters of it, destroyed 40,000 houses. Though Ammianus describes the city as of no great extent, civitatis ambidum non nimium ampli. Besides the ordinary population, and those who took refuge from the country, it contained 20,000 soldiers. St. Martin 2290. This interpretation is extremely doubtful. Wagner, note on Ammianus, considers the whole population to amount only to 20,000. M. Right arrow curving left. Klaproth considers the real Albanians the same with the ancient Alani, and quotes a passage of the Emperor Julian in support of his opinion. They are the Osseti, now inhabiting part of Caucasus. Tableaux historiques de l'Asie, pages 179, 180. M. The Virtae are still unknown. It is possible that the Chionites are the same as the Huns. These people were already known, and we find from Armenian authors that they were making, at this period, incursions into Asia. They were often at war with the Persians. The name was perhaps pronounced differently in the east and in the west, and this prevents us from recognizing it. St. Martin 2177. M. Right arrow curving left. The Christian bishop of Bazabd went to the camp of the king of Persia, to persuade him to check the waste of human blood. Ammianus Marcellinus XX7. M. Right arrow curving left. St. Martin doubts whether it lay so much to the south. The word Bertha means in Syriac a castle or fortress, and might be applied to many places. Notes on Lebeau, Volume 2, page 344. M. Right arrow curving left. The late editor, Wagner, has nothing better to suggest, and laments, with Gibbon, the silence of Ernesti. M. Right arrow curving left. Barbatio seems to have allowed himself to be surprised and defeated. M. Right arrow curving left. A newly discovered fragment of Eunapius, whom Zosimus probably transcribed, illustrates this transaction. Julian commanded the Romans to abstain from all hostile measures against the Salians, neither to waste or ravage their own country. For he called every country their own which was surrendered without resistance or toil on the part of the conquerors. My Scriptorum Veterum Nova Collectio 2256, and Eunapius in Niebuhr, Historiae Byzantini, page 86. M. Right arrow curving left. Trisesime, Kellen, Mannert, quoted by Wagner. Heraclea, perhaps Erkelans in the district of Juliers. St. Martin 2:311. M. Right arrow curving left. Echel, Doctrina Nemorum Veterum, Volume 8. M. Right arrow curving left. The great difficulty in resolving it into a natural phenomenon arises from the inscription. Even the most heated or awestruck imagination would hardly discover distinct and legible letters in a solar halo. But the inscription may have been a later embellishment, or an interpretation of the meaning which the sign was construed to convey. Compare Heineken, Excursus in Locke. Eusebii, and the authors quoted. M. Right arrow curving left. The first excursus of Heineken, in Vita Constantini, p. 507, contains a full summary of the opinions and arguments of the later writers who have discussed this interminable subject. As to his conversion, where interest and inclination, state policy, and, if not a sincere conviction of its truth, at least a respect, an esteem, an awe of Christianity, thus coincided. Constantine himself would probably have been unable to trace the actual history of the workings of his own mind, or to assign its real influence to each concurrent motive. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Heineken, Excursus 4 ETV, where these questions are examined with candor and acuteness, and with constant reference to the opinions of more modern writers. M. Right arrow curving left. This passage of Chrysostom, though not in his more forcible manner, is not quite fairly represented. He is stronger in other places, in Acts, Homilia XXII, and Homilia I. Compare likewise the sermon of Gregory of Nyssa on this subject, and Gregory Nazianzen. After all, to those who believed in the efficacy of baptism, what argument could be more conclusive than the danger of dying without it? Oratio XL. M. Right arrow curving left. Heine, in a valuable note on this passage of Zosimus, has shown decisively that this malicious way of accounting for the conversion of Constantine was not an invention of Zosimus. It appears to have been the current calumny, eagerly adopted and propagated by the exasperated pagan party. Reitmeier, a later editor of Zosimus, whose notes are retained in the recent edition in the collection of the Byzantine historians, has a disquisition on the passage as candid, but not more conclusive, than some which have preceded him. M. Right arrow curving left. See the dissertation of M. Latron on this question. He conceives that Theophilus was born in the island of Dahlak, in the Arabian Gulf. His embassy was to Abyssinia rather than to India. Latron, Matériaux pour l'histoire du christianisme en Égypte, and Nubi et en Abyssinie, Paris, 1832. Third dissert. M. Right arrow curving left. This freedom was extremely limited, and soon annihilated. Already, from the 3rd century, the deacons were no longer nominated by the members of the community, but by the bishops. Although it appears, by the letters of Cyprian, that even in his time no priest could be elected without the consent of the community, Epistolae 68, that election was far from being altogether free. The bishop proposed to his parishioners the candidate whom he had chosen, and they were permitted to make such objections as might be suggested by his conduct and morals. Saint Cyprian, Epistolae 33. They lost this last right towards the middle of the 4th century. G. Right arrow curving left. The statement of Planck is more consistent with history. From the middle of the 4th century, the bishops of some of the larger churches, particularly those of the imperial residence, were almost always chosen under the influence of the court, and often directly and immediately nominated by the emperor. Planck, Geschichte der Christlichen Kirchlichen Gesellschaftsverfassung, Volume 1, page 263. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Planck, Volume 1, page 348. This century, the third, first brought forth the monks, and the monks, or the spirit of monchieri, the celibacy of the clergy. Planck likewise observes that from the history of Eusebius alone names of married bishops and presbyters may be adduced by dozens. M. Right arrow curving left. The philosophy of Plato was not the only source of that professed in the school of Alexandria. That city, in which Greek, Jewish, and Egyptian men of letters were assembled, was the scene of a strange fusion of the system of these three people. The Greeks brought a Platonism, already much changed. The Jews, who had acquired at Babylon a great number of Oriental notions, and whose theological opinions had undergone great changes by this intercourse, endeavored to reconcile Platonism with their new doctrine, and disfigured it entirely. Lastly, the Egyptians, who were not willing to abandon notions for which the Greeks themselves entertained respect, endeavored on their side to reconcile their own with those of their neighbors. It is in Ecclesiasticus and the Wisdom of Solomon that we trace the influence of Oriental philosophy rather than that of Platonism. We find in these books, and in those of the later prophets, as in Ezekiel, notions unknown to the Jews before the Babylonian captivity, of which we do not discover the germ in Plato, but which are manifestly derived from the Orientals. Thus God represented under the image of light, and the principle of evil under that of darkness, the history of the good and bad angels, paradise and hell, etc. are doctrines of which the origin, or at least the positive determination, can only be referred to the Oriental philosophy. Plato supposed matter eternal. The Orientals and the Jews considered it as a creation of God, who alone was eternal. It is impossible to explain the philosophy of the Alexandrian school solely by the blending of the Jewish theology with the Greek philosophy. The Oriental philosophy, however little it may be known, is recognized at every instant. Thus, according to the Zendavesta, it is by the word, Hanover, more ancient than the world that Ormuzd created the universe. This word is the logos of Philo, consequently very different from that of Plato. I have shown that Plato never personified the logos as the ideal archetype of the world. Philo ventured this personification. The deity, according to him, has a double logos. The first, lambda gamma omicron epsilon nu delta iota theta epsilon tau omicron, is the ideal archetype of the world, the ideal world, the firstborn of the deity. The second, lambda gamma omicron pyro omicron phi-rho iota kappa omicron, is the word itself of God, personified under the image of a being acting to create the sensible world. And to make it like to the ideal world, it is the secondborn of God. Following out his imaginations, Philo went so far as to personify anew the ideal world, under the image of a celestial man, upsilon rho nu iota omicron nu phi rho sigma pi omicron, the primitive type of man. And the sensible world under the image of another man less perfect than the celestial man. Certain notions of the Oriental philosophy may have given rise to this strange abuse of allegory, which it is sufficient to relate, to show what alterations Platonism had already undergone. And what was their source? Philo, moreover, of all the Jews of Alexandria, is the one whose Platonism is the most pure. See Bull, Introduction to History of Modern Philosophy. Michaelis, Introduction to New Testament in German, Part 2, page 973. It is from this mixture of Orientalism, Platonism, and Judaism that Gnosticism arose, which has produced so many theological and philosophical extravagancies. And in which Oriental notions evidently predominate. G. Right arrow curving left. Tertullian is here arguing against the Patripassians, those who asserted that the Father was born of the Virgin, died, and was buried. M. Right arrow curving left. A short discussion on the sense in which St. John has used the word logos will prove that he has not borrowed it from the philosophy of Plato. The evangelist adopts this word without previous explanation, as a term with which his contemporaries were already familiar, and which they could at once comprehend. To know the sense which he gave to it, we must inquire that which it generally bore in his time. We find too, the one attached to the word logos by the Jews of Palestine, the other by the school of Alexandria, particularly by Philo. The Jews had feared at all times to pronounce the name of Jehovah. They had formed a habit of designating God by one of his attributes. They called him sometimes wisdom, sometimes the Word. By the word of the Lord were the heavens made. Psalm 33 verse 6. Accustomed to allegories, they often addressed themselves to this attribute of the deity as a real being. Solomon makes wisdom say, "The Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way, before his works of old. I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning, or ever the earth was." Proverbs 8 verses 22 and 23. Their residence in Persia only increased this inclination to sustained allegories. In the Ecclesiasticus of the son of Sirach, and the Book of Wisdom, we find allegorical descriptions of wisdom like the following: I came out of the mouth of the Most High. I covered the earth as a cloud. I alone compassed the circuit of heaven, and walked in the bottom of the deep. The Creator created me from the beginning, before the world, and I shall never fail. Ecclesiasticus 24:35, 39. See also the Wisdom of Solomon 7:9. The latter book is clearly Alexandrian. M. We see from this that the Jews understood from the Hebrew and Chaldaic words which signify wisdom, the word, and which were translated into Greek by sigma omicron phi alpha, lambda gamma omicron, a simple attribute of the deity. Allegorically personified, but of which they did not make a real particular being, separate from the deity. The school of Alexandria, on the contrary, and Philo among the rest, mingling Greek with Jewish and Oriental notions, and abandoning himself to his inclination to mysticism, personified the Logos. And represented it, see this note, as a distinct being, created by God, and intermediate between God and man. This is the second Logos of Philo, lambda gamma omicron pyro omicron phi iota kappa omicron, that which acts from the beginning of the world, alone in its kind, mu omicron nu omicron gamma nu eta, creator of the sensible world, kappa sigma mu omicron alpha iota sigma theta eta tau. Formed by God according to the ideal world, kappa alpha sigma mu omicron kappa eta tau omicron, which he had in himself, and which was the first Logos, nu omega tau tau omega, the firstborn, pyro iota sigma beta tau epsilon rho omicron, of the deity. The Logos taken in this sense, then, was a created being, but, anterior to the creation of the world, near to God, and charged with his revelations to mankind. Which of these two senses is that which St. John intended to assign to the word Logos in the first chapter of his Gospel, and in all his writings? St. John was a Jew, born and educated in Palestine. He had no knowledge, at least very little, of the philosophy of the Greeks, and that of the Grecizing Jews. He would naturally, then, attach to the word Logos the sense attached to it by the Jews of Palestine. If, in fact, we compare the attributes which he assigns to the Logos with those which are assigned to it in Proverbs, in the Wisdom of Solomon, in Ecclesiasticus, we shall see that they are the same. The Word was in the world, and the world was made by him, in him was life, and the life was the light of men, John 1:10, 14. It is impossible not to trace in this chapter the ideas which the Jews had formed of the allegorized Logos. The evangelist afterwards really personifies that which his predecessors have personified only poetically, for he affirms that the Word became flesh, John 5 verse 14. It was to prove this that he wrote. Closely examined, the ideas which he gives of the Logos cannot agree with those of Philo and the school of Alexandria. They correspond, on the contrary, with those of the Jews of Palestine. Perhaps St. John, employing a well-known term to explain a doctrine which was yet unknown, has slightly altered the sense. It is this alteration which we appear to discover on comparing different passages of his writings. It is worthy of remark that the Jews of Palestine, who did not perceive this alteration, could find nothing extraordinary in what St. John said of the Logos. At least they comprehended it without difficulty, while the Greeks and Grecizing Jews, on their part, brought to it prejudices and preconceptions easily reconciled with those of the evangelist, who did not expressly contradict them. This circumstance must have much favored the progress of Christianity. Thus the fathers of the Church in the 2 first centuries and later, formed almost all in the school of Alexandria, gave to the Logos of St. John a sense nearly similar to that which it received from Philo. Their doctrine approached very near to that which in the 4th century the Council of Nice condemned in the person of Arius. G. Guizot has forgotten the long residence of St. John at Ephesus, the center of the mingling opinions of the East and West, which were gradually growing up into Gnosticism. See Matter, Histoire critique du Gnosticisme, Volume 1, page 154. St. John's sense of the Logos seems as far removed from the simple allegory ascribed to the Palestinian Jews as from the Oriental impersonation of the Alexandrian. The simple truth may be that St. John took the familiar term, and, as it were, infused into it the peculiar and Christian sense in which it is used in his writings. M. Right arrow curving left. The greater part of the Doceti rejected the true divinity of Jesus Christ, as well as his human nature. They belonged to the Gnostics, whom some philosophers, in whose party Gibbon has enlisted, make to derive their opinions from those of Plato. These philosophers did not consider that Platonism had undergone continual alterations, and that those who gave it some analogy with the notions of the Gnostics were later in their origin than most of the sects comprehended under this name. Mosheim has proved, in his Institutionum Historiae Ecclesiasticae, S. I, page 136, SQQ. And page 339, SQQ. That the Oriental philosophy, combined with the Kabbalistical philosophy of the Jews, had given birth to Gnosticism. The relations which exist between this doctrine and the records which remain to us of that of the Orientals, the Chaldean and Persian, have been the source of the errors of the Gnostic Christians, who wished to reconcile their ancient notions with their new belief. It is on this account that, denying the human nature of Christ, they also denied his intimate union with God, and took him for one of the substances, eons, created by God. As they believed in the eternity of matter, and considered it to be the principle of evil, in opposition to the deity, the first cause and principle of good, they were unwilling to admit that one of the pure substances, one of the eons which came forth from God, had, by partaking in the material nature, allied himself to the principle of evil. And this was their motive for rejecting the real humanity of Jesus Christ. See Christian Wilhelm Franz Walch, History of Heresies in German, t. I, page 217, SQQ. Brucker, Historia Critica Philosophiae 2, page 639. G. Right arrow curving left. The name of Doceti was given to these sectaries only in the course of the 2nd century. This name did not designate a sect, properly so called. It applied to all the sects who taught the non-reality of the material body of Christ. Of this number were the Valentinians, the Basilidians, the Ophites, the Marcionites, against whom Tertullian wrote his book, De Carne Christi, and other Gnostics. In truth, Clement of Alexandria, Stramata, L. 3 c. 13, page 552, makes express mention of a sect of Doceti, and even names as one of its heads a certain Cassianus. But everything leads us to believe that it was not a distinct sect. Philastrius, Adversus Omnes Heresies, c. 31, reproaches Saturninus with being a Docete. Irenaeus, Adversus Heresies, c. 23, makes the same reproach against Basilides. Epiphanius and Philastrius, who have treated in detail on each particular heresy, do not specially name that of the Doceti. Serapion, Bishop of Antioch, Eusebius, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. 6 c. 12, and Clement of Alexandria, Stramata, L. 7, page 900, appear to be the first who have used the generic name. It is not found in any earlier record, though the error which it points out existed even in the time of the Apostles. See Walch, History of Heresies, t. I, page 283. Tillemont, M.E.M. Pour Server à la Historia Ecclesiastica 2, page 50. Johann Franz Budius, Ecclesia Apostolica, c. 5 section 7. G. Right arrow curving left. Dar. Burden's work on the doctrine of the Ante-Nicene Fathers must be consulted by those who wish to obtain clear notions on this subject. M. Right arrow curving left. Heineken, Excursus 11, quotes with approbation the term golden words, applied by Ziegler to this moderate and tolerant letter of Constantine. May an English clergyman venture to express his regret that the fine gold so soon became dim in the Christian Church? M. Right arrow curving left. This grave charge, if made, and it rests entirely on the authority of Sozomen, seems to have been silently dropped by the parties themselves. It is never alluded to in the subsequent investigations. From Sozomen himself, who gives the unfavorable report of the Commission of Inquiry sent to Egypt concerning the cup, it does not appear that they noticed this accusation of personal violence. M. Right arrow curving left. I cannot quite comprehend the ground of Gibbon's doubts. Athanasius distinctly asserts the fact of their retractation. Athanasius, Opera I, page 139, edit. Benedicti. The epistles are apparently translations from the Latin, if, in fact, more than the substance of the epistles. That to Athanasius is brief, almost abrupt. Their retractation is likewise mentioned in the address of the Orthodox bishops of Rimini to Constantius. Athanasius, De Synodes, Opera, Tom. I, page 723. M. Right arrow curving left. Arius appears to have been the first who availed himself of this means of impressing his doctrines on the popular ear. He composed songs for sailors, millers, and travelers. And set them to common airs. Beguiling the ignorant, by the sweetness of his music, into the impiety of his doctrines. Philostorgius 2:2. Arian singers used to parade the streets of Constantinople by night, till Chrysostom arrayed against them a band of orthodox choristers. Sozomen 8:8. M. Right arrow curving left. The murder of Hermogenes took place at the first expulsion of Paul from the See of Constantinople. M. Right arrow curving left. The philosophers retaliated on the courtiers. Marius, says Eunapius in a newly discovered fragment, was wont to call his antagonist Sylla a beast half lion and half fox. Constantius had nothing of the lion, but was surrounded by a whole litter of foxes. My Scriptorum Veterum Nova Collectio 2:238. Niebuhr, Corpus Scriptorum Historiae Byzantini, page 66. M. Right arrow curving left. The late editor of Ammianus attempts to vindicate his author from the charge of inaccuracy. It is clear from the whole course of the narrative that Constantius entertained this design of demanding his troops from Julian, immediately after the taking of Amida. In the autumn of the preceding year, and had transmitted his orders into Gaul before it was known that Lupicinus had gone into Britain with the Herulians and Batavians. Wagner, Note to Ammianus Marcellinus XX4. But it seems also clear that the troops were in winter quarters, Heimabent, when the orders arrived. Ammianus can scarcely be acquitted of incorrectness in his language at least. M. Right arrow curving left. Wagner thinks this sudden change of sentiment altogether a fiction of the attendant courtiers and chiefs of the army, who up to this time had been hostile to Julian. Note in Loc Ammianus. M. Right arrow curving left. Gibbona secundum habet pro numero, quat tamen est viri agnomen. Wagner, Nota in Loc Ammianus. It is not a mistake, it is rather an error in taste. Wagner inclines to transfer the chief guilt to Arbitio. M. Right arrow curving left. It is very questionable whether Julian meant to insinuate this charge. He compares the conduct of the Galileans, in looking after the poor for the sake of proselytizing, to that of kidnappers who inveigle children by giving them a cake. The simile does not seem to be applied literally to the Christians. B. Right arrow curving left. Eunapius wrote a continuation of the history of Dexippus. Some valuable fragments of this work have been recovered by M. Mai, and reprinted in Niebuhr's edition of the Byzantine historians. M. Right arrow curving left. Much curious information on this subject is collected in the first chapter of Friedrich Wilken, Geschichte der Kreuzzüge. M. Right arrow curving left. Lord Mahone, in a memoir read before the Society of Antiquaries, February 1831, has traced, in a brief but interesting manner, the singular adventures of the true cross. It is curious to inquire what authority we have, except of late tradition, for the hill of Calvary. There is none in the sacred writings. The uniform use of the common word tau pi omicron, instead of any word expressing ascent or acclivity, is against the notion. M. Right arrow curving left. According to the historian Cotobedim, quoted by Burckhardt, Travels in Arabia, p. 276, the Caliph Moqtadir sacrificed during his pilgrimage to Mecca, in the year of the Hejra 350, 40,000 camels and cows, and 50,000 sheep. Barthema describes 30,000 oxen slain, and their carcasses given to the poor. Quarterly Review 13, page 39. M. Right arrow curving left. It is a fact now popularly known, that, when mines which have been long closed are opened, one of two things takes place: either the torches are extinguished and the men fall first into a swoon and soon die. Or, if the air is inflammable, a little flame is seen to flicker round the lamp, which spreads and multiplies till the conflagration becomes general, is followed by an explosion, and kills all who are in the way. G. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon has forgotten Basnage, to whom Warburton replied. M. Right arrow curving left. Socrates, however, implies that, on the death of Julian, they were contemptuously thrown aside by the Christians. Tau nu delta omicron pi nu omicron iota nu sigma tau omicron mu eta gamma rho alpha phi nu alpha iota lambda omicron gamma zeta omicron nu tau alpha iota. Socrates Scholasticus, Historia Ecclesiastica 3:16. M. Right arrow curving left. The history of the remains of Babylos is told, accurately for the most part, by Tillemont, and has been fully discussed by Bishop Lightfoot, in Apostolic Fathers, Part 2 Volume 1, page 41, SQQ. Who uncovers a nest of errors in the account of Gibbon. 1. From Sozomen v. 20, it is clear that persecutions intervened between the procession and the outbreak of the fire. Consequently, Tillemont and Gibbon are wrong in stating that the fire broke out during the night which terminated this indiscreet procession, a false inference from Ammianus XXII 13, Lightfoot, p. 43, n. 5. 2. Gibbon seems to confound Theodorus, a young man mentioned by Rufinus, x 36, to whom he was known, and Socrates, L. 3c. 19, with the presbyter and martyr Theodoret put to death by Julian's uncle, Count Julian, Sozomen v. 8, Ruinart, Acta Primorum Martyrum Sincera, page 605, SQQ. 3. Ammian's expression levissimus rumor relates not to the charge against Christians, but to the story that the fire was accidentally caused by the philosopher Asclepiades. Gibbon wrongly connected hac ex causa with the preceding sentence, Ammianus XXII 13, 3, 4, Babylos. Removed by Julian's orders, was placed in his former martyrium within the city, Chrysostom, I, p. 564, 565, soon afterwards a splendid church was built in his honor. Outside the city on the other side of the Orontes, and his bones were placed in it, during the bishopric of Meletius, who died AD 381, Chrysostom, De Hieromartyrum Babylos. Page 535. Gibbon apparently confounds the martyrium in Daphne with this new church, when he says, "A magnificent church was erected over his remains." 5. The church of Saint Babylos was subsequently demolished, is inconsistent with Chrysostom's statement, page 565, that the martyrium in Daphne was left standing after the fire. B. Right arrow curving left. The late Dr. Milner, the Roman Catholic bishop, wrote a tract to vindicate the existence and the orthodoxy of the tutelar saint of England. He succeeds, I think, in tracing the worship of St. George up to a period which makes it improbable that so notorious an Arian could be palmed upon the Catholic Church as a saint and a martyr. The acts rejected by Gelasius may have been of Arian origin, and designed to engraft the story of their hero on the obscure adventures of some earlier saint. See an historical and critical inquiry into the existence and character of St. George, in a letter to the Earl of Leicester, by the Reverend John Milner, FSA, London 1792. M. Right arrow curving left. The sentence in the text is from Epistle Li, addressed to the people of Alexandria. M. Right arrow curving left. See also Casaubon, De Satirica Graecorum et Romanorum Satira, with Rambaca's observations. M. Right arrow curving left. The name of Diva Gens, or Divorum Regio according to the probable conjecture of M. Latran, Trois, Memoirs de l'Académie, p. 127, was applied by the ancients to the whole eastern coast of the Indian peninsula, from Ceylon to the Ganges. The name may be traced in Devapatnam, Devadan, Devakata, Divinally, the point of Divi. M. Latran, page 121, considers the freedman with his embassy from Ceylon to have been an impostor. M. Right arrow curving left. Jizr Manbej is the same with the ancient Zeugma. St. Martin 358. M. Right arrow curving left. On an inedited medal in the collection of the late M. Tokon, of the Academy of Inscriptions, it is read Zapan. St. Martin. 380. M. Right arrow curving left. Arsaces Tyrannus, or Diron, had ceased to reign 25 years before, in 337. The intermediate changes in Armenia, and the character of this Arsaces, the son of Diron, are traced by M. St. Martin, at considerable length, in his supplement to Lebeau, 2208-242. As long as his Grecian queen Olympias maintained her influence, Arsaces was faithful to the Roman and Christian alliance. On the accession of Julian, the same influence made his fidelity to waver. But Olympias having been poisoned in the sacramental bread by the agency of Pharensum, the former wife of Arsaces. Another change took place in Armenian politics unfavorable to the Christian interest. The Patriarch Narses retired from the impious court to a safe seclusion. Yet Pharensum was equally hostile to the Persian influence, and Arsaces began to support with vigor the cause of Julian. He made an inroad into the Persian dominions with a body of Huns and Alans as auxiliaries, wasted Azerbaijan. And Sapor, who had been defeated near Taurus, was engaged in making head against his troops in Persarmenia, at the time of the death of Julian. Such is M. St. Martin's view, 3276, EDSQQ. Which rests on the Armenian historians, Faustus of Byzantium, and Mesrab the biographer of the Patriarch Narses. In the History of Armenia by Father Michael Chomich, and translated by Avdol, Tiran is still king of Armenia at the time of Julian's death. Father Chomich follows Moses of Chorene, the authority of Gibbon. M. Right arrow curving left. St. Martin considers it genuine. The Armenian writers mention such a letter, 337. M. Right arrow curving left. St. Martin conceives that he was an elder brother by another mother who had several children, 224. M. Right arrow curving left. Rhodasaces Malek is king. St. Martin considers that Gibbon has fallen into an error in bringing the tribe of Gassan to the Euphrates. In Ammianus it is Asan. M. St. Martin would read Massanetarum, the same with the Mazzanidi of Malalas. M. Right arrow curving left. It is evident that Gibbon has mistaken the sense of Libanius. His words can only apply to a commander of a detachment and not to so eminent a person as the prefect of the East. St. Martin 3:13. M. Right arrow curving left. A very remarkable fragment of Eunapius describes, not without spirit, the struggle between the terror of the army on account of their perilous situation, and their grief for the death of Julian. Even the vulgar felt that they would soon provide a general, but such a general as Julian they would never find, even though a god in the form of man, pi lambda sigma tau omicron theta epsilon. Julian, who, with a mind equal to the divinity, triumphed over the evil propensities of human nature, who held commerce with immaterial beings while yet in the material body, who condescended to rule because a ruler was necessary to the welfare of mankind. My Scriptorum Veterum Nova Collectio 2261. Eunapius in Niebuhr, 69. The pi lambda sigma tau omicron theta epsilon, to which Julian is thus advantageously compared, is manifestly, as M. My observes, a bitter sneer at the incarnate deity of the Christians. The fragment is followed by an indignant comment by some Christian writer. Ibid, M. Right arrow curving left. Sermonray, called by the Arabs Samira, where D'Anville placed Samara, is too much to the south, and is a modern town built by Caliph Motasan. Saramanrai means, in Arabic, it rejoices everyone who sees it. St. Martin 3:133. M. Right arrow curving left. Yet this appears to be the case. In modern maps the march is the difficulty. M. Right arrow curving left. Hatra, now Qadr. Ur, Khazar or Skirviji. Thilsafata is unknown. M. Right arrow curving left. Dadastana is supposed to be Kastabat. M. Right arrow curving left. Symmachus, in a fragment of an oration published by M. My, describes Valentinian as born among the snows of Illyria, and habituated to military labor amid the heat and dust of Libya. Genitus in frigoribus, educatus is solibus. Symachi octo orationum fragmenta, edit. Niebuhr, page 5, right arrow curving left. Ammianus and Zosimus place the last battle at Nicolia in Phrygia. Ammianus altogether omits the former battle near Thyatira. Procopius was on his march, iter tendebat, towards Lycia. See Wagner's note, in Locke, right arrow curving left. Symmachus joins with Themistocles in praising the clemency of Valens. Sic victoriae moderatus est, quasi contra se nemo pugnavit. Symmachus Horatios, page 12, right arrow curving left. Ammianus does not say that they were worshipped as martyrs. Quorum memoriam apud Mediolanum colentes nunc usque Christiani, loculos ubis sepulti sunt, ad innocents appellant. Wagner's note in Locke. Yet if the next paragraph refers to that transaction, which is not quite clear, Gibbon is right. Right arrow curving left. Cum il acetate prescrit por regla de any point se meller de disputes de religion, sun histoire est presque entièrement dégagé de affaires ecclésiastiques. Lobo 3-2-14. Right arrow curving left. This explanation, says Mr. Malthus, only removes the difficulty a little farther off. It makes the earth rest upon the tortoise, but does not tell us on what the tortoise rests. We may still ask what northern reservoir supplied this incessant stream of daring adventurers. Montesquieu's solution of the problem will, I think, hardly be admitted, consideration sur les causes de la grandeur de Rome et de leur décadence, c. 16, page 187. The whole difficulty, however, is at once removed if we apply to the German nations, at that time, a fact which is so generally known to have occurred in America, and suppose that, when not checked by wars and famine, they increased at a rate that would double their numbers in 25 or 30 years. The propriety and even the necessity of applying this rate of increase to the inhabitants of ancient Germany will strikingly appear from that most valuable picture of their manners which has been left us by Tacitus, De Moribus Germanorum, c. 16, 20. With these manners, and a habit of enterprise and emigration, which would naturally remove all fears about providing for a family, it is difficult to conceive a society with a stronger principle of increase in it. And we see at once that prolific source of armies and colonies against which the force of the Roman Empire so long struggled with difficulty, and under which it ultimately sunk. It is not probable that, for 2 periods together, or even for one, the population within the confines of Germany ever doubled itself in 25 years. Their perpetual wars, the rude state of agriculture, and particularly the very strange custom adopted by most of the tribes of marking their barriers by extensive deserts, would prevent any very great actual increase of numbers. At no one period could the country be called well-peopled, though it was often redundant in population. Instead of clearing their forests, draining their swamps, and rendering their soil fit to support an extended population, they found it more congenial to their martial habits and impatient dispositions to go in quest of food, of plunder, or of glory, into other countries. Malthus, An Essay on the Principle of Population 1, page 128, g. right arrow curving left. This controversy has not slumbered since the days of Gibbon. We have strenuous advocates of the Phoenician origin of the Irish, and each of the old theories, with several new ones, maintains its partisans. It would require several pages fairly to bring down the dispute to our own days, and perhaps we should be no nearer to any satisfactory theory than Gibbon was. Right arrow curving left. C.Dr. Samuel Parr's Works, Volume 3, page 93, where he questions the propriety of Gibbon's translation of this passage. The learned doctor approves of the version proposed by a Mr. Gatches, who would make out that it was the delicate parts of the swine and the cattle which were eaten by these ancestors of the Scotch nation. I confess that even to acquit them of this charge, I cannot agree to the new version, which, in my opinion, is directly contrary both to the meaning of the words and the general sense of the passage. But I would suggest, did Jerome, as a boy, accompany these savages in any of their hunting expeditions? If he did not, how could he be an eyewitness of this practice? The Atticati in Gaul must have been in the service of Rome. Were they permitted to indulge these cannibal propensities at the expense, not of the flocks, but of the shepherds of the provinces? These sanguinary trophies of plunder would scarcely have been publicly exhibited in a Roman city or a Roman camp. I must leave the hereditary pride of our northern neighbors at issue with the veracity of Saint Jerome. Right arrow curving left. The martial tribes in chain armor, discovered by Denham, are Mohammedan. The great question of the inferiority of the African tribes in their mental faculties will probably be experimentally resolved before the close of the century. But the slave trade still continues, and will, it is to be feared, till the spirit of gain is subdued by the spirit of Christian humanity. Right arrow curving left. The statement of Ammianus is more brief and succinct, but harmonizes with the more complicated history developed by Saint Martin from the Armenian writers, and from Procopius, who wrote, as he states, from Armenian authorities. Right arrow curving left. Saint Martin agrees with Gibbon that it was the same fortress with Ardis. Note, page 373, right arrow curving left. An error according to Saint Martin, 273. Right arrow curving left. On the war of Sapor with the Bactrians, which diverted his attention from Armenia, see Saint Martin 3:387. Right arrow curving left. This note is a tissue of mistakes. Tiridates and Para are two totally different persons. Tiridates was the father of Nell, first husband of Pharensum, the mother of Para. Saint Martin 4:27. Right arrow curving left. Saint Martin, 3:246, denies that there is any authority for these numbers. Right arrow curving left. The Mongols, according to Klaproth, are a tribe of the Tatar nation. Tableaux historiques de l'Asie, page 154, right arrow curving left. Thomas Gray. Right arrow curving left. Of the various works published since the time of Gibbon, which throw light on the nomadic population of Central Asia, may be particularly remarked the travels and dissertations of Peter Pallas. And above all, the very curious work of Benjamin Bergman, Nomadisch Stryphorien, Riga, 1805. Right arrow curving left. The differences between the various pastoral tribes and nations comprehended by the ancients under the vague name of Scythians, and by Gibbon under that of Tartars, have received some, and still, perhaps, may receive more light from the comparisons of their dialects and languages by modern scholars. Right arrow curving left. Ferdowsi is yet imperfectly known to European readers. An abstract of the whole poem has been published by Joseph Goerres in German, under the title Das Heldenbuch de Iran. In English, an abstract with poetical translations, by Mr. Atkinson, has appeared, under the auspices of the Oriental Fund. But to translate a man must be a poet. The best account of the poem is in an article by von Hammer in the Wiener Jahrbucher, 1820, or perhaps in a masterly article in Cochrane's Foreign Quarterly Review, No. 1, 1835. A splendid and critical edition of the whole work has been published by a very learned English Orientalist, Captain Turner McCung, at the expense of the King of Oudh. As to the number of 60,000 couplets, Captain McCung, preface, page 39, states that he never saw a MS containing more than 56,685, including doubtful and spurious passages and episodes. Right arrow curving left. The later studies of Sir William Jones were more in unison with the wishes of the public, thus expressed by Gibbon. Right arrow curving left. The theory of de Guynes on the early history of the Huns is, in general, rejected by modern writers. De Guynes advanced no valid proof of the identity of the Hyangnu of the Chinese writers with the Huns, except the similarity of name. Schlosser, Allgemeine Nordische Geschichte, p. 252, Klaproth, Tableaux historiques de l'Asie, page 246, Saint Martin 461, and Abel Remusat, Recherches sur les langues tartares, Discours préliminaires XLV in page 328. Though in the latter passage he considers the theory of de Guines not absolutely disproved, concur in considering the Huns as belonging to the Finnish stock, distinct from the Moguls, the Manchus, and the Turks. The Hyangnu, according to Klaproth, were Turks. The names of the Hunnish chiefs could not be pronounced by a Turk. And, according to the same author, the Hyangnu, which is explained in Chinese as detestable slaves, as early as the year 91 J.C., were dispersed by the Chinese, and assumed the name of Yuepa or Yuepan. St. Martin does not consider it impossible that the appellation of Hyangnu may have belonged to the Huns. But all agree in considering the Magyar or Magyar of modern Hungary the descendants of the Huns. Their language, compare Gibbon's note here, is nearly related to the Laponian and Vogel. The noble forms of the modern Hungarians, so strongly contrasted with the hideous pictures which the fears and the hatred of the Romans give of the Huns, Klaproth accounts for by the intermingling with other races, Turkish and Slavonian. The present state of the question is thus stated in the last edition of Multibrunn, and a new and ingenious hypothesis suggested to resolve all the difficulties of the question. Were the Huns Finns? This obscure question has not been debated till very recently, and is yet very far from being decided. We are of opinion that it will be so hereafter in the same manner as that with regard to the Scythians. We shall trace in the portrait of Attila a dominant tribe of Mongols or Kalmucks, with all the hereditary ugliness of that race. But in the mass of the Hunnish army and nation will be recognized the Chuni and the Auni of the Greek geography, the Kuns of the Hungarians, the European Huns, and a race in close relationship with the Flemish stock. Multibrunn, 6, page 94. This theory is more fully and ably developed, page 743. Whoever has seen the Emperor of Austria's Hungarian Guard will not readily admit their descent from the Huns described by Sidonius Apollinaris. Right arrow curving left. On the Uyghur or Igur characters, see the work of Abel Remusat, Recherches sur les langues tartares. He conceives the Uyghur alphabet of 16 letters to have been formed from the Syriac, and introduced by the Nestorian Christians. Ch2, Right arrow curving left. See on the origin of the Russ, Schlosser, Allgemeine Nordische Geschichte, page 222, Right arrow curving left. A new passage from the history of Eunapius is nearer to the truth. It appeared to our commanders a legitimate source of gain to be bribed by the barbarians. Kappa delta omicron alpha tau omicron iota delta kappa epsilon iota gamma nu sigma iota omicron nu tau delta omega rho omicron delta omicron kappa epsilon sigma theta alpha iota pi alpha rho tau nu pi omicron lambda epsilon mu omega nu. Edit. Niebuhr, page 82, Right arrow curving left. It is rather Horberg, on the right bank of the river Ill, opposite to Colmar. From Schopflin, Alsatia Illustrata. St. Martin 4:121. Right arrow curving left. Compare fragment of Eunapius. My 272, in Niebuhr, page 77, right arrow curving left. Add a hostile fragment of Eunapius. My, page 273, in Niebuhr, page 178, Right arrow curving left. Lobo contests the reading in the Chronicle of Prosper upon which this charge rests. Lobo 4:232. Right arrow curving left. According to Picatus, the Count Valio, who commanded the army, was carried to Chalons to be burnt alive. But Maximus, dreading the imputation of cruelty, caused him to be secretly strangled by his Bretons. Macedonius also, master of the offices, suffered the death which he merited. Lobo 4:244. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Bunot has made it doubtful whether Symmachus was more than Pontifex Major. Destruction du Paganism, Volume 1, page 459, right arrow curving left. See in Reisk's edition of Libanius, Tom. 2, page 155. Sacrifice was prohibited by Valens, but not the offering of incense. M. Right arrow curving left. Libanius appears to be the best authority for the East, where, under Theodosius, the work of devastation was carried on with very different degrees of violence. According to the temper of the local authorities and of the clergy, and more especially the neighborhood of the more fanatical monks. Niender well observes that the prohibition of sacrifice would be easily misinterpreted into an authority for the destruction of the buildings in which sacrifices were performed, Geschichte der christlichen Religion 2. p. 156. An abuse of this kind led to this remarkable oration of Libanius. Niender, however, justly doubts whether this bold vindication, or at least exculpation, of paganism was ever delivered before, or even placed in the hands of the Christian emperor. M. Right arrow curving left. Consult Ludius Serapis ed son Origen, par J. D. Gignac, the translator of Kreutzer's Symbolic und Mythology, Paris, 1828, and in the 5th volume of Bourneuf's translation of Tacitus. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Wilkinson's The Topography of Thebes and General View of Egypt, page 313. M. Right arrow curving left. Endnotes 9001, 9, 364. Yet Augustine, with laudable inconsistency, disapproved of the forcible demolition of the temples. Let us first extirpate the idolatry of the hearts of the heathen, and they will either themselves invite us or anticipate us in the execution of this good work. Tom. V.S. 62. Compare Niender, 2:169, and, in page 155, a beautiful passage from Chrysostom against all violent means of propagating Christianity. M. Right arrow curving left. I have inserted some lines omitted by Gibbon. M. Right arrow curving left. Heine in his Disquisitio in Zosima majusque fidem, places Zosimus towards the close of the 5th century. Zosimus Historiae Greece et Latinae, c.g. Heinei, page 17. M. Right arrow curving left. The statement of Gibbon is much too strongly worded. M. Bunot has traced the vestiges of paganism in the West, after this period, in monuments and inscriptions, with curious industry. Compare likewise note, page 608, on the more tardy progress of Christianity in the rural districts. M. Right arrow curving left. The expression is curious. Tau omicron iota alpha tau tau pi lambda alpha pi delta epsilon iota xi epsilon tau lambda delta omicron, tau epsilon tau nu tau phi alpha iota mu tau iota alpha chi nu tau omega nu, kappa omega lambda tau omega pi rho omicron sigma pi alpha rho epsilon iota sigma epsilon lambda theta nu tau omega nu, sigma beta epsilon iota alpha. Vita Sophistarum et Fragmenta Historiarum, Maximus, Tom. I, page 53, edit. Boysenade. M. Right arrow curving left. The god of war and of hospitality with the Wends and all the Sclavonian races of Germany bore the name of Radgast, apparently the same with Radagaisus. His principal temple was at Retra in Mecklenburg. It was adorned with great magnificence. The statue of the god was of gold. St. Martin v. 255. A statue of Radgast, of much coarser materials, and of the rudest workmanship, was discovered between 1760 and 1770, with those of other Wendish deities, on the supposed site of Retra. The names of the gods were cut upon them in runic characters. See the very curious volume on these antiquities, Die Gottesdienstliche Altertümer der Obotriten, Masch and Wogan, Berlin, 1771. M. Right arrow curving left. Pi tau iota mu tau omicron iota is merely the Latin translation of the word kappa epsilon phi alpha lambda alpha iota tau alpha iota. It is not quite clear whether Gibbon derived his expression, glittered in the van, from translating the word leaders. M. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon, by translating this passage of Olympiodorus as if it had been good Greek, has probably fallen into an error, Omicron Kappa Alpha Tau Alpha Pi Omicron Lambda Epsilon Mu Sigma Tau Epsilon Lambda Chi Omega Nu Omicron Delta Omicron Gamma Alpha Sigma Omicron Nu Pi Rho Omicron Sigma Eta Tau Alpha Iota Rho Sigma Alpha Tau Omicron. The natural order of the words is as Gibbon translates it. But Pi Rho Omicron Sigma Eta Tau Alpha Iota Rho Sigma Alpha Tau Omicron, it is almost clear, refers to the Gothic chiefs, whom Stilicho, after he had defeated Radagaisus, attached to his army. So in the version corrected by Classen for Niebuhr's edition of the Byzantines, page 450. M. Right arrow curving left. Considering the vow which he was universally believed to have made, to destroy Rome, and to sacrifice the senators on the altars. And that he is said to have immolated his prisoners to his gods, the execution of Radagaisus, if, as it appears, he was taken in arms, cannot deserve Gibbon's severe condemnation. Mr. William Herbert, notes to his poem of Attila, page 317, justly observes that Stilicho had probably authority for hanging him on the first tree. Marcel Linus, adds Mr. Herbert, attributes the execution to the Gothic chiefs, Huldan and Sarus. M. Right arrow curving left. From Cicero's 12th Philippic, c. 14. M. Right arrow curving left. One particular in the extorted praise of Zosimus deserved the notice of the historian, as strongly opposed to the former imputations of Zosimus himself, and indicative of the corrupt practices of a declining age. He had never bartered promotion in the army for bribes, nor peculated in the supplies of provisions for the army. LVC, XXXIV. M. Right arrow curving left. M. Bunot has pointed out one remarkable characteristic of Claudian's poetry, and of the times, his extraordinary religious indifference. Here is a poet writing at the actual crisis of the complete triumph of the new religion, the visible extinction of the old. If we may so speak, a strictly historical poet, whose works, excepting his mythological poem on the rape of Proserpine, are confined to temporary subjects, and to the politics of his own eventful day. Yet, excepting in one or two small and indifferent pieces, manifestly written by a Christian, and interpolated among his poems, there is no allusion whatever to the great religious strife. No one would know the existence of Christianity at that period of the world by reading the works of Claudian. His panegyric and his satire preserve the same religious impartiality. Award their most lavish praise or their bitterest invective on Christian or pagan, he insults the fall of Eugenius, and glories in the victories of Theodosius. Under the child, and Honorius never became more than a child, Christianity continued to inflict wounds more and more deadly on expiring paganism. Are the gods of Olympus agitated with apprehension at the birth of this new enemy? They are introduced as rejoicing at his appearance, and promising long years of glory. The whole prophetic choir of paganism, all the oracles throughout the world, are summoned to predict the felicity of his reign. His birth is compared to that of Apollo, but the narrow limits of an island must not confine the new deity. Non littora nostro. Suffice rent angusta Deo. Augury and divination, the shrines of Ammon and of Delphi, the Persian magi and the Etruscan seers, the Chaldean astrologers, the Sibyl herself, are described as still discharging their prophetic functions, and celebrating the natal day of this Christian prince. They are noble lines, as well as curious illustrations of the times. Quae tunc documenta futuri? Quae voces avium? Quanti per inane velatus? Cos vetum discursus erat? Tibi corniger ammon. Eti dudum taciti rupera silentia Delphi. Te persi cessanir magi, te sensit Etruscus. Augur, eti inspectus Babylonius horud astris. Chaldeae stupura senas, cumanac rursus. Itanuit rupes, rabidi delubra Sibylli. Claudian, for consolatu honorii 141. From the Quarterly Review of Bunot, Histoire de la Destruction du Paganisme, Quarterly Review, Volume 57, page 61. M. Right arrow curving left. The discovery of glass in such common use at Pompeii spoils the argument of Arbuthnot. See Sir William Gell's Pompeiana, 2nd Ser, page 98. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Lyell's Principles of Geology 272. M. Right arrow curving left. Is it not the dormouse? M. Right arrow curving left. On this curious question of the knowledge of conducting lightning, processed by the ancients, consult Eusebe Salve-Root, Des Sciences Occultes, L. Ziv, Paris, 1829. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Sir William Gell, Topography of Rome and its Vicinity, Volume 2, page 134. M. Right arrow curving left. Immanuel Becker in his Photius reads sigma kappa kappa omicron iota, but in the new edition of the Byzantines, he retains sigma kappa kappa omicron iota, which is translated scutus. As if they protected him with their shields in order to take him alive. Photius, edit. Becker, page 58. M. Right arrow curving left. The first mention of Pharamond is in the Gesta Francorum assigned to about the year 720. Saint Martin 4469. The modern French writers in general subscribe to the opinion of Thierry, Pharamond fils de Marcomir, quo que son nom soit bien germanique, et son regni possible. Any figure pas dans les histoires les plus dignes de foi. Augustin Thierry, Lettres sur l'histoire de France, page 90. M. Right arrow curving left. See Memoirs de Galet sur l'origine de Bretons, quoted by Pierre, Comte d'Arrow, Histoire de Bretagne I, page 57. According to the opinion of these authors, the government of Armorica was monarchical from the period of its independence of the Roman Empire. M. Right arrow curving left. The names may be found in Whitaker's History of Manchester, Volume 2 330, 379. Turner, History of the Anglo-Saxons I 216. M. Right arrow curving left. A fragment of Eunapius confirms this account. Thus having deprived this great person of his life, a eunuch, a man, a slave, a consul, a minister of the bedchamber, one bred in camps. My, page 283, in Niebuhr, page 87. M. Right arrow curving left. Tillemont argues strongly for the number of 36. M. Right arrow curving left. See St. Martin's article on Gesdegerd, in the Biographie Universelle de Michaud. M. Right arrow curving left. The heathen Eunapius gives a frightful picture of the venality and injustice of the court of Pulcheria. Fragment Eunapius in my 2293, in Niebuhr, page 97. M. Right arrow curving left. 580. St. Martin 629. He places this event AD 429. M. Right arrow curving left. According to M. St. Martin 632, Vagartia, or Valorsaces, was appointed king by his brother Mithridates the Great, king of Parthia. M. Right arrow curving left. Lord Mahone, The Life of Belisarius, p. 133, mentions one of Belisarius on the authority of Cedrenus. M. Right arrow curving left. Johann Maleth, in his Geschichte der Magyaren, considers the question of the origin of the Magyars as still undecided. The old Hungarian chronicles unanimously derived them from the Huns of Attila. See this note. The later opinion, adopted by Schlosser, Belnay, and Dankowski, ascribes them, from their language, to the Finnish race. Ignaz Fessler, in his History of Hungary, agrees with Gibbon in supposing them Turks. Maleth has inserted an ingenious dissertation of Figer, which attempts to connect them with the Parthians. Volume I, Anmerkungen, page 50. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare the life of this remarkable man, translated from the Chinese by M. Abel Remusat, Nouveaux Mélanges Asiatiques, t. 2, page 64. M. Right arrow curving left. Niebuhr concurs in this opinion. Life of Priscus, in the new edition of the Byzantine historians. M. Right arrow curving left. M. St. Martin considers the narrative of Priscus, the only authority of M. Du Butte and of Gibbon, too vague to fix the position of Attila's camp. It is worthy of remark that, in the Hungarian traditions collected by Thurox, L. 2, c. 17, precisely on the left branch of the Danube, where Attila's residence was situated, in the same parallel stands the present city of Buda, in Hungarian Budover. It is for this reason that this city has retained for a long time among the Germans of Hungary the name of Etzelnberg or Etzelaberg, i.e., the city of Attila. The distance of Buda from the place where Priscus crossed the Danube, on his way from Nisus, is equal to that which he traversed to reach the residence of the king of the Huns. I see no good reason for not acceding to the relations of the Hungarian historians. St. Martin 6:191. M. Right arrow curving left. Might not the execution of Chrysaphius have been a sacrifice to avert the anger of Attila, whose assassination the eunuch had attempted to contrive? M. Right arrow curving left. The relationship of Merovius to Clodion is extremely doubtful. By some he is called an illegitimate son, by others, merely of his race. Gregorii Tyrannosae, L. 2c. 9, in Sismondi, Histoire de Francais I 177. C. Mezeray, I. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare the curious Latin poems on the destruction of Aquileia, published by M. Endnotes in his valuable catalogue of Latin misses in the Library of Vienna, page 298, etc. Repleta quondam domibus sublimibus, ornatus Meyer, Nivius, Marmorius. Nunc ferax frugam met iris funiculo ruricularum. The monkish poet has his consolation in Attila's sufferings in soul and body. Vindictum tamen non evisit impius destructor tus Attila civissimus. Nunc igni simul gehenni et vermilibus excruciator. p. 290. M. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon has made a singular mistake. The Mincius flows out of the Bonacus at Peschiera, not into it. The interview is likewise placed at Ponte Molino, and at Governolo, at the conflux of the Mincio and the Pa. Gonzaga, Bishop of Mantua, erected a tablet in the year 1616, in the church of the latter place, commemorative of the event. Descrizione di Verona e della sua provincia, c. 11, page 126. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare likewise the newly discovered work of Jonas Litus, De Magistratibus Rea Publici Romani, edit. Hayes, Paris, 1812, and in the new collection of the Byzantines, L. 3 c. 43. Litus states the expenditure at £65,000, of gold, 700,000 of silver. But Litus exaggerates the fleet to the incredible number of 10,000 long ships, Liburni, and the troops to 400,000 men. Litus describes this fatal measure, of which he charges the blame on Basiliscus, as the shipwreck of the state. From that time all the revenues of the empire were anticipated, and the finances fell into inextricable confusion. M. Right arrow curving left. According to St. Martin there is no foundation for this conjecture, 7-5. M. Right arrow curving left. Manso observes that Odoacer never called himself king of Italy, did not assume the purple, and no coins are extant with his name. Geschichte des Ostgothischen Reichs, page 36. M. Right arrow curving left. The Emperor Valens, in particular, promulgates a law contra ignovis quastum sectatores, que desertus civitatem muneribus, captant solitudine secreta. Eti specie religionis cum coetibus monachorum congregantur, Codex Theodosianus, L. 12 tit. I leg. 63, g. Right arrow curving left. The Codex Argentius, found in the 16th century at Wenden, near Cologne, and now preserved at Upsal, contains almost the entire four Gospels. The best edition is that of Johann Christian Zahn, Weissenfels, 1805. In 1762 Nettle discovered and published from a palimpsest MS. For chapters of the Epistle to the Romans, they were reprinted at Uppsala, 1763. M. May has since that time discovered further fragments and other remains of Mesogothic literature, from a palimpsest at Milan. See Ulfili partium ineditarum in Ambrosiani's Palimpsestis ab Angelo Maio Repertarum Specimen, Milan, Quarto, 1819. M. Right arrow curving left. These names appear to have been introduced by the Donatists. M. Right arrow curving left. This controversy has continued to be agitated, but with declining interest even in the more religious part of the community, and may now be considered to have terminated in an almost general acquiescence of the learned to the conclusions of Porson in his letters to Travis. See the pamphlets of the late Bishop of Salisbury and of Crito Cantabrigiensis, Dr. Turton of Cambridge. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Milman, History of the Jews 3-256, 266. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Henry Hallam's View of the State of Europe during the Middle Ages, Volume 1, page 2, and Daru, Histoire de Bretagne, Volume 1, page 129. M. Right arrow curving left. The relative antiquity of the two copies of the Salic law has been contested with great learning and ingenuity. The work of M. Tileman Dothia's Wiarda, History and Explanation of the Salic Law, Bremen, 1808, asserts that what is called the Lex Antiqua, or Vetustur, in which many German words are mingled with the Latin, has no claim to superior antiquity, and may be suspected to be more modern. M. Wiarda has been opposed by M. Feuerbach, who maintains the higher age of the ancient code, which has been greatly corrupted by the transcribers. See Guizot, Cours d'Histoire Moderne, Volume 1 Sect. 9, and the preface to the useful republication of 5 of the different texts of the Salic law, with that of the Ripuarian in parallel columns. By E. A. I. Laspeyres, Halley, 1833. M. Right arrow curving left. It is the object of the important work of M. Savigny, Geschichte der Römischen Rechts im Mittelalter, to show the perpetuity of the Roman law from the 5th to the 12th century. M. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon appears to have doubted the evidence on which this liberty of choice rested. His doubts have been confirmed by the researches of M. Savigny, who has not only confuted but traced with convincing sagacity the origin and progress of this error. As a general principle, though liable to some exceptions, each lived according to his native law. Geschichte der Römischen Rechts, Volume 1, pages 123-138. M. Right arrow curving left. This constitution of Lothair at first related only to the Duchy of Rome, it afterwards found its way into the Lombard Code. Savigny, page 138. M. Right arrow curving left. The question of the Scabini is treated at considerable length by Savigny. He questions the existence of the Scabini anterior to Charlemagne. Before this time the decision was by an open court of the freemen, the boni homoines. Geschichte der Römischen Rechts, Volume 1, page 195, ed. Seek. M. Right arrow curving left. Sismondi supposes that the barbarians, if a farm were conveniently situated, would show no great respect for the laws of property. But in general there would have been vacant land enough for the lots assigned to old or worn-out warriors. Histoire de Francais, Volume 1, page 196. M. Right arrow curving left. No solution seems more probable than that the ancient lawgivers of the Salic Franks prohibited females from inheriting the lands assigned to the nation upon its conquest of Gaul, both in compliance with their ancient usages, and in order to secure the military service of every proprietor. But lands subsequently acquired by purchase or other means, though equally bound to the public defense, were relieved from the severity of this rule, and presumed not to belong to the class of Salic. Hallam's Europe during the Middle Ages, Volume 1, page 145. Compare Sismondi, Volume 1, page 196. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Hallam, volume 1, page 216. M. Right arrow curving left. Add the Anglo-Saxon history of Mr. Sharon Turner, and Sir Francis Palgrave's sketch of the early history of England. M. Right arrow curving left. Sir Francis Palgrave, The History of England, p. 36, is inclined to resolve the whole of these stories, as Niebuhr the older Roman history, into poetry. To the editor they appeared, in early youth, so essentially poetic as to justify the rash attempt to embody them in an epic poem called Samer, commenced at Eton, and finished before he had arrived at the maturer taste of manhood. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Gallet, Memoirs de la Société d'Histoire et d'Archéologie de Bretagne, and Daru, Histoire de Bretagne. These authors appear to me to establish the point of the independence of Bretagne at the time that the insular Britons took refuge in their country, and that the greater part landed as fugitives rather than as conquerors. I observe that M. Joseph Martin Lappenberg, Geschichte von England, Volume 1, p. 56, supposes the settlement of a military colony formed of British soldiers, milites limitaniae, laity, during the usurpation of Maximus, 381-388, who gave their name and peculiar civilization to Bretagne. M. Lappenberg expresses his surprise that Gibbon here rejects the authority which he follows elsewhere. M. Right arrow curving left. I presume that Gibbon means Llywelyn Hen, or the Aged. The elegies of this Welsh prince and bard have been published by Mr. Owen, in whose works and in the Myvyrian archaeology of Wales slumbers much curious information on the subject of Welsh tradition and poetry. But the Welsh antiquarians have never obtained a hearing from the public. They have had no Macpherson to compensate for his corruption of their poetic legends by forcing them into popularity. See also Mr. Sharon Turner's Essay on the Welsh Bards. M. Right arrow curving left. These valuable dissertations should not now be read without the notes and preliminary essay of the late editor, Mr. Price, which, in point of taste and fullness of information, are worthy of accompanying and completing those of Wharton. M. Right arrow curving left. Dar. Pritchard's very curious researches, which connect the Celtic, as well as the Teutonic, languages with the Indo-European class, make it still more difficult to decide between the Celtic or Teutonic origin of English words. See Pritchard on the Eastern Origin of the Celtic Nations, Oxford, 1831. M. Right arrow curving left. Umla was a name of hereditary sanctity and honor among the Ostrogoths. It enters into the names of Amalaberga, Umla Suintha, Swinthii means strength, Amalafred, Amalaric. In the poem of the Nibelungen, written 300 years later, the Ostrogoths are called the Amalungen. According to Wachter it means unstained, from the privative a, and malo a stain. It is pure Sanskrit, umla, immaculatus. August Wilhelm Schlegel, Indische Bibliothek 1, page 233. M. Right arrow curving left. Lebeau and his commentator, M. St. Martin, support, though with no very satisfactory evidence, the opposite opinion. But Lord Mahone, The Life of Belisarius, p. 19, urges the much stronger argument, the Byzantine education of Theodoric. M. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon here assumes that the mother of Theodoric was the concubine of Theodomir, which he leaves doubtful in the text. M. Right arrow curving left. The authority of Sigonius would scarcely have weighed with Gibbon except for an indecent anecdote. I have a recollection of a similar story in some of the Italian wars. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Manso, Geschichte des Ostgothischen Reichs, page 114. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Manso, Geschichte des Ostgothischen Reichs, Bailage 6. Maltebrunn brings them from Scandinavia. Their names, the only remains of their language, are Gothic. They fought almost naked, like the Icelandic berserkers. Their bravery was like madness, few in number, they were mostly of royal blood. What ferocity, what unrestrained license, sullied their victories. The Goth respects the church, the priests, the senate. The Heruli mangle all in a general massacre, there is no pity for age, no refuge for chastity. Among themselves there is the same ferocity, the sick and the aged are put to death, at their own request, during a solemn festival. The widow ends her days by hanging herself upon the tree which shadows her husband's tomb. All these circumstances, so striking to a mind familiar with Scandinavian history, lead us to discover among the Heruli not so much a nation as a confederacy of princes and nobles, bound by an oath to live and die together with their arms in their hands. Their name, sometimes written Heruli or Erili, sometimes Erili, signified, according to an ancient author, Isidorus Hispalensis in Glossarium, p. 24, ad calcem lexicon philologicum 2, Martini, nobles, and appears to correspond better with the Scandinavian word jarl or earl than with any of those numerous derivations proposed by etymologists. Maltebrun, Volume 1, page 400, edit. 1831. Of all the barbarians who threw themselves on the ruins of the Roman Empire, it is most difficult to trace the origin of the Heruli. They seem never to have been very powerful as a nation, and branches of them are found in countries very remote from each other. In my opinion they belong to the Gothic race, and have a close affinity with the Siri or Hiri. They were possibly a division of that nation. They are often mingled and confounded with the Alani. Though brave and formidable, they were never numerous, nor did they found any state. St. Martin, Volume 6, page 375. M. Schafaric considers them descendants of the Hiri, of which Heruli is a diminutive, Sloish Alterthumer I 436. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. C. Manso, 92. Savigny, Volume 2, page 164, ed. Seek. M. Right arrow curving left. C. Niebuhr, Volume 1, page 402. These stupendous works are among the most striking confirmations of Niebuhr's views of the early Roman history. At least they appear to justify his strong sentence. These works and the building of the Capitol attest with unquestionable evidence that the Rome of the later kings was the chief city of a great state. Page 410. M. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Hallam, Volume 3, page 432, observes that the image of Theodoric's palace is represented in maffei, not from a coin, but from a seal. Compare Jean-Baptiste d'Agincourt, Storia dell'Arte, Italian translation, Architectura, Plate 17 No. 2, and Pittura, Plate 16 No. 15, where there is likewise an engraving from a mosaic in the Church of St. Apollinaris in Ravenna, representing a building ascribed to Theodoric in that city. Neither of these, as Mr. Hallam justly observes, in the least approximates to what is called the Gothic style. They are evidently the degenerate Roman architecture, and more resemble the early attempts of our architects to get back from our national Gothic into a classical Greek style. One of them calls to mind Inigo Jones's Inner Quadrangle in St. John's College, Oxford. Compare Hallam and d'Agincourt, Volume 1, pages 140, 145. M. Right arrow curving left. The inscription commemorative of the draining of the Pomptine marshes may be found in many works, in Grutter, Inscriptions, at Heidelberg, page 152, No. 8. With variations, in Nicola Maria Nicolai, de Bonificamenti del Terra Pontine, page 103, in Sartorius, in his prize essay on the reign of Theodoric, and Manso, Bailage 11. M. Right arrow curving left. He recommended the same toleration to the Emperor Justin. M. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon translated vitro, marble, under the impression, no doubt, that glass was unknown. M. Right arrow curving left. Madame du Defa. This witticism referred to the miracle of Saint Denis. G. Right arrow curving left. The mausoleum of Theodoric, now Santa Maria della Rotunda, is engraved in d'Agincourt, Histoire de l'art, p. 18 of the Architectural Prints. M. Right arrow curving left. It is whimsical enough that, in our own days, we should have, even in jest, a claimant to lineal descent from the godlike swineherd, not in the person of a German baron, but in that of a professor of the Ionian University. Constantine Colliades, or some malicious wit under this name, has written a tall folio to prove Ulysses to be Homer, and himself the descendant, the heir, of the Eumaeus of the Odyssey. M. Right arrow curving left. Dindorf, in his preface to the new edition of Malalas, page 6, concurs with this opinion of Gibbon, which was also that of Reiske, as to the age of the chronicler. M. Right arrow curving left. Procopius forms a part of the new Byzantine collection under the superintendence of Dindorf. M. Right arrow curving left. The recent extraordinary discoveries in Egyptian antiquities strongly confirm the high notion of the early Egyptian civilization, and imperatively demand a longer period for their development. As to the common Hebrew chronology, as far as such a subject is capable of demonstration, it appears to me to have been framed, with a particular view, by the Jews of Tiberias. It was not the chronology of the Samaritans, not that of the LXX, not that of Josephus, not that of St. Paul. M. Right arrow curving left. See St. Martin, Memoirs sur l'Arménie, Volume 2, page 41. M. Right arrow curving left. An abstract of the various opinions of the learned modern writers, Gosselin, Mannert, Lelewel, Maltebrun, Heron, and Latreille, on the Serica and the Thyne of the ancients, may be found in the new edition of Maltebrun, Volume 6, pages 368-383. M. Right arrow curving left. The work of Leitus, De Magistratibus, published by Hayes at Paris, 1812, and reprinted in the new edition of the Byzantine Historians, was written during the reign of Justinian. This work of Leitus throws no great light on the earlier history of the Roman magistracy, but gives some curious details of the changes and retrenchments in the offices of state which took place at this time. The personal history of the author, with the account of his early and rapid advancement, and the emoluments of the posts which he successively held, with the bitter disappointment which he expresses at finding himself, at the height of his ambition, in an unpaid place, is an excellent illustration of this statement. Gibbon has before this note and this note traced the progress of a Roman citizen to the highest honors of the state under the empire. The steps by which Leitus reached his humbler eminence may likewise throw light on the civil service at this period. He was first received into the office of the Praetorian prefect, became a notary in that office, and made in 1 year 1,000 golden solidi, and that without extortion. His place and the influence of his relatives obtained him a wife with 400 pounds of gold for her dowry. He became chief carcelarius, with an annual stipend of 24 solidi, and considerable emoluments for all the various services which he performed. He rose to an augustalice, and finally to the dignity of corniculus, the highest, and at one time the most lucrative office in the department. But the Praetorian prefect had gradually been deprived of his powers and his honors. He lost the superintendence of the supply and manufacture of arms, the uncontrolled charge of the public posts, the levying of the troops, the command of the army in war when the emperor ceased nominally to command in person, but really through the Praetorian prefect. That of the household troops, which fell to the magisterali. At length the office was so completely stripped of its power as to be virtually abolished, see De Magistratibus, L. 3 c. 40, p. 220, etc. This diminution of the office of the prefect destroyed the emoluments of his subordinate officers, and Leitus not only drew no revenue from his dignity, but expended upon it all the gains of his former services. Leitus gravely refers this calamitous and, as he considers it, fatal degradation of the Praetorian office, to the alteration in the style of the official documents from Latin to Greek, and refers to a prophecy of a certain Fontius, which connected the ruin of the Roman Empire with its abandonment of its language. Laetus chiefly owed his promotion to his knowledge of Latin. M. Right arrow curving left. Laetus gives a high character of Phocas, his successor, Tom. 3 c. 78, page 288. M. Right arrow curving left. History of Jews, Volume 1, page 257. M. Right arrow curving left. M. Von Hammer, in a review of Lord Mahone's Life of Belisarius in the Wiener Jahrbucher, shows that the name of Belisarius is a Sclavonic word, Belisar, the White Prince, and that the place of his birth was a village of Illyria, which still bears the name of Germany. M. Right arrow curving left. Lord Mahone, Life of Belisarius, page 88, suggests some valid reasons for reading Catana, the ancient name of Catania. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Lord Mahone, page 120. I conceive Gibbon to be right. M. Right arrow curving left. Rosenmuller, arguing from the difference of style from that of the greater part of the Book of Proverbs, and from its nearer approximation to the Aramaic dialect than any book of the Old Testament, assigns the Ecclesiastes to some period between Nehemiah and Alexander the Great. Scholia in Vetus Testamentum 9. Proemium ad Ecclesiastes, page 19. M. Right arrow curving left. The Wendyish population of Brandenburg are now better known, but the Wends are clearly of the Sclavonian race. The Vandals most probably Teutonic, and nearly allied to the Goths. M. Right arrow curving left. It has been supposed the Procopius is the only, or at least the most ancient, author who has spoken of this strange inscription, of which one may be tempted to attribute the invention to Procopius himself. Yet it is mentioned in the Armenian history of Moses of Choronae, L. IC. 18, who lived and wrote more than a century before Procopius. This is sufficient to show that an earlier date must be assigned to this tradition. The same inscription is mentioned by Suedas, sub voce chi alphanu, no doubt from Procopius. According to most of the Arabian writers, who adopted a nearly similar tradition, the indigenes of northern Africa were the people of Palestine expelled by David, who passed into Africa under the guidance of Goliath, whom they call Jalaut. It is impossible to admit traditions which bear a character so fabulous. St. Martin, Volume 11, page 324. Unless my memory greatly deceives me, I have read in the works of Lightfoot a similar Jewish tradition, but I have mislaid the reference, and cannot recover the passage. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Maltret's note, in the edition of Dindorf, the 9th is the day according to his reading. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Gibbon, this note, and right arrow curving left. Donatus and Nardini suppose that Hadrian's tomb was fortified by Honorius. It was united to the wall by men of old, pi alpha lambda alpha iota omicron nu theta rho omega pi alpha iota, Procopius, L. IC. 25. Gibbon has mistaken the breadth for the height above the walls. Hobhouse, Historical Illustrations of the 4th Canto of Childe Harold, page 302. M. Right arrow curving left. Procopius says distinctly that Milan was the second city of the West. Which did Gibbon suppose could compete with it, Ravenna or Naples? In the next page he calls it the second. M. Right arrow curving left. The malice of court scandal is proverbially inventive. And of such scandal the anecdota may be an embellished record. M. Right arrow curving left. See Malti-Brun, Volume 1, page 402. M. Right arrow curving left. The Bulgarians are first mentioned among the writers of the West in the panegyric on Theodoric by Ennodius, Bishop of Pavia. Though they perhaps took part in the conquests of the Huns, they did not advance to the Danube till after the dismemberment of that monarchy on the death of Attila. But the Bulgarians are mentioned much earlier by the Armenian writers. Above 600 years before Christ, a tribe of Bulgarians, driven from their native possessions beyond the Caspian, occupied a part of Armenia, north of the Araxes. They were of the Finnish race. Part of the nation, in the 5th century, moved westward, and reached the modern Bulgaria. Part remained along the Volga, which is called Etil, Etil, or Athil, in all the Tartar languages, but from the Bulgarians, the Volga. The power of the eastern Bulgarians was broken by Batu, son of Genghis Khan. That of the western will appear in the course of the history. From St. Martin, Volume 7, page 141. Malte Brun, on the contrary, conceives that the Bulgarians took their name from the river. According to the Byzantine historians, they were a branch of the Uyghurs, Johann Erich Thunmann, History of the People to the East of Europe, but they have more resemblance to the Turks. Their first country, Great Bulgaria, was washed by the Volga. Some remains of their capital are still shown near Kazan. They afterwards dwelt in Kuban, and finally on the Danube, where they subdued, about the year 500, the Slavo-Serbians established on the lower Danube. Conquered in their turn by the Avars, they freed themselves from that yoke in 635, their empire then comprised the Kutugurians, the remains of the Huns established on the Polus Maeotis. The Danubian Bulgaria, a dismemberment of this vast state, was long formidable to the Byzantine Empire. Malte Brun, Précis de la Géographie Universelle, Volume 1, page 419. M. According to Shafarek, the Danubian Bulgaria was peopled by a Slavo-Bulgarian race. The Slavish population was conquered by the Bulgarians, of Uralian and Finnish descent, and incorporated with them. This mingled race are the Bulgarians bordering on the Byzantine Empire. Shafarek 2:152, et seq. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. M. Klaproth, Tableaux historiques de l'Asie, p. 274, supposes this river to be an eastern affluent of the Volga, the Kama, which, from the color of its waters, might be called black. M. Abel Remusat, Recherches sur les langues tartares, Volume 1, p. 320, and M. St. Martin, Volume 9, page 373, consider it the Volga, which is called Adil or Edel by all the Turkish tribes. It is called Attilas by Menander, and Attilia by the monk Rusbrok, 1253. See Klaproth, Tableaux historiques de l'Asie, page 247. This geography is much more clear and simple than that adopted by Gibbon from De Gines, or suggested from Bell. M. Right arrow curving left. Modern discoveries give no confirmation to this suspicion. The character of Indian science, as well as of their literature and mythology, indicates an original source. Grecian art may have occasionally found its way into India. One or two of the sculptures in Colonel Todd's account of the Jain temples, if correct, show a finer outline, and purer sense of beauty, than appears native to India, where the monstrous always predominated over simple nature. M. Right arrow curving left. Mazdak was an Archimagus, born, according to Mercond, translated by de Sacy, page 353, and Malcolm, volume 1, p. 104, at Istakar or Persepolis, according to an unedited and anonymous history, the Majmal Altiwaric in the Royal Library at Paris, quoted by St. Martin, volume 7, p. 322, at Nishapur in Khorasan. His father's name was Bamdadam. He announced himself as a reformer of Zoroastrianism, and carried the doctrine of the two principles to a much greater height. He preached the absolute indifference of human action, perfect equality of rank, community of property and of women, marriages between the nearest kindred. He interdicted the use of animal food, proscribed the killing of animals for food, enforced a vegetable diet. See St. Martin, volume 7, page 322. Malcolm, volume 1, page 104. Mercon translated by de Sacy. It is remarkable that the doctrine of Mazdak spread into the West. Two inscriptions found in Cyrene, in 1823, and explained by M. Jacinius, and by M. Hamaker of Leiden, prove clearly that his doctrines had been eagerly embraced by the remains of the ancient Gnostics. And Mazdak was enrolled with Thoth, Saturn, Zoroaster, Pythagoras, Epicurus, John, and Christ, as the teachers of true Gnostic wisdom. See St. Martin, Volume 7, page 338. Gesenius, De Inscription Phoenicio-Graeca in Cyrenaica Nuper Ruperta, Halle, 1825. Hendrik Arendt Hamaker, Lettre A. M. Raoul Richet, Leiden, 1825. M. Right arrow curving left. The oldest Indian collection extant is the Panchatantra, the 5 collections, analyzed by Mr. Wilson in the Transactions of the Royal Asiatic Society. It was translated into Persian by Barsuya, the physician of Nushirvan, under the name of the Fables of Bidpai, Vidya Priya, the Friend of Knowledge, or, as the Oriental writers understand it, the Friend of Medicine. It was translated into Arabic by Abdallah ibn Makafa, under the name of Khalila and Dimna. From the Arabic it passed into the European languages. Compare Wilson, in Transactions of the Royal Asiatic Society I-52. Bolin, Das Alte Indien 2, page 386. Sylvestre de Sacy, Memoirs sur Khalila et Dimna. M. Right arrow curving left. The orations in the 3rd book of Agathias are not judicial, nor delivered before the Roman tribunal. It is a deliberative debate among the Colchians on the expediency of adhering to the Roman, or embracing the Persian, alliance. M. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Salt, Voyage to Abyssinia, Volume 2, page 458, considers them to be distinct from the Arabs, in feature, color, habit, and manners. M. Right arrow curving left. According to Johansson, Historia Yemeni, Prefatio, page 89, Danan, Dsu Nawaz, massacred 20,000 Christians, and threw them into a pit, where they were burned. They are called in the Quran the companions of the pit, Socii Fovii. M. Right arrow curving left. Lord Valentia's and Mr. Salt's Voyage to Abyssinia give a high notion of the ruins of Aksum. M. Right arrow curving left. To the authors who have illustrated the obscure history of the Jewish and Abyssinian kingdoms in Homeritis may be added Schulten's Historia Imperii Vedistissimi Joctaniterum. Walch, Historia Rerum in Homerite Gestarum, in the 4th volume of the Göttingen Transactions, Salt's Voyage to Abyssinia, Volume 2, page 446, etc., Sylvestre de Sacy, Volume I. Academy de Inscriptions, Jost, Geschichte der Israeli 10, Johansson, Historia Yemeni, St. Martin's Notes to Lebeau, Tom. 7, page 42. M. Right arrow curving left. On the site of Dodona compare Walpole's Travels in Various Countries of the East, Volume 2, page 473, Colonel Leake's Travels in Northern Greece, Volume 4, page 168. And a dissertation by the present Bishop of Lichfield, Dr. Samuel Butler, in the appendix to Thomas Smart Hughes's Travels in Sicily, Greece and Albania, Volume 1, page 511. M. Right arrow curving left. Lord Mahone supposes them both to have been Perse-Armenians. Note, page 256. M. Right arrow curving left. The Lombards were still at war with the Gepidi. See Procopius, De Bello Gothico, Lib 4, page 25. M. Right arrow curving left. Not in the epigram, but in the previous observations. M. Right arrow curving left. Danina considers that greater evil was inflicted upon Italy by the Grecian conquest than by any other invasion. Revolutions d'Italia, t. ILV, page 247. M. Right arrow curving left. Some words, the acts of, or the crimes of, appear to have fallen from the text. The omission is in all the editions I have consulted. M. Right arrow curving left. I know not where Gibbon found Tzetzes to be a monk. I suppose he considered his bad verses a proof of his monachism. Compare the preface of Nicolaus Gerbelius in Gottlieb Kiesling's edition of Tzetzes. M. Right arrow curving left. Lord Mahone abandons the statue as altogether irreconcilable with the state of the arts at this period, page 472. M. Right arrow curving left. See Litus de Ostentis, particularly c. 15, in which the author begins to show the signification of comets according to the part of the heavens in which they appear, and what fortunes they prognosticate to the Roman Empire and their Persian enemies. The chapter, however, is imperfect. Edit. Niebuhr, page 290, M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Charles Daubeny on Earthquakes, and Lyell's Principles of Geology, Volume 2, page 161, ed. Seek. M. Right arrow curving left. The example of Gibbon has been followed by M. Hugo and other civilians. M. Right arrow curving left. Although the restoration of the Roman law, introduced by the revival of this study in Italy, is one of the most important branches of history, it had been treated but imperfectly when Gibbon wrote his work. That of Arthur Duck is but an insignificant performance. But the researches of the learned have thrown much light upon the matter. The Sardi, the Tiraboschi, the Fantuzzi, the Savioli, had made some very interesting inquiries, but it was reserved for M. de Savigny, in a work entitled The History of the Roman Law During the Middle Ages, to cast the strongest light on this part of history. He demonstrates incontestably the preservation of the Roman law from Justinian to the time of the Glossators, who, by their indefatigable zeal, propagated the study of the Roman jurisprudence in all the countries of Europe. It is much to be desired that the author should continue this interesting work, and that the learned should engage in the inquiry in what manner the Roman law introduced itself into their respective countries, and the authority which it progressively acquired. For Belgium, there exists on this subject, proposed by the Academy of Brussels in 1781, a collection of memoirs, printed at Brussels in quarto, 1783, among which should be distinguished those of M. de Berg. M. Barry at St. Prix has given us hopes of the speedy appearance of a work in which he will discuss this question, especially in relation to France. M. Spangenberg, in his Introduction to the Study of the Corpus Juris Civilis, Hanover, 1817, 1 volume octavo, pp. 86, 116, gives us a general sketch of the history of the Roman law in different parts of Europe. We cannot avoid mentioning an elementary work by M. Hugo, in which he treats of the history of the Roman law from Justinian to the present time, 2nd edit. Berlin, 1818. W. Right arrow curving left. Though there have always been many detractors of the Roman law, no sect of anti-Tribonians has ever existed under that name, as Gibbon seems to suppose. W. Right arrow curving left. Our author, who was not a lawyer, was necessarily obliged to content himself with following the opinions of those writers who were then of the greatest authority. But as Henexius, notwithstanding his high reputation for the study of the Roman law, knew nothing of the subject on which he treated but what he had learned from the compilations of various authors, it happened that in following the sometimes rash opinions of these guides, Gibbon has fallen into many errors, which we shall endeavor in succession to correct. The work of Bach on the history of the Roman jurisprudence, with which Gibbon was not acquainted, is far superior to that of Henexius. And since that time we have new obligations to the modern historic civilians, whose indefatigable researches have greatly enlarged the sphere of our knowledge in this important branch of history. We want a pen like that of Gibbon to give to the more accurate notions which we have acquired since his time the brilliancy, the vigor, and the animation which Gibbon has bestowed on the opinions of Henexius and his contemporaries. W. Right arrow curving left. M. Warnkonig refers to the work of Beaufort, on the uncertainty of the 5 first ages of the Roman history, with which Gibbon was probably acquainted, to Niebuhr, and to the less-known volume of Watchsmith, Die Eidtiergeschichte der Römischen Stats. To these I would add A. W. Schlegel's review of Niebuhr, and my friend Dr. Thomas Arnold's recently published volume, of which the chapter on the law of the 12 tables appears to me one of the most valuable, if not the most valuable, chapter. Right arrow curving left. Whoever is acquainted with the real notions of the Romans on the jus naturale, gentium et civil, cannot but disapprove of this explanation which has no relation to them, and might be taken for a pleasantry. It is certainly unnecessary to increase the confusion which already prevails among modern writers on the true sense of these ideas. Hugo. W. Right arrow curving left. Niebuhr considers the Jus Papyrianum, adduced by Varius Fiacus, to be of undoubted authenticity. Römische Geschichte, L. 257. M. Compare this with the work of M. Hugo. W. Right arrow curving left. The Eugubine tables have exercised the ingenuity of the Italian and German critics, it seems admitted, K. O. Müller, Die Etrusker 2-3-13, that they are Tuscan. See the works of Lanzi, Passeri, Dempster, and K. O. Müller. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Niebuhr, 355, note 720. M. It is a more important question whether the 12 tables in fact include laws imported from Greece. The negative opinion maintained by our author is now almost universally adopted, particularly by M. Niebuhr, Hugo, and others. See my Institutiones Juris Romani Privati, Leodii, 1819, pages 311, 312. W. Dr. Arnold, page 255, seems to incline to the opposite opinion. Compare some just and sensible observations in the appendix to Mr. Travers Twiss's An Epitome of Niebuhr's History of Rome, p. 347, Oxford, 1836. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Niebuhr 2209. M. See the Memoirs de l'Académie de Inscriptions XXII, page 48. It would be difficult to disprove that a certain Hermodorus had some share in framing the laws of the 12 tables. Pomponius even says that this Hermodorus was the author of the last 2 tables. Pliny the Elder calls him the interpreter of the Decemvirs, which may lead us to suppose that he labored with them in drawing up that law. But it is astonishing that in his dissertation, De Hermodoro Vero 12 Tabularum Auctor, Annals Academiae Groningani Anni 1817, 1818, M. Sirp Gradima has ventured to advance 2 propositions entirely devoid of proof, decem prioris tabulas ab ipsis Romanis non esse perfectas, tota confirmat Decemviratus historia. Et Hermodorum legum Decemviralium veri nominis octorem esse, ca eas composurit sui ordinibus, disposurit, suac fecerit auctoritate, utia Decemviris recipienter. This truly was an age in which the Roman patricians would allow their laws to be dictated by a foreign exile. Mr. Gradima does not attempt to prove the authenticity of the supposititious letter of Heraclitus. He contents himself with expressing his astonishment that M. Bonamy, as well as Gibbon, will not receive it as genuine. W. Right arrow curving left. Compare Niebuhr throughout. Niebuhr has written a dissertation, Klein Historische und Philologische Schriften I, p. 438, arguing from this prediction, and on the other conclusive grounds, that the Lycophron, the author of the Cassandra, is not the Alexandrian poet. He had been anticipated in this sagacious criticism, as he afterwards discovered, by a writer of no less distinction than Charles James Fox, Letters to Wakefield. And likewise by the author of the extraordinary translation of this poem, that most promising scholar, Philip York, Lord Royston. See the Remains of Lord Royston, by the Rev. Henry Pepys, London, 1838. M. Right arrow curving left. Are not the same points of similarity discovered in the legislation of all nations in the infancy of their civilization? W. Right arrow curving left. The wish expressed by Warnkonig, that the text and the conjectural emendations on the fragments of the 12 tables should be submitted to rigid criticism, has been fulfilled by Heinrich Eduard Dirksen, Übersicht der Bücherischen Versuche zur Kritik und die Herstellung des Texts der Zwölftafelfragment, Leipzig, 1824. Right arrow curving left. From the context of the phrase in Tacitus, nam secudi legis etsi alquando in maleficos ex delicto Sepius tamen dissension ordinum, lady sunt, it is clear that Gibbon has rendered this sentence incorrectly. Hugo, History of the Roman Law, page 62. Right arrow curving left. Compare Niebuhr, English translation, Volume 1, page 448, etc. Right arrow curving left. This error of Gibbon has been long detected. The Senate, under Tiberius, did indeed elect the magistrates, who before that emperor were elected in the comitia. But we find laws enacted by the people during his reign, and that of Claudius. For example, the Julian Urbana, Velia, and Claudia de Tutela Foeminarum. Compare the Histoire du droit romain, by M. Hugo, Volume 2, pages 55, 57. The comitia ceased imperceptibly as the Republic gradually expired. Right arrow curving left. The author adopts the opinion that under the emperors alone the Senate had a share in the legislative power. They had nevertheless participated in it under the Republic, since Senatus Consulta relating to civil rights have been preserved which are much earlier than the reigns of Augustus or Tiberius. It is true that under the emperors the Senate exercised this right more frequently, and that the assemblies of the people had become much more rare, though in law they were still permitted. In the time of Ulpian. See the fragments of Ulpian. Bach has clearly demonstrated that the Senate had the same power in the time of the Republic. It is natural that the Senatus Consulta should have been more frequent under the emperors, because they employed those means of flattering the pride of the senators. By granting them the right of deliberating on all affairs which did not entrench on the imperial power. Compare the discussions of M. Hugo, Volume 1, page 284, seq. Right arrow curving left. The author here follows the opinion of Henexius, who, according to the idea of his master Thomasius, was unwilling to suppose that magistrates exercising a judicial could share in the legislative power. For this reason he represents the edicts of the praetors as absurd. See his work, Historia Juris Romani 69, 74. But Henexius had altogether a false notion of this important institution of the Romans, to which we owe in a great degree the perfection of their jurisprudence. Henexius, therefore, in his own days, had many opponents of his system, among others the celebrated Ritter, professor at Wittenberg, who contested it in notes appended to the work of Henexius, and retained in all subsequent editions of that book. After Ritter, the learned Bach undertook to vindicate the edicts of the praetors in his Historia Jurisprudentia Romani, edit. 6, pages 218, 224. But it remained for a civilian of our own days to throw light on the spirit and true character of this institution. M. Hugo has completely demonstrated that the Praetorian edicts furnished the salutary means of perpetually harmonizing the legislation with the spirit of the times. The praetors were the true organs of public opinion. It was not according to their caprice that they framed their regulations, but according to the manners and to the opinions of the great civil lawyers of their day. We know from Cicero himself that it was esteemed a great honor among the Romans to publish an edict, well conceived and well drawn. The most distinguished lawyers of Rome were invited by the praetor to assist in framing this annual law, which, according to its principle, was only a declaration which the praetor made to the public, to announce the manner in which he would judge, and to guard against every charge of partiality. Those who had reason to fear his opinions might delay their cause till the following year. The praetor was responsible for all the faults which he committed. The tribunes could lodge an accusation against the praetor who issued a partial edict. He was bound strictly to follow and to observe the regulations published by him at the commencement of his year of office, according to the Cornelian law, by which these edicts were called perpetual. And he could make no change in a regulation once published. The praetor was obliged to submit to his own edict, and to judge his own affairs according to its provisions. These magistrates had no power of departing from the fundamental laws, or the laws of the 12 tables. The people held them in such consideration that they rarely enacted laws contrary to their provisions. But as some provisions were found inefficient, others opposed to the manners of the people and to the spirit of subsequent ages, the praetors, still maintaining respect for the laws, endeavored to bring them into accordance with the necessities of the existing time, by such fictions as best suited the nature of the case. In what legislation do we not find these fictions, which even yet exist, absurd and ridiculous as they are, among the ancient laws of modern nations? These always variable edicts at length comprehended the whole of the Roman legislature, and became the subject of the commentaries of the most celebrated lawyers. They must therefore be considered as the basis of all the Roman jurisprudence comprehended in the Digest of Justinian. It is in this sense that M. Schrader has written on this important institution, proposing it for imitation as far as may be consistent with our manners, and agreeable to our political institutions, in order to avoid immature legislation becoming a permanent evil. See the History of the Roman Law by M. Hugo, Volume 1, page 296, etc., Volume 2, page 30 ed. Seek, 78 ed. Seek, and the note in my elementary book on the Institutes, page 313. With regard to the works best suited to give information on the framing and the form of these edicts, see Christian Gottlieb Hobald, Institutions Juris Romani Literarii, Tom. I, pages 321, 368. All that Henexius says about the usurpation of the right of making these edicts by the praetors is false, and contrary to all historical testimony. A multitude of authorities proves that the magistrates were under an obligation to publish these edicts. W. With the utmost deference for these excellent civilians, I cannot but consider this confusion of the judicial and legislative authority as a very perilous constitutional precedent. It might answer among a people so singularly trained as the Romans were by habit and national character in reverence for legal institutions, so as to be an aristocracy, if not a people of legislators. But in most nations the investiture of a magistrate in such authority, leaving to his sole judgment the lawyers he might consult, and the view of public opinion which he might take, would be a very insufficient guarantee for right legislation. M. Right arrow curving left. This restoration was only the commencement of a work found among the papers of Henexius, and published after his death. G. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon has here fallen into an error, with Henexius and almost the whole literary world, concerning the real meaning of what is called the Perpetual Edict of Hadrian. Since the Cornelian law, the edicts were perpetual, but only in this sense, that the praetor could not change them during the year of his magistracy. And although it appears that under Hadrian the civilian Julianus made, or assisted in making, a complete collection of the edicts, which certainly had been done likewise before Hadrian, for example, Biophilius, que diligentur edictum composuit, we have no sufficient proof to admit the common opinion that the Praetorian Edict was declared perpetually unalterable by Hadrian. The writers on law subsequent to Hadrian, and among the rest Pomponius, in his summary of the Roman jurisprudence, speak of the edict as it existed in the time of Cicero. They would not certainly have passed over in silence so remarkable a change in the most important source of the civil law. M. Hugo has conclusively shown that the various passages in authors like Eutropius are not sufficient to establish the opinion introduced by Henexius. Compare Hugo, Volume 2, page 78. A new proof of this is found in the Institutes of Gaius, who, in the first books of his work, expresses himself in the same manner, without mentioning any change made by Hadrian. Nevertheless, if it had taken place, he must have noticed it, as he does, L. I. Section 7, the Responsa Prudentum, on the occasion of a rescript of Hadrian. There is no lacuna in the text. Why then should Gaius maintain silence concerning an innovation so much more important than that of which he speaks? After all, this question becomes of slight interest, since, in fact, we find no change in the perpetual edict inserted in the digest, from the time of Hadrian to the end of that epoch, except that made by Julian, compare Hugo, L. C. The later lawyers appear to follow, in their commentaries, the same text as their predecessors. It is natural to suppose that, after the labors of so many men distinguished in jurisprudence, the framing of the edict must have attained such perfection that it would have been difficult to have made any innovation. We nowhere find that the jurists of the Pandects disputed concerning the words, or the drawing up of the edict. What difference would, in fact, result from this with regard to our codes and our modern legislation? Compare the learned dissertation of M. Friedrich August Biener, De Salvii Juliani Meritus in Edictum Praetorium Rect Estimandis, Lipsii, 1809, quarto. W. Right arrow curving left. This is again an error which Gibbon shares with Henexius and the generality of authors. It arises from having mistaken the insignificant edict of Hadrian, inserted in the Code of Justinian, lib 6 tit. Xic. 11, for the first Constitutio Principis, without attending to the fact that the Pandects contain so many constitutions of the emperors from Julius Caesar, cl. I Digest 29, 1. M. Hugo justly observes that the Acta of Sylla, approved by the Senate, were the same thing with the constitutions of those who after him usurped the sovereign power. Moreover, we find that Pliny the Elder, and other ancient authors, report a multitude of rescripts of the emperors from the time of Augustus. See Hugo, Histoire du droit romain, Volume 2, pages 24, 27. W. Right arrow curving left. Yet a century before, Domitian was called not only by martial but even in public documents, Dominus edi Deus Noster. Suetonius, De Vita Caesarum, Domitian, c. 13. Hugo. W. Right arrow curving left. Gaius, see this note, asserts that the imperial edict or rescript has, and always had, the force of law, because the imperial authority rests upon law. Constitutio principis est, quod imperator decreto vel edicto, vel epistola constitut, nec unquam dubitatum, quin id legis visum obtinit, cum ipsi imperator per legem imperium excipiat. Gaius, 6 Gay Institutions I2. M. Right arrow curving left. In this passage the author has endeavored to collect all the examples of judicial formularies which he could find. That which he adduces as the form of cretio hereditatis is absolutely false. It is sufficient to glance at the passage in Cicero which he cites to see that it has no relation to it. The author appeals to the opinion of Schulting, who, in the passage quoted, himself protests against the ridiculous and absurd interpretation of the passage in Cicero, and observes that Grevius had already well explained the real sense. See in Gaius the form of cretio hereditatis. Gay Institutions, L. 2, page 166. W. Right arrow curving left. Nothing more is known of this ceremony. Nevertheless we find that already in his own days Gaius turned it into ridicule. He says, lib. 3 section 192, 193, prohibiti actio quadrupli ex edicto praetoris introducta est. Lex autem eo nomini nullum ponam constitut. Hoc solemn precepit, ut quaquira velit, nudus querat, lintio cinctus, lancem habens, ca si quid invenerit, jubit id lex furtum manifestum esse. Quid sit autem lintium, qui citum est sed virius est consudi genus esse, quo necessari parties tegerenter. Quer lex tota ridicula est. Nam ca vestidum quirera prohibit, is et nudum quirera prohibitoris est, eo magus, quod ita quisita residential inventa majori poeni subjugator. Deigned quod lancem civ ideo haberi jubit, ut manibus occupatus nihil subjiciator, civ ideo, ut quod invenerit, ibi imponat, nutrum earum procedit, siid quod quiritur. Aegis magnitudinis ut naturi sit ut nec subjuci, nec ibi imponi possit. Cert non dubitator, cujuscunc materii sit ea lanx, satis legi fieri. We see moreover, from this passage, that the basin, as most authors, resting on the authority of Festus, have supposed, was not used to cover the figure. W. Gibbon says the face, though equally inaccurately. This passage of Gaius, I must observe, as well as others in M. Warnkenig's work, is very inaccurately printed. M. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon had conceived opinions too decided against the forms of procedure in use among the Romans. Yet it is on these solemn forms that the certainty of laws has been founded among all nations. Those of the Romans were very intimately allied with the ancient religion, and must of necessity have disappeared as Rome attained a higher degree of civilization. Have not modern nations, even the most civilized, overloaded their laws with 1,000 forms, often absurd, almost always trivial? How many examples are afforded by the English law? See, on the nature of these forms, the work of M. de Savigny on the vocation of our age for legislation and jurisprudence, Heidelberg, 1814, pages 9, 10. W. This work of M. Savigny has been translated into English by Mr. Abraham Hayward. M. Right arrow curving left. It is particularly in this division of the history of the Roman jurisprudence into epochs that Gibbon displays his profound knowledge of the laws of this people. M. Hugo, adopting this division, prefaced these three periods with the history of the times anterior to the law of the 12 tables, which are, as it were, the infancy of the Roman law. W. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon had entirely misunderstood this phrase of Cicero. It was only since his time that the real meaning of the author was apprehended. Cicero, in enumerating the qualifications of Trebatius, says, Accedit idiom, quod familiam ducit in jure civili, singularis memoria, summa scientia. Which means that Trebatius possessed a still further most important qualification for a student of civil law, a remarkable memory, etc. This explanation, already conjectured by Gilles Menage, Jura Civilis Amenitates, c. 14, is found in the Dictionary of Emmanuel Scheller, v. Familia, and in the History of the Roman Law by M. Hugo. Many authors have asserted, without any proof sufficient to warrant the conjecture, that Trebatius was of the school of Epicurus. W. Right arrow curving left. The work of Gaius, subsequent to the time of Hadrian, furnishes us with some information on this subject. The disputes which rose between these two sects appear to have been very numerous. Gaius avows himself a disciple of Sabinus and of Caius. Compare Hugo, Volume 2, page 106. W. Right arrow curving left. This word has never existed. Cujacius is the author of it, who read the words terris cendi in Servius ad Virgilis as her secandi, to which he gave an erroneous interpretation. W. Right arrow curving left. We possess, since 1824, some interesting information as to the framing of the Theodosian Code, and its ratification at Rome, in the year 438. M. Closius, now professor at Dorpat in Russia, and M. Perron, member of the Academy of Turin, have discovered, the one at Milan, the other at Turin, a great part of the 5 first books of the Code which were wanting, and besides this, the reports, gesta, of the sitting of the Senate at Rome, in which the Code was published, in the year after the marriage of Valentinian III. Among these pieces are the constitutions which nominate commissioners for the formation of the Code. And though there are many points of considerable obscurity in these documents, they communicate many facts relative to this legislation. 1. That Theodosius designed a great reform in the legislation, to add to the Gregorian and Hermogenian codes all the new constitutions from Constantine to his own day. And to frame a second code for common use, with extracts from the 3 codes, and from the works of the civil lawyers. All laws either abrogated or fallen into disuse were to be noted under their proper heads. 2. An ordinance was issued in 429 to form a commission for this purpose of 9 persons, of which Antiochus, as quaestor and prefectus, was president. A second commission of 16 members was issued in 435 under the same president. 3. A code, which we possess under the name of Codex Theodosianus, was finished in 438, published in the East, in an ordinance addressed to the Praetorian prefect, Florentinus, and intended to be published in the West. 4. Before it was published in the West, Valentinian submitted it to the Senate. There is a report of the proceedings of the Senate, which closed with loud acclamations and gratulations. From Warnkönig, Histoire du droit romain, p. 169, Wenck has published this work, Codices Theodosiani Libri Prioris, Leipzig, 1825. M. Right arrow curving left. Walther Clausius of Tübingen communicated to M. Warnkönig the two following constitutions of the Emperor Constantine, which he discovered in the Ambrosian Library at Milan. 1. Imperarium Constantinus August ad Maximium Pref. Praetorio. Perpetuus prudentum contentions errora cupientis, ulpiani ac Pauli, in Papinianum notas, que dum ingenii laudem sectanter, non tam corrigere eum quam depravir maliorant, abulari presepimus. Dat. I calend. October. Constable Cons Edi Crispi, 321. Edom. August ad Maximium Pref. Prate. Universa, quae scriptura Pauli continenter, recepta auctoritate firmanda sunt, eti omni veneration celebranda. Ideoque sententiarum libros planissima lus eti perfectissima elocution eti justissima juris ration succinctos in judiciis prolatos valir minimi dubitator. Dat. V. Calend. October. Trevirus Constantino et Maximo Cons. 327, W. Right arrow curving left. The word pi nu delta epsilon kappa tau alpha iota was formerly in common use. See the preface to Aulus Gellius. W. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon is mistaken with regard to Valla, who, though he inveighs against the barbarous style of the civilians of his own day, lavishes the highest praise on the admirable purity of the language of the ancient writers on civil law. M. Warnkönig quotes a long passage of Valla in justification of this observation. Since his time this truth has been recognized by men of the highest eminence, such as Erasmus, David Hume and Roncenius. W. Right arrow curving left. Seditiosum in the language of Justinian means not seditious, but disputed. W. Right arrow curving left. Savigny, Volume 3, pages 83, 89, examines and rejects the whole story. See likewise Hallam, Volume 3, p. 514, M. Right arrow curving left. The newly discovered institutes of Gaius name one nation in which the same power was vested in the parent. Nec me praeterit Galatarum gentem credere, in potestate parentum liberos esse. Gay Institutions, edit. 1824, page 257. M. Right arrow curving left. All this is in strict accordance with the Roman character. W. Right arrow curving left. The son of a family sold by his father did not become in every respect a slave, he was statut liber, that is to say, on paying the price for which he was sold, he became entirely free. See Hugo, Histoire du droit romain, section 61. W. Right arrow curving left. But these had nothing to do with the question of a divorce made by judicial authority. Hugo right arrow curving left. On the duo jug era, compare Niebuhr, Volume I, page 337. M. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon acknowledges, in the preceding note, the obscurity of his views with regard to the residential mancipi. The interpreters who preceded him are not agreed on this point, one of the most difficult in the ancient Roman law. The conclusions of Hume, of which the author here speaks, are grounded on false assumptions. Gibbon had conceived very inaccurate notions of property among the Romans, and those of many authors in the present day are not less erroneous. We think it right, in this place, to develop the system of property among the Romans, as the result of the study of the extant original authorities on the ancient law. And as it has been demonstrated, recognized, and adopted by the most learned expositors of the Roman law. Besides the authorities formerly known, such as the fragments of Ulpian, t. 19 and t. I. Section 16, Theophilus, Paraphrasis Graeca Institutionum Caesareum I. 5 Section 4. May be consulted the Institutes of Gaius I. Section 54, and 2 Section 40, ed. Seek. The Roman laws protected all property acquired in a lawful manner. They imposed on those who had invaded it the obligation of making restitution and reparation of all damage caused by that invasion. They punished it, moreover, in many cases, by a pecuniary fine. But they did not always grant a recovery against the third person, who had become bona fide possessed of the property. He who had obtained possession of a thing belonging to another, knowing nothing of the prior rights of that person, maintained the possession. The law had expressly determined those cases in which it permitted property to be reclaimed from an innocent possessor. In these cases possession had the characters of absolute proprietorship, called mancipium, jus quiritium. To possess this right, it was not sufficient to have entered into possession of the thing in any manner. The acquisition was bound to have that character of publicity which was given by the observation of solemn forms, prescribed by the laws. Or the uninterrupted exercise of proprietorship during a certain time. The Roman citizen alone could acquire this proprietorship. Every other kind of possession, which might be named imperfect proprietorship, was called in bonus habere. It was not till after the time of Cicero that the general name of dominium was given to all proprietorship. It was then the publicity which constituted the distinctive character of absolute dominion. This publicity was grounded on the mode of acquisition, which the moderns have called civil, modi adquirendi civils. These modes of acquisition were mancipium or mancipatio, which was nothing but the solemn delivering over of the thing in the presence of a determinate number of witnesses and a public officer. It was from this probably that proprietorship was named. In jure cessio, which was a solemn delivering over before the praetor. Adjudicatio, made by a judge, in a case of partition. Lex, which comprehended modes of acquiring in particular cases determined by law, probably the law of the 12 tables, for instance, the sub corona emptio and the legatum. Usus, called afterwards usicapio, and by the moderns prescription. This was only a year for movables, 2 years for things not movable. Its primary object was altogether different from that of prescription in the present day. It was originally introduced in order to transform the simple possession of a thing, in bonus habere, into Roman proprietorship. The public and uninterrupted possession of a thing, enjoyed for the space of 1 or 2 years, was sufficient to make known to the inhabitants of the city of Rome to whom the thing belonged. This last mode of acquisition completed the system of civil acquisitions, by legalizing, as it were, every other kind of acquisition which was not conferred, from the commencement, by the jus quiritium. V. Ulpian, Fragmenta I. Section 16. Gaius, 2 Section 14. We believe, according to Gaius, Section 43, that this usicaption was extended to the case where a thing had been acquired from a person not the real proprietor. And that according to the time prescribed, it gave to the possessor the Roman proprietorship. But this does not appear to have been the original design of this institution. Citerum idiom eram rerum usicapio nobis compati, quae non a domino nobis tradita furent, si modo eas bona fide acciparamus. Gaius, L. 2 Section 43. As to things of smaller value, or those which it was difficult to distinguish from each other, the solemnities of which we speak were not requisite to obtain legal proprietorship. In this case simple delivery was sufficient. In proportion to the aggrandizement of the Republic, this latter principle became more important from the increase of the commerce and wealth of the state. It was necessary to know what were those things of which absolute property might be acquired by simple delivery, and what, on the contrary, those the acquisition of which must be sanctioned by these solemnities. This question was necessarily to be decided by a general rule. And it is this rule which establishes the distinction between residential mancipi and nec mancipi. a distinction about which the opinions of modern civilians differ so much that there are above 10 conflicting systems on the subject. The system which accords best with a sound interpretation of the Roman laws is that proposed by M. Treckel of Hamburg, and still further developed by M. Hugo, who has extracted it in the Magazine of Civil Law, Volume 2, page 7. This is the system now almost universally adopted. Residential mancipi, by contraction for mancipii, were things of which the absolute property, jus quiritium, might be acquired only by the solemnities mentioned above, at least by that of mancipation. Which was, without doubt, the most easy and the most usual. Gaius, 2 section 25. As for other things, the acquisition of which was not subject to these forms in order to confer absolute right, they were called residential nec mancipi. See Ulpian, Fragmenta 19 section 1, 3, 7. Ulpian and Varro enumerate the different kinds of residential mancipi. Their enumerations do not quite agree, and various methods of reconciling them have been attempted. The authority of Ulpian, however, who wrote as a civilian, ought to have the greater weight on this subject. But why are these things alone residential mancipi? This is one of the questions which have been most frequently agitated, and on which the opinions of civilians are most divided. M. Hugo has resolved it in the most natural and satisfactory manner. All things which were easily known individually, which were of great value, with which the Romans were acquainted, and which they highly appreciated, were residential mancipi. Of old mancipation or some other solemn form was required for the acquisition of these things, an account of their importance. Mancipation served to prove their acquisition, because they were easily distinguished one from the other. On this great historical discussion consult the Magazine of Civil Law by M. Hugo, Volume 2, pages 37, 38, the dissertation of M. J. M. Zachariae, De Rebus Mancipi et Nec Mancipi Conjecturi, page 11, Lipsii, 1807, The History of Civil Law by M. Hugo. And My Institutions Juris Romani Privati, pages 108, 110. As a general rule, it may be said that all things are residential nec mancipi. The residential mancipi are the exception to this principle. The praetors changed the system of property by allowing a person who had a thing in bonus the right to recover before the prescribed term of usufruction had conferred absolute proprietorship. Pollyanna in rem actio. Justinian went still further, in times when there was no longer any distinction between a Roman citizen and a stranger. He granted the right of recovering all things which had been acquired, whether by what were called civil or natural modes of acquisition, Codex, L. 7t, 25, 31. And he so altered the theory of Gaius in his Institutes 2:1, that no trace remains of the doctrine taught by that civilian. W. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon has singular notions on the provisions of Novella CXV, number 3, 4, which probably he did not clearly understand. W. Right arrow curving left. It is not at all applicable to the Roman system of contracts, even if it were allowed to be good. M. Right arrow curving left. Simple agreements, pacta, formed as valid an obligation as a solemn contract. Only an action, or the right to a direct judicial prosecution, was not permitted in every case of compact. In all other respects, the judge was bound to maintain an agreement made by pactum. The stipulation was a form common to every kind of agreement, by which the right of action was given to this. W. Right arrow curving left. This is erroneously called benefits. Gibbon enumerates various kinds of contracts, of which some alone are properly called benefits. W. Right arrow curving left. The real nature of the finis unciarium has been proved. It amounted in a year of 12 months to 10%. See, in the Magazine of Civil Law, by M. Hugo, Volume 5, pp. 180-184, an article of M. Schrader, following up the conjectures of Niebuhr, The History of Rome, Tom. 2, page 431. W. Compare a very clear account of this question in the appendix to Mr. Travers Twissa's Epitome of Niebuhr, Volume 2, page 257. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare the admirable sketch of the degeneracy of the Latin language and the formation of the Italian in Hallam, Europe during the Middle Ages, Volume 3, pages 317, 329. M. Right arrow curving left. See Johann Beckmann, A History of Inventions and Discoveries, Volume 1, page 319. M. Right arrow curving left. It certainly appears difficult to extract a prediction of the perpetual independence of the Arabs from the text in Genesis, which would have received an ample fulfillment during centuries of uninvaded freedom. But the disputants appear to forget the inseparable connection in the prediction between the wild, the Bedouin habits of the Ishmaelites, with their national independence. The stationary and civilized descendant of Ishmael forfeited, as it were, his birthright, and ceased to be a genuine son of the wild man. The phrase, dwelling in the presence of his brethren, is interpreted by Rosenmuller, in Locke and others, according to the Hebrew geography, to the east, of his brethren, the legitimate race of Abraham. M. Right arrow curving left. Abraha, according to some accounts, was succeeded by his son Taksum, who reigned 17 years, his brother Masku, who was slain in battle against the Persians, 12. But this chronology is irreconcilable with the Arabian conquests of Nushirvan the Great. Either Sif, or his son Mahdi Karb, was the native prince placed on the throne by the Persians. St. Martin, Volume 10, page 78. See likewise Johansson, Historia Yemeni. M. Right arrow curving left. Yet Theophylact seems to have seized the opportunity to indulge his propensity for writing orations. And the orations read rather like those of a Grecian sophist than of an Eastern assembly. M. Right arrow curving left. Malcolm concurs in ascribing his death to Bundawi, Binduz, Volume 1, page 123. The Eastern writers generally impute the crime to the uncle. St. Martin, Volume 10, page 300. M. Right arrow curving left. St. Martin thinks that they were first written in Syriac, and then translated into the bad Greek in which they appear, Volume 10, page 334. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare M. Von Hammer's preface to, and poem of, Shiren, in which he gives an account of the various Persian poems, of which he has endeavored to extract the essence in his own work. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare throughout Schlosser, Allgemeine Nordische Geschichte, pages 362, 372. M. Right arrow curving left. Danville, Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, Tom. XXXE, p. 560, labored to prove the identity of these two cities, but, according to M. St. Martin, Volume 11, page 97, not with perfect success. Urmia, called Ariema in the ancient Pelvi books, is considered, both by the followers of Zoroaster and by the Mohammedans, as his birthplace. It is situated in the southern part of Azerbaijan. M. Right arrow curving left. Now the Sihan. M. Right arrow curving left. Moses of Choronay speaks of an invasion of Armenia by the Khazars in the 2nd century, L. 2c. 62. M. St. Martin suspects them to be the same with the Hunnish nation of the Akatayrs or Agazirs. They are called by the Greek historians Eastern Turks. Like the Magyars and other Hunnish or Finnish tribes, they had probably received some admixture from the genuine Turkish races. Ibn Henkel, Oriental Geography, says that their language was like the Bulgarian, and considers them a people of Finnish or Hunnish race. Klaproth, Tableaux historiques de l'Asie, pages 268, 273. Abel Remusat, Recherches sur les langues tartares, Tom. I. Pages 315, 316. St. Martin, Volume 11, page 115. M. Right arrow curving left. The Mohammedans show no more charity towards the memory of Khosrow or Khosrow Perviz. All his reverses are ascribed to the just indignation of God upon a monarch who had dared with impious and accursed hands to tear the letter of the holy prophet Muhammad. Compare this note. M. Right arrow curving left. M. My, Scriptorum Veterum Nova Collectio, Volume 1, Pars 2, page 223, has added some lines, but no clear sense can be made out of the fragment. M. Right arrow curving left. See on this passage Bishop John K. Justin Martyr, page 25. M. Right arrow curving left. Most of the modern writers who have closely examined this subject, and who will not be suspected of any theological bias, Rosenmuller on Isaiah 9 verse 5 and on Psalm 45 verse 7, and Berthold. Christologia Judaeorum, c. XX, rightly ascribe much higher notions of the Messiah to the Jews. In fact, the dispute seems to rest on the notion that there was a definite and authorized notion of the Messiah among the Jews, whereas it was probably so vague as to admit every shade of difference. From the vulgar expectation of a mere temporal king, to the philosophic notion of an emanation from the deity. M. Right arrow curving left. The distinct allusion to the facts related in the 2 first chapters of the Gospel, in a work evidently written about the end of the reign of Nero, the Ascensio Isaiae. Edited by Archbishop Lawrence, seems convincing evidence that they are integral parts of the authentic Christian history. M. Right arrow curving left. Surely the extinction of the Judeo-Christian community related from Mosheim by Gibbon himself, here in c. 15, accounts both simply and naturally for the loss of a composition which had become of no use, nor does it follow that the Greek Gospel of St. Matthew is unauthorized. M. Right arrow curving left. Johann Jacob Griesbach asserts that all the Greek Missas, all the translators, and all the Greek Fathers, support the common reading, Novum Testamentum Greece, in Locke, M. Right arrow curving left. It should be Omicron Zeta. Griesbach, in Locke. The weight of authority is so much against the common reading in both these points, that they are no longer urged by prudent controversialists. Would Gibbon's deference for the first of philosophers have extended to all his theological conclusions? M. Right arrow curving left. The oasis of Siva has been visited by Mons. Dravetti and Mr. Brown. The little oasis, that of El Kasser, was visited and described by Belzoni. The great oasis, and its splendid ruins, have been well described in the travels of Sir A. Edmonstone. To these must be added another western oasis, also visited by Sir A. Edmonstone. M. Right arrow curving left. The extent to which Nestorian Christianity prevailed among the Tartar tribes is one of the most curious questions in Oriental history. M. Schmidt, Geschichte der Ostmongolen, notes, p. 383, appears to question the Christianity of Ong Kagan and his Karaite subjects. M. Right arrow curving left. This famous monument, the authenticity of which many have attempted to impeach, rather from hatred to the Jesuits, by whom it was made known, than by a candid examination of its contents, is now generally considered above all suspicion. The Chinese text and the facts which it relates are equally strong proofs of its authenticity. This monument was raised as a memorial of the establishment of Christianity in China. It is dated the year 1092 of the era of the Greeks, or the Seleucidae, AD 781, in the time of the Nestorian patriarch Ananyezu. It was raised by Ayezd Buzid, priest and chorepiscopus of Chungdan, that is, of the capital of the Chinese Empire, and the son of a priest who came from Balkh in Tokaristan. Among the various arguments which may be urged in favor of the authenticity of this monument, and which has not yet been advanced, may be reckoned the name of the priest by whom it was raised. The name is Persian, and at the time the monument was discovered it would have been impossible to have imagined it, for there was no work extant from whence the knowledge of it could be derived. I do not believe that, even since this period, any book has been published in which it can be found a second time. It is very celebrated amongst the Armenians, and is derived from a martyr, a Persian by birth, of the royal race, who perished towards the middle of the 7th century, and rendered his name celebrated among the Christian nations of the East. St. Martin, Volume 1, page 69. M. Remusat has also strongly expressed his conviction of the authenticity of this monument. Mélanges Asiatiques, Party I, page 33. Abraham Diossen, in his History of the Mongols, concurs in this view. Yet M. Schmidt, Geschichte der Ostmongolen, p. 384, denies that there is any satisfactory proof that such a monument was ever found in China, or that it was not manufactured in Europe. But if the Jesuits had attempted such a forgery, would it not have been more adapted to further their peculiar views? M. Right arrow curving left. The St. Thomé Christians had excited great interest in the ardent mind of the admirable Bishop Heber. See his curious and to his friends highly characteristic letter to Mar Athanasius, appendix to journal. The arguments of his friend and coadjutor, Mr. Thomas Robinson, the last days of Bishop Heber, have not convinced me that the Christianity of India is older than the Nestorian dispersion. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare, on the Mardoites, Enquêtes du Perron, in the 50th volume of the Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, and Friedrich Schlosser, Geschichte der Bilderströmenden Kaiser, page 100. M. Right arrow curving left. Of the oldest and best-looking trees, I counted 11 or 12, 25 very large ones, and about 50 of middling size, and more than 300 smaller and young ones. Burckhardt Travels in Syria and the Holy Land, page 19. M. Right arrow curving left. The Travels of Bruce, illustrated by those of Mr. Salt, and the narrative of Nathaniel Pierce, have brought us again acquainted with this remote region. Whatever may be their speculative opinions, the barbarous manners of the Ethiopians seem to be gaining more and more the ascendancy over the practice of Christianity. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Schlosser, Geschichte der Bilderströmenden Kaiser, Frankfurt am Main, 1812, a book of research and impartiality. M. Right arrow curving left. The letters Kanab, which frequently appear on the Byzantine coins, and which have given rise to much dispute, have been satisfactorily explained by Pinder and Friedlander. Die Munzen Justinians, mit Sex Kupfertafeln, Berlin, 1843. That the letters Khan should be separated from OB, and that they signify Constantinople, seems clear from the epigraphs Aquab, Tesab, and Trab, which indicate respectively the towns of Aquileia, Thessalonica, and Treves. The above-mentioned writers suppose that OB are the Greek numerals, and that they consequently indicate the number 72. In the time of Augustus 40 gold coins, aurei or solidi, were equal to a pound. But as these coins were gradually struck lighter and lighter, it was at length enacted by Valentinian I in AD 367 that henceforth 72 solidi should be coined out of a pound of gold. And accordingly we find Kanab for the first time on the coins of this emperor. S. Right arrow curving left. In fact, it was a sudden onset of the Gascons, assisted by the Basque mountaineers, and possibly a few Navarrese. M. Right arrow curving left. This point has been contested, but Mr. Hallam and Monsieur Sismondi concur with Gibbon. See Europe during the Middle Ages 330, Histoire de François, tom. 2, page 318. The sensible observations of the latter are quoted in the Quarterly Review, volume 48, page 451. Fleury, I may add, quotes from Mabillon a remarkable evidence that Charlemagne had a mark to himself like an honest, plain-dealing man. Ibid, M. Right arrow curving left. Von Romer has traced the fortunes of the Swabian house in one of the ablest historical works of modern times. He may be compared with the spirited and independent Sismondi. M. Right arrow curving left. For the rise and progress of the Hanseatic League, consult the authoritative history by Sartorius, Geschichte des Hanseatischen Bunds, 3 Thiel, Göttingen, 1802. New and improved edition by Lappenberg, Ilamberg, 1830. The original Hanseatic League comprehended Cologne and many of the great cities in the Netherlands and on the Rhine. M. Right arrow curving left. Of modern travelers may be mentioned the adventurer who called himself Ali Bey, but above all, the intelligent, the enterprising, the accurate Burckhardt. M. Right arrow curving left. A brilliant passage in the geographical poem of Dionysius Periegetes embodies the notions of the ancients on the wealth and fertility of Yemen. Greek mythology, and the traditions of the gorgeous East, of India as well as Arabia, are mingled together in indiscriminate splendor. Compare on the southern coast of Arabia the recent travels of Lieutenant James Wellstead. M. Right arrow curving left. See this note to Chi. The destruction of Mariaba by the Romans is doubtful. The town never recovered the inundation which took place from the bursting of a large reservoir of water, an event of great importance in the Arabian annals, and discussed at considerable length by modern Orientalists. M. Right arrow curving left. Even in the time of Gibbon, Mecca had not been so inaccessible to Europeans. It had been visited by Ludovico Barthema, and by one Joseph Pitts of Exeter, who was taken prisoner by the Moors, and forcibly converted to Mohammedanism. His volume is a curious though plain account of his sufferings and travels. Since that time Mecca has been entered, and the ceremonies witnessed, by Dr. Ulrich Seetzen, whose papers were unfortunately lost, by the Spaniard who called himself Ali Bey, and, lastly, by Burckhardt, whose description leaves nothing wanting to satisfy the curiosity. M. Right arrow curving left. See this note to CHXLVI. The latter point is probably the least contestable of the three. M. Right arrow curving left. On the ruins of Petra, see the travels of Messrs. Irby and Mangles, and of Leon de Laborde. M. Right arrow curving left. Niebuhr's, notwithstanding the multitude of later travelers, maintains its ground as the classical work on Arabia. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare the Historia Yemeni, published by Johansen at Bonn, 1828, particularly the translator's preface. M. Right arrow curving left. Dr. Clark, Travels in Europe, Asia and Africa, Volume 2, p. 491, after expressing contemptuous pity for Gibbon's ignorance, derives the word from Zara, Sarah, the desert, whence Saraceni, the children of the desert. Jules de Merlis adopts the derivation from Sarrik, a robber, Histoire de la domination de Arabes et de Moors, Volume 1, page 36, Saint Martin from Sharkia, or Sharkin, Eastern, Volume 11, page 55. M. Right arrow curving left. See likewise the curious romance of Antar, the most vivid and authentic picture of Arabian manners. M. Right arrow curving left. This origin of the Hyksos, though probable, is by no means so certain. There is some reason for supposing them Scythians. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare the Arabic proverbs translated by Burckhardt. London, 1830. M. Right arrow curving left. See the translation of the amusing Persian romance of Hadim Tai, by Duncan Forbes, Esq., among the works published by the Oriental Translation Fund. M. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Charles Forster, Historical Geography of Arabia, Volume 2, page 118, Sikh, has raised an objection, as I think, fatal to this hypothesis of Gibbon. The temple, situated in the country of the Banu Zamanites, was not between the Thamudites and the Sabaeans, but higher up than the coast inhabited by the former. Mr. Forster would place it as far north as Moila. I am not quite satisfied that this will agree with the whole description of Diodorus. M. 1845 Right arrow curving left. The Codex Nazareus, their sacred book, has been published by Norberg, whose researches contain almost all that is known of this singular people. But their origin is almost as obscure as ever. If ancient, their creed has been so corrupted with mysticism and Mohammedanism that its native lineaments are very indistinct. M. Right arrow curving left. The most orthodox Mohammedans only reckon back the ancestry of the Prophet for 20 generations, to Adnan. Gustav Weil, Muhammad der Prophet, page 1. 1845 right arrow curving left. Dar. Weil says that the smallpox broke out in the army of Abraha, but he does not give his authority, page 10. 1845 right arrow curving left. The date of the birth of Muhammad is not yet fixed with precision. It is only known from Oriental authors that he was born on a Monday, the 10th Rebi first, the third month of the Mohammedan year, the year 40 or 42 of Khosrow-Nushirvan, king of Persia. The year 881 of the Seleucid era, the year 1316 of the era of Nabonassar. This leaves the point undecided between the years 569-571 of Jesus Christ. See the Memoir of M. Sylvestre de Sacy, on diverse events in the history of the Arabs before Muhammad, Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, volume 47, pages 527-531. Saint Martin, volume 11, page 59. M. Dar. Weil decides on AD 571. Muhammad died in 632, aged 63, but the Arabs reckoned his life by lunar years, which reduces his life nearly to 61, page 21. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. Compare, likewise, The New Life of Muhammad, Muhammad der Prophet, by Dr. Weil, Stuttgart, 1843. Dr. Weil has a new tradition that Muhammad was at one time a shepherd. This assimilation to the life of Moses, instead of giving probability to the story, as Dr. Weil suggests, makes it more suspicious. Note, page 34. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. Sylvestre de Sacy, Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions L, page 295, has observed that the text of the 96th surah implies that Muhammad could read. The tradition alone denies it, and, according to Dr. Weil, page 46, there is another reading of the tradition that he could not read well. Dar. Weil is not quite so successful in explaining away Surah 6. It means, he thinks, that he had not read any books, from which he could have borrowed. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. The whole book has since been recovered in the Ethiopic language, and has been edited and translated by Archbishop Lawrence, Oxford, 1881. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare von Hammer, Die Geschichte der Assassinen, page 11. M. Right arrow curving left. The age of the Book of Job is still and probably will still be disputed. Rosenmuller thus states his own opinion: Cert serioribus rea publici temporibus assignandum esse libram, suadera videtur ad Chaldaismum virgens sermo. Yet the observations of Johann Gottfried Ludwig Kosgarten, which Rosenmuller has given in a note, and common reason suggest that this Chaldaism may be the native form of a much earlier dialect. Or the Chaldaic may have adopted the poetical archaisms of a dialect differing from but not less ancient than the Hebrew. See Rosenmuller, Prolegomena on Job, page 41. The poetry appears to me to belong to a much earlier period. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Hamaker, Notes to ins ti auctoris liber de expugnation Memphides Edi Alexandrii, page 62. M. Right arrow curving left. A New Life, by Dr. Weil, Stuttgart, 1843, has added some few traditions unknown in Europe. Of Dr. Weil's Arabic scholarship, which professes to correct many errors in Gagnier, in Marachi, and in M. von Hammer, I am no judge. But it is remarkable that he does not seem acquainted with the passage of Tabari, translated by Colonel Vans Kennedy in the Bombay Transactions, Volume 3, the earliest and most important addition made to the traditionary life of Muhammad. I am inclined to think Colonel Vans Kennedy's appreciation of the Prophet's character, which may be overlooked in a criticism on Voltaire's Muhammad, the most just which I have ever read. The work of Dr. Weil appears to me most valuable in its dissection and chronological view of the Quran. M. 1845. The original materials for a life of Muhammad are, I. The Quran. 2. The traditions of Muhammad's followers. 3. Some poetical works. 4. The earliest Arabian biographies of the Prophet. I. The Quran, respecting the general integrity and authenticity of which Oriental scholars are agreed, is the great storehouse for the opinions and character of Muhammad. But the events of his outward life, and their connection, are derived almost entirely from tradition. 2. After Muhammad's death, such of his followers as had been much about his person, ashab, companions, were surrounded by pupils who had not seen and conversed with him, but who were desirous of acquiring information from those who had enjoyed that advantage. This second generation, who were called tabi'in, successors, transmitted in turn to others the information thus acquired. Great care was employed in comparing and sifting these traditions, which were derived from various and often distant sources. And, as a guarantee of authenticity, the name of the person on whose authority they rested was transmitted along with them. It is possible that some of them may have been committed to writing in Muhammad's lifetime. But the first formal collection of them was made about a century after his death, by command of the Caliph Omar II. They multiplied rapidly. And it is said that the books of the historian Bukhari, who died only about 2 centuries after Muhammad, which consisted chiefly of these traditions, filled 600 boxes. Each a load for 2 men. The most important among these collections are the 6 canonical ones of the Sunnis and 4 of the Shias. The former were compiled under the influence of the Abbasid Mamun. The Shias were somewhat later, and are far less trustworthy than the Sunnis, being composed with the party view of supporting the claims of Ali and his descendants to supreme power. 3. Some extant Arabic poems were probably composed by Muhammad's contemporaries. They are of much value, as adding confirmation to the corresponding traditions. But there are no facts in the Prophet's life, the proof of which depends upon these historical remains. Although, therefore, they are valuable because confirmatory of tradition. Their practical bearing upon the biographical elements of the Prophet's life is not of so much interest as might have been expected. They deserve, indeed, deep attention, as the earliest literary remains of a period which contained the germ of such mighty events. But they give us little new insight into the history or character of Muhammad. Calcutta Review, No. XVI, page 66. 4. It seems that regular biographies of Muhammad began to be composed towards the end of the 1st or early in the 2nd century of the Hijra. But the earliest biographical writers, whose works are extant more or less in their original state, are 1. Ibn Ishaq, 2. Ibn Hisham, 3. Waqidi and his secretary, 4. Tabari. Ibn Ishaq, a tabi'i, died AH 141, AD 768. His work, which was composed for the Caliph al-Mansur, enjoys a high reputation among the Muslims. And its statements have been incorporated into most of the subsequent biographies of the Prophet. Dr. Sprenger, however, p. 69, though hardly, perhaps, on sufficient grounds, regards him as little trustworthy, and doubts whether his book has come down to us in its original form. Ibn Ishaq was succeeded by Ibn Hisham, died AH 213, AD 828, whose work, still extant, is founded on that of his predecessor, but bears the reputation of being still less trustworthy. Waqidi, born at Medina about AH 129, compiled several books relating to Muhammad, but no work of his has come down to us in its original form. The fruits of his researches were, however, collected into 15 large quarto volumes by his secretary Muhammad ibn Sa'd. The first of these, containing the Sirat or biography of Muhammad, including accounts of his companions, has been preserved in its genuine form, and is one of the best sources of information respecting the Prophet. This valuable work was discovered by Dr. Sprenger at Kanpur. Dr. Sprenger observes that this is by far the best biography of the Arabic Prophet, but, being rare, it has never been used by a European scholar. The veracity and knowledge of the author have never been impugned by his contemporaries, nor by good early writers. It is generally quoted under the name of Wackety, probably for the sake of brevity. The carefully collected traditions of Wackety must not be confounded with the romances of the 8th century which bear the same name, and which form the basis of Ockley's work. Tabari, the most celebrated of all the Arabic historians, died AH 310, AD 929. A short account of this writer is given by Gibbon himself, this note in Chli. Tabari wrote an account both of Muhammad's life and of the progress of Islam. The latter has long been known. And a portion of it, in the original Arabic, was published, with a Latin translation, by Cosgarten in 1831. But the earlier part, relating to Muhammad, could be read only in an untrustworthy Persian translation even so late as 1851, when Dr. Sprenger published his Life of Muhammad. It has, however, been subsequently discovered in the original language by that gentleman during his mission by the Indian government to search the native libraries of Lucknow. To Dr. Sprenger, therefore, belongs the honor of having discovered two of the most valuable works respecting the history of Muhammad. But even the most authentic traditions respecting Muhammad have been corrupted by superstition, faction, and other causes. And it is hardly necessary to say that a European writer must exercise the most careful and discriminating criticism in the use of them. Inattention to this point is the defect of Gagnier's otherwise excellent work. The later Arabic biographers of Muhammad are entitled to no credit as independent authorities. They could add no true information, but they often add many spurious traditions and fabricated stories of later days. Hence such a writer as Abulfida, whom Gibbon frequently quotes, is of no value as an authority. The best recent biographies of Muhammad by Europeans are Dr. Sprenger's Life of Muhammad from original sources, Allahabad, 1851, and Dr. Weil's Muhammad der Prophet, Stuttgart, 1843. Dr. Sprenger's Life, Part 1, only goes down to the flight from Mecca, but it is a very valuable contribution to Oriental literature. Right arrow curving left. Chronologists dispute between the 15th and 16th of July. St. Martin inclines to the 18th, ch 11, page 70. Right arrow curving left. Dr. Weil has added some curious circumstances, which he gives as on good traditional authority, on the rescue of Muhammad. The Prophet was attacked by Ubayd ibn Chalaf, whom he struck on the neck with a mortal wound. This was the only time, it is added, that Muhammad personally engaged in battle, page 128. 1845 right arrow curving left. Dr. Weil believes in the epilepsy, and adduces strong evidence for it, and surely it may be believed, in perfect charity. And that the Prophet's visions were connected, as they appear to have been, with these fits. I have little doubt that he saw and believed these visions, and visions they were. Weil, page 43. 1845 right arrow curving left. According to the testimony of all the Eastern authors, Muhammad died on Monday the 12th Rebi 1st, in the year 11 of the Hijra, which answers in reality to the June 8, 632. Of Jesus Christ. We find in Ockley, History of the Saracens, that it was on Monday the June 6, 682. This is a mistake, for the June 6th of that year was a Saturday, not a Monday. The June 8th, therefore, was a Monday. It is easy to discover that the lunar year in his calculation has been confounded with the solar. St. Martin Volume 11, page 186. Right arrow curving left. The Raisonne Azufa, Price, page 105, has a strange account of an embassy to Yezdijerd. The Oriental historians take great delight in these embassies, which give them an opportunity of displaying their Asiatic eloquence. Right arrow curving left. Ockley, History of the Saracens, Volume 1, p. 230, translates in the same manner 3,000 million of ducats. See Forster's Mohammedanism Unveiled, Volume 2, page 462. Who makes this innocent doubt of Gibbon, in which, as to the amount of the plunder, I venture to concur, a grave charge of inaccuracy and disrespect to the memory of Rapinius. The Persian authorities of price, page 122, make the booty worth 330 million sterling. Right arrow curving left. The best modern account is that of Claudius Rich, Esq. 2 Memoirs of Babylon, London, 1818. Right arrow curving left. Malcolm Volume 1, page 141. Right arrow curving left. It should be remembered that the Oxus or Amu Daria, which now, like the Jaxartes or Sir Daria, flows into the Aral, then flowed into the Caspian. The course changed about AD 1573. Recently there have been thoughts of diverting it into its old course. Right arrow curving left. Hamaker has clearly shown that neither of these works can be inscribed to al-Waqidi. They are not older than the end of the 11th century or later than the middle of the 14th. Prefatio in insti auctoris liber de expugnation Memphides Edi Alexandrii, c. 9, x. m. Right arrow curving left. Several modern travelers, Mr. Fazakerley, in Walpole's Travels in Various Countries of the East, Volume 2 371, give very amusing accounts of the terms on which the monks of Mount Sinai live with the neighboring Bedouins. Such, probably, was their relative state in older times, wherever the Arab retained his Bedouin habits. Right arrow curving left. This history is now considered not to be the genuine work of al-Waqidi. St. Martin, Volume 10, page 213. According to Ockley's translation of the Articles of Jerusalem, the Christians were not to ring, but only toll their bells. History of the Saracens, Volume 1, page 220. Right arrow curving left. Vardan is an Armenian name. St. Martin conjectures that he was of the Mamegonian race, Volume 11, page 205. Right arrow curving left. St. Martin gives Tuesday, the August 23rd, 634, as the most probable date of the death of Abubekr, without being confident that it was also the date of the taking of Damascus, which nevertheless must have been conquered by the Arabs about the same time. It appears evident from the testimony of all the Arabian authors that the news of the capture of Damascus, conquered under the reign of Abubekr, was not known in Arabia till that of Omar, Volume 11, page 218. According to Dr. Weil, the chronology of these events is as follows. The Battle of Aiznadin was fought on the July 30, 634, not 633, as mentioned by Gibbon. This was followed by the Battle of the Yermuk, which was about coincident with Abu Bakr's death, the latter event having taken place on the August 22, 634, not the 23rd. As hitherto recorded by all European writers, and the battle on the following day. Damascus was captured in January, 635. Clinton, Fasti Romani, Volume 2, page 173, following Ockley, places the capture of Damascus on the same day as Abu Bakr died. It will be observed that Gibbon places the Battle of the Yermuk 2 years after the fall of Damascus, viz. in November, 636, infra, page 317. In this he seems to have followed Theophanes, who placed that event 2 years too late. That author himself, however, mentions, Volume 1, p. 518, that the siege of Damascus was a consequence of the Battle of the Yermuk, which latter event he places on Tuesday, the 23rd of July or August, the mizas varying between iota omicron upsilon lambda omicron nu and lambda omicron upsilon. But we know from Musulman writers that the battle in question about coincided with Abu Bakr's death, and the 23rd of August, 634, was really a Tuesday, while the 23rd of July was a Saturday. And in 635 and 636 neither the July 23rd nor August 23rd fell on a Tuesday. The error of Theophanes arose as follows: he rightly places Muhammad's death in the 4th Indaition, which commences with September 631. But he begins the reign of Abu Bakr with the following year, assigns to it a period of 2 years and a half, and places Omar's accession in the year 6126, instead of 6125. Which begins with September 634. To complete his error, following apparently other Arabian traditions which place the Battle of the Yermuk in the 15th year of the Hijra, he places that event at the end of Omar's reign, instead of the beginning. While, Volume 1, page 40, note, and p. 45, 48, Endnotes. S. Right arrow curving left. It has been published in Arabic by M. Ewald, St. Martin, Volume 11, page 268, but its authenticity is doubted. M. Right arrow curving left. Some words have accidentally fallen out in this passage after kapitau nu omicron upsilon sigma iota and are preserved in the translation of Anastasius, 80 hunk of Africa Pellant. De Boer supplies kappa alpha tau omicron nu phi rho iota kappa pi epsilon. Pi epsilon lambda alpha nu omicron upsilon sigma iota nu. This implies that Gregory was not slain, cp this note above. B. Right arrow curving left. Compare the valuable work of José Conde, Historia de la Dominación de los Árabes en España, Madrid, 1820. M. Right arrow curving left. Whatever the real age of the Zendavesta, published by Anquetil du Perron, whether of the time of Artiskeer Babegan, according to Mr. Erskine, or of much higher antiquity, it may be considered, I conceive, both a pure and a free, though imperfect, description of Zoroastrianism. Particularly with the illustrations of the original translator, and of the German Klucker. M. Right arrow curving left. Theophanes gives 672, as the year of Mo'iyah's preparation of the expedition, 673, as that of his investment of Constantinople. It seems safest to follow Theophanes here. The Arabic authors say little or nothing of an event which was disgraceful in Mohammedan history. But we cannot accept his statement that the siege lasted 7 years. In fact, he contradicts it himself, since he places the peace in the 5th year after the beginning of the siege. We have no means of determining with certainty the true duration. Nicephorus, p. 32, edit. De Boer states that the war lasted 7 years, and though he evidently identifies the war with the siege, we may perhaps find here the clue to the solution. The war seems to have begun soon after the accession of Constantine, epsilon theta, Nicephorus, Ibid. And perhaps its beginning was dated from the occupation of Cyzicus by Phaedlus in 670, Theophanes, AM 6162. And peace was made in 677, 8. Thus we get 7 years for the duration of the war, 671, 7, and perhaps 3 for the siege, 674, 6. B. Right arrow curving left. Up to this time the Arabs had used the Roman or the Persian coins, or had minted others which resembled them. Nevertheless, it has been admitted of late years that the Arabians, before this epoch, had caused coin to be minted, on which, preserving the Roman or the Persian dies, they added Arabian names or inscriptions. Some of these exist in different collections. We learn from Makrizi, an Arabian author of great learning and judgment, that in the year 18 of the Hijra, under the Caliphate of Omar, the Arabs had coined money of this description. The same author informs us that the Caliph Abdalmalek caused coins to be struck representing himself with a sword by his side. These types, so contrary to the notions of the Arabs, were disapproved by the most influential persons of the time, and the Caliph substituted for them, after the year 76 of the Hijra, the Mohammedan coins with which we are acquainted. Consult on the question of Arabic numismatics the works of Jacob Adler, of Christian Fren, of Carlo Castiglione, and of William Marsden, who have treated at length this interesting point of historic antiquities. See also, in the Journal Asiatique, Tom. 2, page 257, Seek, a paper of M. Sylvestre de Sacy, entitled Des Monnaies de Califes, avant Ellen 75 de El Hejire. See also the translation of a German paper on the Arabic medals of the Khosrow by M. Fren, in the same journal Asiatique, tom. 4, pages 331-347. St. Martin, Volume 12, page 19. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare, on the introduction of the Arabic numerals, Hallam's Introduction to the Literature of Europe, page 150, note, and the authors quoted therein. M. Right arrow curving left. The Tariq al-Tabari ascribes the death of Solomon to a pleurisy. The same gross gluttony in which Solomon indulged, though not fatal to the life, interfered with the military duties of his brother Moslema. Price, Volume 1, page 511. M. Right arrow curving left. It is remarkable that the Syrian historian Michel gives the name of naphtha to the newly invented Greek fire, which seems to indicate that this substance formed the base of the destructive compound. St. Martin, tom. 11, page 420. M. Right arrow curving left. Mr. William Wool, History of the Inductive Sciences, Volume 1, page 336, rejects the claim of the Arabians as inventors of the science of chemistry. The formation and realization of the notions of analysis and affinity were important steps in chemical science, which, as I shall hereafter endeavor to show, it remained for the chemists of Europe to make at a much later period. M. Right arrow curving left. While attributes his withdrawing from Baghdad to the unpopularity which he acquired by the murder of the Barmecides. Volume 2, page 144. S. Right arrow curving left. Compare von Hammer, Die Geschichte der Assassinen, page 44, etc., M. Right arrow curving left. The whole original work of Leo the Deacon has been published by Hayes, and is inserted in the new edition of the Byzantine Historians. M. Lasson has added to the Arabian authorities of this period some extracts from Kemaleddin's account of the treaty for the surrender of Aleppo. M. Right arrow curving left. As Gibbon has not given an account of the Byzantine law in any part of his work, a brief history of its sources may be stated in this place, more especially as the labors of modern scholars have thrown new light upon the subject. Although the compilation of Justinian was mainly intended for people who spoke Greek, the emperor restricted its use by promulgating it in the Latin language, which was unintelligible to the greater part of his subjects. This defect was remedied to a great extent by a Greek school of jurists, which had flourished even before his reign, and who translated the Corpus Juris into the Greek language. The consequence was that the original was soon disused throughout the Eastern Empire, and that Greek translations of the institutions, the Pandects, and the Code usurped their place. These translations, however, were not stamped by any official authority. And in the times of confusion which followed the reign of Heraclius, even the translations were neglected, and their place was supplied by the writings of commentators, who had published abridgments of the laws. Leo III, the Isaurian, attempted to remedy this evil by publishing a Greek manual of law, which became the primary authority in all the courts of the empire. This manual, which was revised by Constantine Copronymus, the son of Leo, bore the title of Ecloga, Kappa Lambda Omicron Gamma Tau Nu Nu Mu Omega Nu, and is still extant in many manuscripts, which till a recent time were erroneously supposed to be the Prochiron, or Manual of Basil, Constantine, and Leo, of which we shall speak presently. The Ecloga of Leo and Constantine Copronymus contains 18 titles, and adopts an order entirely different from that of the institutions of Justinian. It omits entirely several very important matters, such as servitudes and the different modes of acquiring property. Its authority was abrogated by Basil I, who severely censures it on account of its imperfections, and declares it to be an insult to the earlier legislators. It was not, however, entirely disused, since the Mizas which contain it are all later than the 9th century. A more complete reform in the Byzantine law was effected by Basil I. His legislation was comprised in 3 works: 1. Prochiron, Pyrochiepsilon Iotero Omicron Nu Mu Omicron, a manual intended to serve as an introduction to the science. 2. Basilica, Tau Beta Alpha Sigma Iota Lambda Iota Kappa, a revision of the ancient laws. 3. Epanagoge, Pi Alpha Nu Alpha Gamma Omicron Gamma Nu Mu Omega Nu, a second edition of the Prochiron manual published after the Basilica. The Prochiron is issued in the names of Basil, and of his two sons, Constantine and Leo, and was probably published in AD 870. It contains 40 titles. The former half of the work is executed in an entirely different manner from the latter. In the first 20 titles the same plan has been followed as in the Basilica. The extracts from the institutions are first given, and these are followed successively by extracts from the Pandects, Code, Novelli of Justinian, and then by the Novelli of subsequent emperors. But in the last 20 titles this well-arranged plan is abandoned, from a determination to hurry the work to a conclusion. The Ecloga of Leo, which Basil so strongly condemns, now becomes the basis of his work. The extracts from the institutions and the Novelli are very numerous, while the Pandects and the Code are almost entirely neglected. A complete edition of the Prochiron was published for the first time by Karl Eduard Zachariae in 1837. The Basilica contains a complete code of Byzantine law. It was originally published by Basil about 884, under the title of the Revision of the Old Laws, Nu Alpha Kappa Theta Alpha Rho Sigma Iota Tau Nu Pi Alpha Lambda Alpha Iota Nu Nu Mu Omega Nu. It was divided into 40 books, although Basil in his Prochiron had announced that the new code would consist of 60 books. This code, however, was again revised and enlarged by Leo the philosopher, and was published in his own name and that of his son Constantine Porphyrogenitus between 905 and 911. It is this new and revised code in 60 books which we now possess under the title of Basilica or Imperial Laws. The earlier code of Basil has entirely disappeared. The Basilica, like the compilation of Justinian, is a collection all the authorities of Byzantine law. It is compiled from the Greek translations of Justinian's laws, and from the Greek commentaries on them, which had received the sanction of the Byzantine legal schools. It was not a new translation of the Latin text of Justinian, but it employed the Greek texts which had been in existence for more than 3 centuries. Each of the 60 books is distributed into titles, which are again subdivided into chapters and paragraphs. Each title contains, with more or less accuracy, all the laws relating to this subject in the institutions, the Pandects, the Code, and the Novelli. And thus presents in one place the enactments upon a subject previously dispersed in 4 collections. The Basilica does not contain everything which is found in the Corpus Juris. But it contains numerous fragments of the opinions of the ancient jurists and of imperial constitutions which are not in the compilation of Justinian. There is no complete MS of the Basilica. The best edition is by Heimbach, in 5 volumes quarto, Leipzig, 1833, Seek. The publication of the Basilica led to the gradual disuse of the original compilations of Justinian in the East. But the Roman law was thus more firmly established in Eastern Europe and Western Asia. The Basilica continued to be the law of the Byzantine Empire till its conquest by the Turks, and has been declared to be the law of the new kingdom of Greece. The best histories of the Byzantine law are by Karl Eduard Zachariae, Historiae Juris Greco-Romani Delineatio, and by Jean-Anselme Bernard Montruel, Histoire du droit byzantin, Paris. 3 volumes octavo, 1843, 1846. See also Finlay, History of the Byzantine Empire, Volume 1, page 280, Seek. S. Right arrow curving left. M. Guichard, author of Memoirs militaires sur les Grecs et les Romains. C. Gibbons, Extraits raisonnés de mes lectures, Miscellaneous Works, Volume 5, page 219. M. Right arrow curving left. I am inclined, with Arthur Bugnot, Les Juifs d'Occident, Part 3, page 101, EDSQQ. And Jost, Geschichte Israeli 10, Volume 6 Anang, page 376, to consider this work a mere compilation, and to doubt the reality of the travels. M. Right arrow curving left. It is not correct to say that the place of the curopolates was taken by the protovestiaros. This office of curopolate still existed, but his functions and the entire responsibility of the care of the palace were devolved upon the great Papias, mu gamma alpha pi alpha pi alpha, who was always a eunuch and held the rank of protospathar. He was a very important official, and had an assistant, also a eunuch, called the second delta epsilon tau epsilon rho omicron. Under him were all the palace servants. 1. The dietarii, attendants attached to the various rooms. 2. The lusti, bath attendants. 3. The lamplighters, kappa alpha nu delta eta lambda pi tau alpha iota. 4. The stove heaters, kappa alpha mu eta nu delta epsilon, kappa alpha lambda delta rho iota omicron iota. 5. The horologoi, who looked after the palace clocks. And 6. The mysterious zeta alpha rho beta alpha iota. Under the second, who was specially concerned with the wardrobe, were the vestitors, etc. The protovestiarios is totally distinct. He was a sort of chamberlain, next in rank apparently to the prepositus sacri cubiculi, and holding an office of great trust. Beliaf, to whom we owe a valuable essay on all these offices in Byzantina, page 145, SQQ. Conjectures that the duty of the protovestiary was to take care of a private treasury, in which not only ornaments but money was kept, in the imperial bedchamber, p. 176, 7. As for the curopolates, he still remained one of the highest dignitaries, though it is not clear what duties he performed. Probably his post was honorary. In rank he was the highest person at court next to the nobilissimus, who came immediately after the Caesar, Philotheus, apud Constantine Porphyrogenitus, de Ceremoniis Oli Byzantini, 252, p. 711. Only 6 persons were deemed worthy of sitting at the same table as the emperor and empress, namely, the Patriarch of Constantinople, the Caesar, the nobilissimus, the curopolates. The Basiliopator, cp. Here in chapter 48, and the Zost Patricia or highest maid of honor. See Philotheus, Edom, page 726. B. Right arrow curving left. Sicut edi vestum. These words follow in the text of Liutprand, apud muratori, rerum italicarum scriptors, tom. 2, page 486, to which Gibbon refers. But with some inaccuracy or confusion, which rarely occurs in Gibbon's references, the rest of the quotation, which as it stands is unintelligible, does not appear. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Hallam's Europe during the Middle Ages, pages 461, 471. Mr. Hallam justly observes that this chapter appears to be accurate as well as luminous, and is at least far superior to any modern work on the subject. M. Right arrow curving left. Dar. Samuel Rafi Maitland, in his Facts and Documents illustrative of the history, doctrine, and rites of the ancient Albigenses and Waldenses, remarks, p. 217, note, that Gibbon ought to have said 32 men and 8 women. He imagines that Gibbon was misled by the fact that the index maker most commonly, but by no means always, states the nature of the sentence passed on each person. From the book, however, it appears that 40 persons were delivered to the secular arm, viz. 29 Albigenses, 7 Waldenses, and 4 Begins. S. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon has not accurately rendered the sense of this passage, which does not contain the maxim of charity, do unto others as you would they should do unto you. But simply the maxim of justice, do not to others that which would offend you if they should do it to you. G. Right arrow curving left. The Slavonian languages are no doubt Indo-European, though an original branch of that great family, comprehending the various dialects named by Gibbon and others. Shafaric, T. 33. M. 1845 Right arrow curving left. We have at length a profound and satisfactory work on the Slavonian races, Shafaric, Slosh Alterthumer, B. 2, Leipzig, 1843. M. 1845 Right arrow curving left. On this note Dar.
Maitland remarks, I do not know why Gibbon says a bishop of Würzburg, when Fleury and Dockery, Fleury's only authority, say Verdun. The document exists as Epistola Cugestum Abbatis Monasterii S. Germani ad v. Episcopum Verdunensim de Hungris. Neither the bishop nor the abbot seems to have given any credit to the notion of the Hungarians being Gog and Magog. In writing to the abbot, the bishop appears, for I believe his letter is not extant, and is only known by the answer, to have mentioned that the idea was current in his diocese, and to have desired him to look at the prophecy of Ezekiel, and let him know what he supposed to be its meaning. That the bishop did not express or imply any belief in the opinion may be presumed from the terms in which the abbot, after saying that it was current in his part of the world also, sets it down as mere nonsense, frivolum seet nihil verum habera, contrasted with the language of deep respect and affection in which he addresses the bishop. But farther, the sarcasm can scarcely be said to touch either of the parties, for the abbot gives the notion about Gog and Magog being the root, and the heretics, etc., as the exposition of Jerome, without the expression of any opinion as to its correctness. Unless indeed we may find something like apology in the language of the single sentence of comment which he bestows on it, quae ab. Hieronimo exposita sunt, et brevitas epistoli plura de his dicera non permittit. The Dark Ages, page 230, s. Right arrow curving left. Compare Johann Christian von Engel, Geschichte der Ungarischen Reichs und seine Nebenländer, Halle, 1797, and Maleth, Geschichte der Mähren, Wien, 1828. In an appendix to the latter work will be found a brief abstract of the speculations, for it is difficult to consider them more, which have been advanced by the learned, on the origin of the Magyar and Hungarian nation. Compare this note. M. Right arrow curving left. The later antiquarians of Russia and Germany appear to acquiesce in the authority of the monk Nestor, the earliest annalist of Russia, who derives the Russians or Varegs from Scandinavia. The names of the first founders of the Russian monarchy are Scandinavian or Norman. Their language, according to Constantine Porphyrogenitus, De Administrando Imperio, c. 9, differed essentially from the Sclavonian. The author of the Annals of Saint Bertin, who first names the Russians, Rose, in the year 839 of his Annals, assigns them Sweden for their country. So Liutprand calls the Russians the same people as the Normans. The Finns, Laplanders, and Estonians call the Swedes, to the present day, Ruts, Rutsi, Ruotsi, Rutzlau. C. Thunman, Untersuchungen über die Geschichte der Ostlichen Europäischen Völker, page 374. Gatterer, Novae Commentarii Societatis Regii Scientiarum Gettingensis 13, page 126. Schlosser, in his Nestor Chronic. Christopher Koch, Tableau de Revolutions de l'Europe, Volume 1, page 60. Maltebrun, Geography, Volume 6, page 378. M. Right arrow curving left. The late M. Schlosser has translated and added a commentary to the Annals of Nestor, and his work is the mine from which henceforth the history of the North must be drawn. G. Right arrow curving left. The book of authority is the Geschichte der Hanseatischen Bunds, by George Sartorius, Göttingen, 1803, or rather the later edition of that work by M. Lappenberg, 2 volumes. Quarto, Hamburg, 1830. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. Serbid, the learned Armenian, gives another derivation. There is a city called Schemish Gazag, which means a bright or purple sandal, such as women wear in the East. He was called Schemish Guy, for so his name is written in Armenian, from this city, his native place. Hayes, note to Leo Diaconus, page 454, in Niebuhr's Corpus Scriptorum Historiae Byzantini. M. Right arrow curving left. M. Gautier Dark has discovered a translation of the Chronicle of Am, monk of Monte Cassino, a contemporary of the first Norman invaders of Italy. He has made use of it in his Histoire de Conquêtes de Normands, and added a summary of its contents. This work was quoted by later writers,
but was supposed to have been entirely lost. M. Right arrow curving left. There is a Fair Life of Gregory VII by Johannes Voigt, Weimar, 1815, which has been translated into French. M. Villemain, it is understood, has devoted much time to the study of this remarkable character, to whom his eloquence may do justice. There is much valuable information on the subject in the accurate work of Gustav Stenzel. Geschichte Deutschlands unter den Fränkischen Kaisern, The History of Germany under the Emperors of the Franconian Race. M. Right arrow curving left. Cinemas says nothing of their ignorance. The signal for retreat was Omicron sigma lambda pi iota gamma gamma Omicron chi, tau iota lambda lambda Omicron tau Omicron iota Omicron tau Omicron nu, lambda lambda beta rho beta alpha rho tau iota kappa alpha xi nu epsilon tau Omicron tau rho pi Omicron. M. Right arrow curving left. The European reader now possesses a more accurate version of Farishta, that of Colonel John Briggs. Of Colonel Dow's work, Colonel Briggs observes, that the author's name will be handed down to posterity as one of the earliest and most indefatigable of our Oriental scholars. Instead of confining himself, however, to mere translation, he has filled his work with his own observations, which have been so embodied in the text that Gibbon declares it impossible to distinguish the translator from the original author. Preface, page 7. M. Right arrow curving left. This passage is differently written in the various manuscripts I have seen. And in some the word tope, gun, has been written for nupth, naphtha, and tufung, musket, for kudung, arrow. But no Persian or Arabic history speaks of gunpowder before the time usually assigned for its invention, AD 1317, long after which it was first applied to the purposes of war. Briggs's Farishta, Volume 1, page 47, note. M. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Wilson, Select Specimens of the Theatre of the Hindus, Volume 3, page 12, and Schlegel, Indische Bibliothek, Volume 2, p. 394, concur in identifying Palambothra with the Patalipura of the Indians, the Putna of the moderns. M. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon's conjecture was well founded. Compare the more sober and genuine version of Colonel Briggs, Volume 1, page 110. M. Right arrow curving left. The religion of the Druzes has, within the present year, been fully developed from their own writings, which have long lain neglected in the libraries of Paris and Oxford. In the Exposé de la Religion des Druzes, by M. Sylvestre de Sacy, Deux Tomes, Paris, 1838. The learned author has prefixed a life of Hakam by Amrallah, which enables us to correct several errors in the account of Gibbon. These errors chiefly arose from his want of knowledge or of attention to the chronology of Hakam's life. Hakam succeeded to the throne of Egypt in the year of the Hijra 386. He did not assume his divinity till 408. His life was indeed a wild mixture of vice and folly, to which may be added, of the most sanguinary cruelty. During his reign, 18,000 persons were victims of his ferocity. Yet such is the God, observes M. de Sacy, whom the Druzes have worshipped for 800 years. C.P. 66. All his wildest and most extravagant actions were interpreted by his followers as having a mystic and allegoric meaning, alluding to the destruction of other religions and the propagation of his own. It does not seem to have been the vanity of Hakam which induced him to introduce a new religion. The curious point in the new faith is that Hamza, the son of Ali, the real founder of the Unitarian religion, such is its boastful title, was content to take a secondary part. While Hakam was God, the one supreme, the Imam Hamza was his intelligence. It was not in his divine character that Hakam hated the Jews and Christians, but in that of a Mohammedan bigot, which he displayed in the earlier years of his reign. His barbarous persecutions and the burning of the Church of the Resurrection at Jerusalem belong entirely to that period. And his assumption of divinity was followed by an edict of toleration to Jews and Christians. The Mohammedans, whose religion he then treated with hostility and contempt, being far the most numerous, were his most dangerous enemies, and therefore the objects of his most inveterate hatred. It is another singular fact that the religion of Hakam was by no means confined to Egypt and Syria. M. de Sacy quotes a letter addressed to the chief of the sect in India. And there is likewise a letter to the Byzantine Emperor Constantine, son of Armanus, Romanus, and the clergy of the empire. Constantine 8, M. De Sacy supposes, but this is irreconcilable with chronology, it must mean Constantine 11, Monomachus. The assassination of Hakam is, of course, disbelieved by his sectaries. M. De Sacy seems to consider the fact obscure and doubtful. According to his followers he disappeared, but is hereafter to return. At his return the resurrection is to take place, the triumph of Unitarianism, and the final discomfiture of all other religions. The Temple of Mecca is especially devoted to destruction. It is remarkable that one of the signs of this final consummation, and of the reappearance of Hakam, is that Christianity shall be gaining a manifest predominance over Mohammedanism. As for the religion of the Druzes, I cannot agree with Gibbon that it does not deserve to be better known, and am grateful to M. De Sacy, notwithstanding the prolixity and occasional repetition in his 2 large volumes. For the full examination of the most extraordinary religious aberration which ever extensively affected the mind of man. The worship of a mad tyrant is the basis of a subtle metaphysical creed, and of a severe, and even ascetic, morality. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare the first chapter of Wilken, Geschichte der Kreuzzüge. M. Right arrow curving left. Several new documents, particularly from the East, have been collected by the industry of the modern historians of the Crusades, M. Michaud and Wilken. M. Right arrow curving left. See this note. M. Right arrow curving left. A singular, allegoric explanation of this strange fact has recently been broached. It is connected with the charge of idolatry and Eastern heretical opinions subsequently made against the Templars. We have no doubt that they were Manichae or Gnostic standards. The author says the animals themselves were carried before the army. M. The goose, in Egyptian symbols, as every Egyptian scholar knows, meant divine son, or son of God. The goat meant Typhon, or the devil. Thus we have the Manichae opposing principles of good and evil, as standards, at the head of the ignorant mob of crusading invaders. Can anyone doubt that a large portion of this host must have been infected with the Manichae or Gnostic idolatry? Account of the Temple Church, London by R. W. Billings, page 5, London, 1838. This is, at all events, a curious coincidence, especially considered in connection with the extensive dissemination of the Paulician opinions among the common people of Europe. At any rate, in so inexplicable a matter, we are inclined to catch at any explanation, however wild or subtle. M. Right arrow curving left. This is an unjust sarcasm against Street Bernard. He stood above all rivalry of this kind. See this note in C.L.A.X. M. Right arrow curving left. The sum is uncertain. Several authors make it much less. Michaud, Volume 1, page 166. S. Right arrow curving left. He seems to have led a force equal or superior to that of Godfrey, and his exploits against the Saracens of Spain would render his name memorable among the Arabian writers. S. Right arrow curving left. However Gibbon may laugh at Anna, she had not the bad taste to write such an instance of the bathos as he has here concocted, by uniting 2 completely distinct sentences. The epithet, King of Kings, is used by Hugo himself in a letter to the Emperor. That of Commander-in-Chief of the Frank Army, is the description of him used by the ambassadors he had sent to the Commandant of Dyrrhachium. S. Right arrow curving left. San Gilles would be a near enough equivalent for St. Gilles, but it is Isengils. And the form of the corruption seems to have been determined by an etymology complementary to the count, iota sigma gamma gamma epsilon lambda omicron, angelic. A reader, ignorant of the pronunciation of modern Greek, might easily do injustice to Anna. The modern Greek alphabet has no letters equivalent to B and D, beta represents V, and delta is aspirated DH. And in order to reproduce these sounds they resort to the devices of mu pi and nu tau. Thus Robert is quite correctly omicron mu pi rho tau omicron, and tau omicron nu tau omicron phi rho is a near transliteration of Godfrey, Godefroy. B. Right arrow curving left. See this earlier note. Solomon and Kilij Arslan were father and son. M. Right arrow curving left. The Journey of Colonel MacDonald Kinnear in Asia Minor throws considerable light on the geography of this march of the Crusaders. M. Right arrow curving left. This is an exaggerated inference from the words of Tacitus, who speaks of the founders of the city, not the lawgivers. Previderant conditors, ex diversitate morum, cribra bella. Int cuncta quamvis adversus longum obsidium. M. Right arrow curving left. The magic and enchantments, however, which produce so much poetical effect in Tasso's work, belong rather to his own age than to that of the First Crusade. The only historical trait during the siege of Jerusalem that can be at all associated with the marvelous, is the appearance of two female magicians on the ramparts during the assault, who invoked the elements and powers of hell against the besiegers. Michaud, Volume 1, page 436, note. S. Right arrow curving left. David determined to take a census of his vast dominions, which extended from Lebanon to the frontiers of Egypt, from the Euphrates to the Mediterranean. The numbers, in 2 Samuel Ziv 9, and 1 Chronicles 21 verse 5, differ, but the lowest gives 800,000 men fit to bear arms in Israel, 500,000 in Judah. History of the Jews, Volume 1, page 248. Gibbon has taken the highest census in his estimate of the population, and confined the dominions of David to Cisjordanic Palestine. M. Right arrow curving left. See Wilkin, Volume 1, page 17, etc., M. Right arrow curving left. The Greek writers, in general, Zonaras, Volume 2, page 303, and Glycas, page 334, agree in this story with the Princess Anna, except in the absurd addition of the dead cock. Ducange has already quoted some instances where a similar stratagem had been adopted by Norman princes. On this authority Wilkin inclines to believe the fact. Appendix to Volume 2, page 14. M. Right arrow curving left. Strabo, 12, page 568, does not give this title to Iconium, nor does Cellarius say he did. Gibbon must have read the passage in Cellarius carelessly. The words of Cellarius are, Strabo pauca in Lycoania memorat, unam urbum, Iconium, unam capo megam upi omicron lambda iota, vicum in star opidi, soatra videlicet, eti unum vicum coropassum. S. Right arrow curving left. He names both, beta rho tau tau iota omicron tau epsilon kappa alpha beta rho iota tau alpha nu nu omicron, M. Right arrow curving left. It is now called the Jarama. Its course is described in Donald Kinnear's narrative of travels in Asia Minor. M. Right arrow curving left. Von Hammer, Die Geschichte der Assassinen, page 202, sums up against Richard, Wilkin, Volume 4, page 485, as strongly for acquittal. Michaud, Volume 2, page 420, delivers no decided opinion. This crime was also attributed to Saladin, who is said, by an Oriental authority, the continuator of Tabari, to have employed the assassins to murder both Conrad and Richard. It is a melancholy admission, but it must be acknowledged that such an act would be less inconsistent with the character of the Christian than of the Mohammedan king. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Wilkin, Volume 7, page 94. M. Right arrow curving left. Wilkin, Volume 7, p. 257, thinks the proposition could not have been made in earnest. M. Right arrow curving left. After these chapters of Gibbon,
the masterly prize composition, Essai sur l'influence de croisades par H.L. Heron, Traduit de l'Allemand par Charles Villers, Paris, 1808, or the original German, in Heron's Vermischt Historische Schriften, may be read with great advantage. M. Right arrow curving left. It is scarcely necessary to mention the valuable work of Count Pierre Daru, Histoire de la République de Venise, of which I hear that an Italian translation has been published. With notes defensive of the ancient republic. I have not yet seen this work. M. Right arrow curving left. The accounts differ, both as to the extent and the cause of his blindness. According to Villehardouin and others, the sight was totally lost. According to the Chronicle of Andrew Dandelot, Muratori, Tom. 12, page 322, he was visu debilis. C. Wilkin, Volume 5, page 143. M. Right arrow curving left. He admits, however, that the Angeli had committed depredations on the Venetian trade. And the emperor himself had refused the payment of part of the stipulated compensation for the seizure of the Venetian merchandise by the Emperor Manuel. Nicetas, in Locke, M. Right arrow curving left. Wilkin places it before the death of Alexius, Volume 5, page 276. M. Right arrow curving left. William de Champlitte, brother of the Count of Dijon, assumed the title of Prince of Achaia. On the death of his brother he returned, with regret, to France, to assume his paternal inheritance, and left Villehardouin his bailey, on condition that if he did not return within a year, Villehardouin was to retain an investiture. Brosset's addition to Le Beau, Volume 17, page 200. M. Brosset adds, from the Greek chronicler edited by M. Buchan, the somewhat unknightly trick by which Villehardouin disembarrassed himself from the troublesome claim of Robert, the cousin of the Count of Dijon, to the succession. He contrived that Robert should arrive just 15 days too late, and with the general concurrence of the assembled knights was himself invested with the principality. Ibid, page 283. M. Right arrow curving left. We read in the Chronicle of the Conquest of Constantinople, and of the establishment of the French in the Morea, translated by Jean-Alexandre Buchan, Paris, 1825, p. 64, that Leo VI, called the Philosopher, had prophesied that a perfidious emperor should be precipitated from the top of this column. The Crusaders considered themselves under an obligation to fulfill this prophecy. Brosset, Note on Le Beau, Volume 17, page 180. M. Brosset announces that a complete edition of this work, of which the original Greek of the first book only has been published by M. Buchan, is in preparation, to form part of the new series of the Byzantine historian. M. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon appears to me to have misapprehended the passage of Nicetas. He says, that principal and subtlest mischief, that primary cause of all the horrible miseries suffered by the Romans, i.e. the Byzantines. It is an effusion of malicious triumph against the Venetians, to whom he always ascribes the capture of Constantinople. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare von Romer, Geschichte der Hohenstaufen, Volume 3, page 237. M. Petitot, in his preface to Villehardouin in the collection complete de Memoirs relatifs à l'Histoire de France, Tom. I, page 85, expresses his belief in the first part of the tragic legend, M. Right arrow curving left. Or rather Roro, M. Right arrow curving left. Whatever may have been the fact, this can hardly be made out from the expressions of Acropolita. M. Right arrow curving left. The initials of this unknown editor are M. D. L. P., which meant Monsieur de la Place, a native of Calais, as this gentleman states, indeed, in naming his own authority for the circumstance, a Monsieur Danjan of that town. Gentleman's Magazine, July, 1839, page 39. S. Right arrow curving left. And even demanded in the present. M. Right arrow curving left. Ramon de Montaner, one of the Catalans who accompanied Roger de Flor, and who was governor of Gallipoli, has written,
in Spanish, the history of this band of adventurers, to which he belonged, and from which he separated when it left the Thracian Chersonese to penetrate into Macedonia and Greece. G. The autobiography of Ramon de Montaner has been published in French by M. Buchan, in the great collection of Memoirs relatifs à l'histoire de France. I quote this edition. M. Right arrow curving left. Nicetas says expressly that Michael surrendered the Acropolis to the Marquis. M. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon did not foresee a Bavarian prince on the throne of Greece, with Athens as his capital. M. Right arrow curving left. Cantacuzene mentions 12,000. S. Right arrow curving left. But it may be accused of unparalleled absurdity. He compares the extinction of the feeble old man to that of the sun. His coffin is to be floated, like Noah's Ark, by a deluge of tears. M. Right arrow curving left. There seems to be another reading, chi iota lambda alpha iota. Niebuhr's edit. In Locke, M. Right arrow curving left. The lambda omicron iota were the religious enemies and persecutors of Nicephorus. M. Right arrow curving left. This part of Nicephorus Gregoras has not been printed in the new edition of the Byzantine historians. The editor expresses a hope that it may be undertaken by Hayes. I should join in the regret of Gibbon if these books contain any historical information. If they are but a continuation of the controversies which fill the last books in our present copies, they may as well sleep their eternal sleep in MS as in print. M. Right arrow curving left. M. Remusat, Recherches sur les langues tartares, page 233, justly observes that Timur was a Turk, not a Mongol, and, p. 242, that probably there was not a Mongol in the army of Babur, who established the Indian throne of the Great Mogul. M. Right arrow curving left. This relationship, according to M. Klaproth, is fabulous, and invented by the Mohammedan writers, who, from religious zeal, endeavored to connect the traditions of the nomads of Central Asia with those of the Old Testament, as preserved in the Quran. There is no trace of it in the Chinese writers. Tableaux historiques de l'Asie, page 156. M. Right arrow curving left. The preface to the Histoire des Mongols, Paris, 1824, gives a catalogue of the Arabic and Persian authorities. M. Right arrow curving left. A précis at the end of the new edition of Le Beau, Histoire d'Empereurs, Volume 17, by M. Brosset, gives large extracts from the accounts of the Armenian historians relating to the Mughal conquests. M. Right arrow curving left. To this catalogue of the historians of the Mughals may be added Diasan, Histoire des Mongols, from Arabic and Persian authorities, Paris, 1824, and Schmidt, Geschichte der Ostmongolen, St. Petersburg, 1829. This curious work, by Sanang Setsen Chungtaitschi, published in the original Mongol, was written after the conversion of the nation to Buddhism. It is enriched with very valuable notes by the editor and translator, but, unfortunately, is very barren of information about the European and even the Western Asiatic conquests of the Mongols. M. Right arrow curving left. And likewise in Chinese history, see Abel Remusat, Mélanges Asiatiques 2nd Ser. Tom. 2, page 5. M. Right arrow curving left. See a curious anecdote of Tsagatai, Histoire des Mongols, page 370. M. Right arrow curving left. Sohunqian Lu. Abel Remusat. M. Right arrow curving left. La poudre à canon et d'autres compositions inflammantes, dont ilsse servent pour construire de pieces d'artifice d'un effet surprenant, leur étaient connues depuis très longtemps. Et en croit que de bombards et de pierriers, dont ils avaient enseigne l'usage aux tartares, ont pu donner en Europe l'idée d'artillerie. Quoique la famille de fusils et de canons dont ilsse servent actuellement,
leur a été apporté par les Francs, ainsi que l'attestent les noms memes qui ils donnent à ces sortes d'armes. Abel remusit, mélanges asiatiques second ser. Tom. I, page 23. M. Right arrow curving left. Von Hammer's history of the assassins has now thrown Falconet's dissertation into the shade. M. Right arrow curving left. See the account of the Mongol library in Bergman, Nomadisch Streiferien, Volume 3, pages 185, 205, and Remusit, Recherches sur les langues tartares, p. 327, and Preface to Schmidt, Geschichte der Ostmongolen. M. Right arrow curving left. They may be still more enlightened by the Geschichte des Osmanischen Reichs, by M. von Hammer-Purgstall of Vienna. M. Right arrow curving left. We could have wished that M. von Hammer had given a more clear and distinct reply to this question of Gibbon. In a note, Volume 1, page 630. M. Von Hammer shows that they had not only sheiks, religious writers, and learned lawyers, but poets and authors on medicine. But the inquiry of Gibbon obviously refers to historians. The oldest of their historical works, of which von Hammer makes use, is the Tarichi Oschik Paschasade, i.e. the history of the great-grandson of Oschik Pasha, who was a dervish and celebrated ascetic poet in the reign of Murad, Amurath, I. Ahmed, the author of the work, lived during the reign of Bajazet II, but, he says, derived much information from the book of Shcheikh Jakshi, the son of Elias, who was imam to Sultan Orkan, the second Ottoman king, and who related, from the lips of his father, the circumstances of the earliest Ottoman history. This book, having searched for it in vain for 25 years, our author found at length in the Vatican. All the other Turkish histories on his list, as indeed this, were written during the reign of Muhammad II. It does not appear whether any of the rest cite earlier authorities of equal value with that claimed by the Tarichi Oschik Paschasade. M. In Quarterly Review, Volume 49, p. 292, right arrow curving left. Von Hammer excuses the silence with which the Turkish historians pass over the earlier intercourse of the Ottomans with the European continent, of which he enumerates 16 different occasions, as if they disdained those peaceful incursions by which they gained no conquest, and established no permanent footing on the Byzantine territory. Of the romantic account of Solomon's first expedition he says, as yet the prose of history had not asserted its right over the poetry of tradition. This defense would scarcely be accepted as satisfactory by the historian of the decline and fall. M. In Quarterly Review, Volume 49, p. 293, right arrow curving left. The manuscript of Major Davy has been translated by Major Charles Stewart, and published by the Oriental Translation Committee of London. It contains the life of Timur, from his birth to his 41st year, but the last 30 years of Western war and conquest are wanting. Major Stewart intimates that 2 manuscripts exist in this country containing the whole work, but excuses himself, on account of his age, from undertaking the laborious task of completing the translation. It is to be hoped that the European public will be soon enabled to judge of the value and authenticity of the commentaries of the Caesar of the East. Major Stewart's work commences with the Book of Dreams and Omens, a wild, but characteristic, chronicle of visions and sorts Koranikai. Strange that a life of Timur should awaken a reminiscence of the diary of Archbishop Laud. The early dawn and the gradual expression of his not less splendid but more real visions of ambition are touched with the simplicity of truth and nature. But we long to escape from the petty feuds of the pastoral chieftain to the triumphs and the legislation of the conqueror of the world. M. Right arrow curving left. According to the Memoirs, he was so called by a sheikh, who, when visited by his mother on his birth, was reading the verse of the Quran. Are you sure that he who dwelleth in heaven will not cause the earth to swallow you up? And behold, it shall shake, Tamru. The sheikh then stopped and said, We have named your son Timur, page 21. M. Right arrow curving left. Colonel
Stewart observes that the Persian translator has sometimes made use of the name Uzbek by anticipation. He observes, likewise, that these gets, are not to be confounded with the ancient Gedi, they were unconverted Turks. Colonel James Todd, Annals and Antiquities of Rajasthan, Volume 1, p. 166, would identify the Jits with the ancient race. Right arrow curving left. Compare the 7th book of von Hammer, Geschichte des Osmanischen Reichs. Right arrow curving left. See this note in ch2. Right arrow curving left. Von Hammer considers the letter which Gibbon inserted in the text to be spurious. On the various copies of these letters, see his note, page 116. Right arrow curving left. Price translated the word pilot or boatman. Right arrow curving left. See von Hammer, page 308, and note, page 621. Right arrow curving left. Von Hammer, page 318, cites several authorities unknown to Gibbon. Right arrow curving left. According to von Hammer, this calculation is much too low. The asper was, a century before the time of which Lund Clavius writes, the 10th part of a ducat. For the same tribute which the Byzantine writers state at 300,000 aspers, the Ottomans state at 30,000 ducats, about £15,000. Note, Volume 1, page 636. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Hallam makes the following observation on the objection thrown out by Gibbon, the positive testimony of Villani, who died within 2 years afterwards, and had manifestly obtained much information as to the great events passing in France, cannot be rejected. He ascribes a material effect to the canon of Edward, Colpi del Bombard, which I suspect, from his strong expressions, had not been employed before, except against stone walls. It seems, he says, as if God thundered con grande excision di genti e effondamento di cavalli. View of the State of Europe during the Middle Ages, Volume 1, page 510. Right arrow curving left. I can discover no pious horror in the plain manner in which Calcondyles relates this strange usage. He says, Omicron delta alpha sigma chi nu eta nu tau omicron phi rho epsilon iota alpha upsilon tau omicron kappa upsilon sigma theta alpha iota tau gamma upsilon nu alpha kappa omicron alpha tau nu kappa alpha tau theta upsilon gamma alpha tau rho alpha. Yet these are expressions beyond what would be used if the ambiguous word kappa upsilon sigma theta alpha iota were taken in its more innocent sense. Nor can the phrase pi alpha rho chi omicron nu tau alpha iota tau alpha upsilon tau nu gamma upsilon nu alpha kappa alpha nu tau omicron pi iota tau eta delta epsilon omicron iota well bear a less coarse interpretation. Gibbon is possibly right as to the origin of this extraordinary mistake. It may be observed, however, that this notion of the unchastity of the English seems to have been prevalent among the Greeks, as it is likewise recorded by Franza, Lib 3 c. 2, page 218, edit. Bon. S. Right arrow curving left. The Greek text of Franz's was edited by F. C. Alter, Vindabani, 1796. It has been re-edited by Becker for the new edition of the Byzantines, Bonn, 1838. Right arrow curving left. William Roscoe, Life of Lorenzo de' Medici, Volume 1, page 75, considers that Hody has refuted this idle tale, right arrow curving left. It appears in the original Greek text, page 95, edit. Bonn. Right arrow curving left. Von Hammer disdainfully rejects this fable of Muhammad's knowledge of languages. Knowles adds that he delighted in reading the history of Alexander the Great and of Julius Caesar. The former, no doubt, was the Persian legend, which, it is remarkable, came back to Europe, and was popular throughout the Middle Ages as the Romaunt of Alexander. The founder of the imperial dynasty of Rome, according to von Hammer, is altogether unknown in the East. Muhammad was a great patron of Turkish literature,
the Romantic poems of Persia were translated, or imitated, under his patronage. Von Hammer, Volume 2, page 268. M. Right arrow curving left. M. Von Hammer has added little new information on the siege of Constantinople, and, by his general agreement, has borne an honorable testimony to the truth. And by his close imitation to the graphic spirit and boldness of Gibbon. M. Right arrow curving left. They speak, one of a Byzantine, one of a Turkish, gun. Von Hammer, note, page 669. M. Right arrow curving left. 6 miles. Von Hammer. M. Right arrow curving left. Von Hammer gives a longer list of such transportations, page 533. Dion Cassius distinctly relates the occurrence treated as fabulous by Gibbon. M. Right arrow curving left. M. Brosset has given some extracts from the Georgian account of the siege of Constantinople, in which Justiniani's wound in the left foot is represented as more serious. With charitable ambiguity the chronicler adds that his soldiers carried him away with them in their vessel. M. Mr. Finlay remarks that the dialogue between Constantine and Justiniani is evidently a rhetorical invention. None of the historians were present, and those who were on the spot could hardly have reported a conversation with accuracy at such a moment. The conduct of Justiniani hardly deserves the censure that has been cast upon it. He appears to have received a mortal wound. And he was probably made the scapegoat of the lukewarmness or cowardice of the Orthodox, who ought to have crowded to the walls to support their emperor. Finlay, History of the Byzantine Empire, Volume 2, page 647. S. Right arrow curving left. He was sold as a slave in Galata, according to Von Hammer, page 560. See the somewhat vague and declamatory letter of Cardinal Isidore, in the appendix to Clark's Travels in Europe, Asia and Africa, Volume 2, page 653. M. Right arrow curving left. The new edition of the Byzantines, projected by Niebuhr, and continued under the patronage of the Prussian government, is the most convenient in size, and contains some authors, Leo Diaconus, Johannes Leidus, Carippus, the new fragment of Dixippus, Eunapius, etc. Discovered by my, which could not be comprised in the former collections, but the names of such editors as Becker, the Dindorfs, etc. Raised hopes of something more than the mere republication of the text, and the notes of former editors. Little, I regret to say, has been added of annotation, and in some cases, the old incorrect versions have been retained. M. Right arrow curving left. This question is discussed at considerable length in Dr. Thomas Arnold's History of Rome, chxi. See likewise Bunsen's dissertation on the Aria Cativa, Beschreibung der Stadt Rom, pages 82, 108. M. Right arrow curving left. Compare Heinrich Frank, Arnold von Brescia und seine Zeit, Zurich, 1828. M. Right arrow curving left. The best modern writers on the topography of Rome have, however, come to a contrary conclusion. They maintain that the Arx is the northeastern summit, now occupied by the Church of Ara Kelly, and that the Capitolium or Temple of Jupiter is the southwestern summit, which is now covered in part by the Palazzo Caffarelli. See Bunsen, Beschreibung der Stadt Rom, Volume 3, page 10, Seek. Becker, Handbuch der Römischen Altertümer, Volume 1, page 385, Seek. S. Right arrow curving left. Dr. Cardwell, Lecture on the Coinage of the Greeks and Romans, page 70, ed. Seek. Assigns convincing reasons in support of this opinion. M. Right arrow curving left. Since the publication of my first edition of Gibbon, some new and very remarkable documents have been brought to light in a life of Nicholas Rienzi, Cola di Rienzo und seine Zeit, by Dr. Felix Papencourt. The most important of these documents are letters from Rienzi to Charles IV, Emperor and King of Bohemia, and to the Archbishop of Prague.
They enter into the whole history of his adventurous career during its first period, and throw a strong light upon his extraordinary character. These documents were first discovered and made use of, to a certain extent, by Pelzel, the historian of Bohemia. The originals have disappeared, but a copy made by Pelzel for his own use is now in the library of Count Thun at Tezjen. There seems no doubt of their authenticity. Dar. Papencourt has printed the whole in his Urkunden, with the exception of one long theological paper. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. Fatker Adam n quat nunc fatuum, nunc histrionem, nunc gravum, nunc simplicum, nunc astudum, nunc fervidum, nunc timidum simulatorum, et dissimulatorem ad hunc caritativum finum. Quem dixi, constitui sepius memid ipsum. Writing to an archbishop, of Prague, Rienzi alleges scriptural examples. Saltator coram archa David et insanus apparut coram reg, blanda, astuda, et detecta Judith astudit holoferni. Et astute Jacob marut benedicai. Urkunden 49. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. So far from having magnified these visions, Polistor is more than confirmed by the documents published by Papencourt. The adoption of all the wild doctrines of the Fratricelli, the spirituals, in which, for the time at least, Rienzi appears to have been in earnest, his magnificent offers to the emperor. And the whole history of his life, from his first escape from Rome to his imprisonment at Avignon, are among the most curious chapters of his eventful life. M. 1845 right arrow curving left. On the financial measures of Sixtus v. C. Leopold von Ranke, Die Römischen Papstei, page 459. M. right arrow curving left. But compare Ranke, Die Römischen Papstei, page 289. M. right arrow curving left. The industry of M. Ranke has discovered the document, a kind of scandalous chronicle of the time, from which Leti wrought up his amusing romances. See also M. Ranke's Observations on the Life of Sixtus by Tempesti, B. 3, pages 317, 324. M. right arrow curving left. The level of the Tiber was at one time supposed to be considerably raised. Recent investigations seem to be conclusive against this supposition. See a brief but satisfactory statement of the question in Karl Bunsen and Ernst Plattner, Beschreibung der Stadt Rom, Volume 1, page 29. M. right arrow curving left. The improbability of this theory is shown by Bunsen, Volume 1, page 239. M. right arrow curving left. Gibbon has followed Donatus, who supposes that a silk manufactory was established in the 12th century in the Colosseum. The bandonarii, or banderii, were the officers who carried the standards of their school before the Pope. Hobhouse, page 269. M. right arrow curving left. The division is mentioned in Vita Innocenti Papae 2 Cardinali Aragonio, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Volume 3 Pars I. p. 435, and Gibbon might have found frequent other records of it at other dates. Hobhouse Historical Illustrations of the Fourth Canto of Childe Harold, page 130. M. right arrow curving left.